Welcome everyone. It's time for the SNAPocalypse. I did make that up, but I wasn't the first one to make it up. I came up with SNAPocalypse while I was coming up with the thumbnail, and then I saw someone else post it after that. I swear I invented it atomically. Welcome everyone. You may be surprised to see that I'm streaming 2 days in a row. It's not usual. But I have a new approach that I'm trying, so let's see how it works. Welcome. I have many stories from yesterday that we didn't cover, so that's what we're doing today. We're getting around to it. Before we begin, though, we have here a fantastic, I assume, new comic by Triple Dice Cat about the community. If you're not in the community, join cabal.oozloo.net, but if you're not interested in community stuff, it won't take long. Triple, why haven't you posted a comic yet? Wheels out a new wheel. The wheel of guilt, it's always somebody's fault. Spins it. We have a winner, Ted. It's all Ted's fault. That is usually the case anyway, let's be honest.
This is very true.
Interesting. Society Quattro. You should probably just put Quattro on here like 6 times so it's more likely to be picked.
Oy vey, that's anti-Semitic, Goyim.
Wait, why am I above Ted?
Well, you're on the list. Am I on the list? Is it ever my fault? Oh, I am on the list.
Ted.
That's a good point.
You want to be
I
under
would rather be I'm not saying that.
8-Ball confirmed he wants to be below Ted. Well, you know what? If you follow the line of Ted around, you all the way around here, around the entire ring, all the way around, you get to... Oh, it's 8-Ball. So 8-Ball is below Ted. But then so is literally everyone else.
I love how
I am going to make what happened to Bosnia look like a fucking joke, Oozloo.
It was a
swear to
joke.
God.
They were Bosnians, not people.
That's true, actually.
Hey, I have still not made it on the wheel. I'm doing good.
All right, lads. Whose fault is it that today's stream is late? If it comes up as me, I'll be impressed.
If it's me, that would be very funny.
Oh, it was Jackie.
Hey, listen, allegedly Jackie has like a man in his life. Or the woman. A woman in his life.
Jackie is not the man in his life. Jackie is too estrogeniated for that. Jackie would agree with me, I think.
I am a lesbian in my life.
Yes.
Apparently.
So there you go.
Congratulations. So when are you going to release porn?
So today's stream being late was the gay's fault. It actually wasn't. It was my fault, essentially. I needed to eat. I know, it's basically criminal. I will do better in future and not have to eat. Well, we'll see. May be able to reschedule stuff, but yeah, there you go. So that's the gay's fault. Triple, I've noticed something. Were you hoping that I would not notice? Aside from it landing on women, it cannot be your fault.
Oh, what do you
She's a
mean?
woman.
It's you, Lola Mal.
Yeah, she's a woman. She can land on women and it'll be her fault, collectively.
Does you refer to you, Triple, or does it refer to the person that's spinning the wheel?
The person spinning the wheel.
Well, there you go. Then it can only be you if you're spinning it.
Backward.
Yeah, but she spun it in the comic.
Chat,
Do
press
you really
1.
expect a woman not to avoid accountability?
Exactly. Press 1 if yet another example of a woman avoiding accountability. There you go, Triple. You're not beating the allegations here.
I'll tell you what she is beating.
Would you stop involving Triple in your weird innuendos, 8-Ball?
She dreamed of me first, all right?
I'm not getting involved.
Really funny.
It was really funny.
Hang on, add the comic.
And then she showed up in a dream to bully me into making a meme at like midnight.
8-Ball says all in on me losing once again. It's just how it works. Speaking of how it works, let's go through the memes we have today. Most of what we have today, in fact, I think all of what we have today is stuff that we didn't get to yesterday. So if there's any news stories that have happened since yesterday that are worth covering, let me know and we'll have a look at them. But for now, it is stuff from yesterday. This, however, is new. So the White House posted power to the players with a picture of Trump in the Master Chief armor. In response to GameStop saying the following: GameStop declares the console wars over. This seems like a bit of a marketing thing. Let's see what they say. They said, whereas for the past 2 decades, the global gaming community has been engaged in an ongoing and increasingly petty conflict known as the console wars, whereas said conflict originated in the early 2000s, no, it fucking didn't, with the release of Halo Combat Evolved as an Xbox exclusive title, it originated in the fucking 70s or even earlier. Whereas Halo Campaign Evolved is officially coming on PlayStation in 2026 with cross-platform play, therefore GameStop, acting under its authority as a neutral entity and the world's retail, gaming and trading destination, hereby declares the official cessation of the console wars. This is incredibly fucking homosexual. Halo going to PlayStation I get what they're saying in that the rivalries between the two consoles, the two major console providers, and their exclusivity is coming to an end, but that's not because of any cessation of hostilities. It's because they're desperate because consoles are no longer relevant, technologically speaking. They're no longer necessary. And they're becoming less and less relevant as the years go on. I assume that's why it's going to PlayStation. All claims to exclusivity, they say, are hereby dissolved. Console loyalists are instructed to cease hostilities, expand militias, and enjoy the studio. So this is not an action. This is just a meme. GameStop will continue to operate as a demilitarized zone offering hardware. Okay, so this is an advert for GameStop. HODL, GameStop are not your friends. However, interesting that Halo is coming to PlayStation. And then the White House posts this. I don't know why they're getting involved. I should like this more, to be honest, but I don't know. Corporation makes some gay LARP post, which is not even that accurate. White House posts an AI image to support the gay LARP. And then Sargon says Gamergate won. I disagree with all three of these things, and I wish I didn't have to.
Well, you see, it's because gamers are the most oppressed minority, and they're virtue signaling to us now.
Gamergate has not won, it is still fighting. Gamergate's goal, I want to make this very clear, Gamergate's goal was not get Halo on PlayStation. Gamergate's goal was end corruption in games journalism. That's still not done. What we discovered is that there's way more corruption behind games journalism and above games journalism that actually required more attention, so we've been focusing on that. But it's essentially still the same movement, it's just bigger goals. It's not about gaming anymore. Partly about gaming, but not entirely. Gamergate has not won, it is still fighting. But we are winning more conflicts gradually, and eventually, one hopes, we'll be able to address gaming more directly, but we have to solve underlying problems first.
I, for one, am very glad that the PlayStation soy jack and the Xbox soy jack are now kissing.
More like cucking. This is just an unmitigated victory for PlayStation. You know what this could be? It could be that PlayStation is unsuccessful this generation, and if they fail, they know that Xbox and PlayStation, Sony and Microsoft, both know that if PlayStation stops being made, then all of the players will either go to Xbox or PC, and once they go to PC, they'll never come back to console. So it's actually in Xbox's interest to not only maintain the conflict with PlayStation, the competition, but to keep people on console in general, even if it's not their console. So they're maintaining a cartel by giving PlayStation access to Halo. Maybe, just an idea, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Actually, did you see the some screenshots from the remake? Because they gave an ammo counter to the Needler.
We did discuss that last stream, yeah. It's kind of silly. The only issue with
the best part is it's an ammo counter that just shows what's already designed as an ammo counter.
The argument about the ammo counter is kind of stupid because, I mean, people are reacting very strongly to it as well, as if it really makes a lot of difference. As far as I'm concerned, the issue with the ammo counter is very, very minor, and the ammo counter is actually useful. Now, you can see diegetically how many shots you've got left with the Needler, because it shows it on the top of the gun. However, I think I have it here. It was posted a little while ago. If anyone has it, post it for me and I'll have a look at it, but I think it was in here. It is diegetic on the screen because you can see it on the back of the gun. Oh, there it is. However, you can't see it as clearly as you can on the screen. The screen gives a clearer display. Now it's less interesting, it's less fun because it's not diegetic, but it is clearer on the display. So if you're in a future like the Halo future, where making a screen like this to track ammo is trivially inexpensive, then you might as well put that on there. So people are reacting very strongly to this. This guy, for example, is saying, this is an example of why AAA gaming is so shit. No, I don't think it is. This is a very minor design decision, which doesn't make the whole lot of sense, and it does kind of take away from the diegetic display, but not that strongly. The diegetic display is still there. There are many more issues that are more significant, but this just seems like an easy target. The fact that there probably are 3 ammo displays on your screen at any one time while using the needler is quite funny. But see, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure that when you use the needler in Halo 1, am I wrong that it did actually display the ammo on the side in the UI?
Yeah,
All
the
of
helmet
your guns
HUD
had-
always.
All of
The
your
helmet
guns had an
always
ammo
had it.
count HUD.
Yeah.
So you didn't need to know how much was. You could see it, and you could also just use the gun.
Yeah. So
your HUD.
what's the problem with having a UI version of the gun's display? Now, this should be a number, really, to be clearer. It should be a number. But it's not the end of the world that it isn't. The only reason it should be positional like this is if there's a difference between the different positions and whether one shoots harder or something. Otherwise, it should just be a number. But the number's already on your UI. They probably figured, okay, we can either just duplicate the number so it shows more than once on the screen, or we can make the existing diegetic display clearer by displaying an abstracted version of it on the screen. So you've got 3 displays which are unique to each other. One is more diegetic but less clear. The one is numerical, very clear, but a bit more boring. And the third one is in the middle of the 2. And it's the new one they've added. This is very minor and it's really not much of a problem, I don't think. But I'm open to counter arguments on that. Dakwa says no one needs this. No one needs a new Halo in general. The original Halo is just fine. It's not about need. It's about an attempt at innovation. I don't think it's a particularly good attempt, but it's not a particularly bad one either. Video games are not a need, they are a luxury. And having a 3rd ammo display, even if only 5% of players actually look at it and use it to intuitively assess how much ammo they have, maybe that's worth adding for those 5%. It's an attempt at innovation. I would commend that. Minor one, but still. It's not major enough to be even concerned about. I don't know why anyone's reacting so strongly to it. Because immediately it seems dumb, because it looks like they've forgotten about the diegetic display. But the diegetic displays are much less clear. I don't mind. I think either way would have worked, because the diegetic display is less clear, but also that's kind of the fun. But all what they're saying is just it's not really fun enough to justify not having a clearer display. But I don't know. I don't really mind it either way. It doesn't make much difference.
I
Someone
think it kind of
says
just ruins the mystique of an alien gun.
You shouldn't be using alien guns anyway. They're fucking gay. If you're playing Halo, you play with the human weapons exclusively.
Well, yeah, the human weapons are better. You can just reload them.
Someone says the problem is that it's a Covenant weapon with a non-Covenant UI, which means they put people who don't know or care in charge of adding the diegetics. No, Covenant have screens.
Well, it doesn't really conform with their design language. That's the problem.
I mean, that looks Covenant to me. Maybe
The
not.
screen
Actually. I don't know.
Doesn't look. I think the issue is when you have other guns like the plasma rifle, the plasma pistol. They are clearly different alien weapons, but their ammo displays different as well.
I think if it was using,
it doesn't need a screen either.
if it was using Earth numbers, numerals on this screen, then you could say that's too human. You could also say it's an abstraction, perhaps a in-visor Halo man modification to show an alien number as a human readable number. But yeah, you could make that argument. Possibly that's why they just did the visual display of the number of shots rather than a number. You could even have like a covenant number on there. That would be just as unclear and diegetic as the needles themselves, but it would be a waste of time then. You couldn't read it at all.
Let me ask you this. What is even the point when you already have a very obvious visual indicator and the number of shots you have left displayed as it is?
It's probably a waste of development time. It probably wasn't worth the development time. However, there's nothing actually wrong with it. That's really the only thing. Is it worth the development time? Probably not, but there's nothing actually wrong with doing this. The diegetic display on the top of the gun is not as clear as the one on the back on the screen. It's more fun because you have to put in a bit more effort, sort of in-universe-like effort to understand how many shots are there. And there's something very valuable in that. But it's less clear. You got the numeric display as well. But
when you shoot it, you can tell that your gun is getting lower on ammo because if I remember correctly, it's the front goes first and then it goes to the back.
Yeah,
so you can tell.
That's what I'm saying.
You have a rough idea.
That's what I'm saying. It's a rough idea. It's diegetic. You have to put in real world effort as if you're a character in the game to understand how much ammo you've got. And there is a lot to be said for that. Maybe you shouldn't have added it because then it would discourage you from doing that. But you can still do that. I mean, the gun does not show a number. It's still just showing these pips. As I said, maybe it was
now
because they're trying to innovate. It's not a good innovation, but they're trying to change things.
You remade Halo 1 again to make it different in a...
Look, Halo 1 is almost a perfect game. They're trying to put something in to change it, to make it better. They're just attempting things by the looks of it. I doubt they've made many changes. It's probably mostly small things like this and a graphical upgrade. They could have just done a graphical upgrade, but this implies they actually care enough to try things, even if those things are useless, even if those things are trivial, and most players will just find them to be a waste of time. Now, this is probably a waste of money to develop this feature in the first place, but it doesn't actually imply any problem.
When you see things like this coming out from early development, that immediately tells you that this is made by and for retards. This is not made for people who already like the thing. This is made to try and capture a demographic that does not exist. And this is one of those key problems I was talking about with the ideological capture. They keep trying to chase this dragon of infinite profits that does not exist.
I don't disagree with you about the general state of the industry, but I don't think this is an indicator of it. I think this is just because the way that games teams work is you have silos of different jobs, and maybe the model design and the UI design teams or whatever didn't have enough work to do, so someone said, try putting an ammo display on the needler, because they wouldn't have had anything to do otherwise. It's not necessarily... Yes, but it's not as clear as this one. Now, again, this is not necessary, this ammo display, because you've got the numbers and you've got the diegetic display. It's clearer, it's much clearer, because you with the diegetic display, it's not, the shapes are more varied, and some of them are blocked partly by the gun. On this display, they're not. It's just a little bit clearer. It's such a minor thing. It's just a little bit clearer distillation of the diegetic display that you already have on the gun. It's probably pointless, probably was not worth the money spent to develop it. But again, you have these silos in game development. Sometimes they need to develop stuff that's not really worth it because otherwise they're doing nothing and either not getting paid or wasting the pay. So it's so minor. I don't think it really indicates any problem with the industry or a problem with the development or anything like that. It's not necessarily dumbing down. You could argue that it is, but that's suppositional. I don't think it necessarily is. I mean, if you're going to make that argument, then you maybe would want to argue that the on-screen numerical display of ammunition shouldn't be there either. Maybe that would be more fun. It's more sort of immersive to not have it there. That's fine. But I think this is just the other direction of that. It's a very minor adjustment.
How many remakes and remasters have we seen of games where mechanics get dumbed down?
Or you get yellow paint because it's not clear that a ladder is something climbable, apparently.
Sometimes
This is
it
a
isn't.
very prevalent issue.
I don't think this is dumbing down.
We're getting tired of it. We don't
I don't
want
think
our
this is
shit
dumbing
dumbed down.
If this is a symbolic example of dumbing down, then I understand that's the reason people are responding strongly to this. But it itself, I don't think, is an example of dumbing down. And if it is, it's a very minor one. As a symbol, I get it, but this itself is not actually a problem, I don't think.
I think this is designed for people who can't read.
Well,
I don't know.
I can tell you that much.
When I was playing the game for the first time, like the original, I could just... I had a general idea, and then if I wanted to see how much ammo I actually fucking had, on the HUD, it just said. So I could just do two things. I could tell, oh, I'm almost out, I need to reload. Just by looking at the gun, or going,
but it's less precise.
Here's
Again,
the-
we're agreeing that
necessarily
this
need
screen...
precision.
Yes, I know. We're agreeing. Listen to what I'm saying. We're agreeing that this screen is not really necessary. It's not a major... It's not an improvement. It's not anything major at all. It's very minor. Arguably a waste of money. But as I said, there will be, and this is probably what happened, but I don't know, there will be silos in the company that aren't doing anything at certain times, where other groups are doing something, but their expertise can't be directed towards the workloads that are currently on. So they pick up something that isn't really worth it, but it's just something minor and something to try. Well, why not this?
I'll tell you why. Because it is a clear demonstration that the people working on this do not care, they do not know, and they do not want to know or care. They don't give a flying fuck. To them, it is just another job. And I can tell you why this is. Because Ubisoft, they pioneered this strategy where they would just get a bunch of fucking random people who have no experience with games, never played one, never really cared to either. And they'll hire them for about 3 months, keep them as an intern for a little while, spend most of that time in training, realize, oh, they're fucking worthless, and they've barely contributed to the game, so the game's in development hell now, and they just keep cycling them out every 3 months. So
that is probably true of this company as well. But this specific thing, I think people are overreacting to. I don't think this necessarily indicates that.
This is a prime example of it, because Covenant weaponry has very specific design language and features, right, that the human weapons do not have. This is what makes them alien. If you add more human-readable stuff to an alien weapon, you are undermining that.
I don't think it's human readable. It's readable by anyone. If it was human numerals, as I said earlier, then it would be a problem. But it's not. It's readable by anyone. I
have never heard in my entire life of anyone saying, "Oh, I never know how much ammo my needler has."
It doesn't matter.
A fucking number in the corner of the screen telling you exactly how many shots you have
we already covered this. It's a very minor thing. It's not really necessary, but it's no particular reason not to have it either. It's clearer than the diegetic display and more diegetic than the numeric display on the HUD. And again, if you had development time, and this happened to be at the topic, I doubt this should have been a priority, but if you had development time, you might as well do this.
Why not have a numeric display for Isaac Clarke's health instead of the bar on the back of his suit, huh?
You could, but you don't have to. I mean, in that case, it's
core design.
in that case, I mean, that's not diegetic, because why the hell would you have your health display on the back of your suit? You wouldn't even have a health display. It's not a numerical thing in reality anyway. It's multi-factor. That is diegetic physically, but it wouldn't actually exist in the universe. That is basically just abstract UI. Now, what I said earlier is that you could get rid of the numeric display on your HUD. I did say this. Maybe you didn't hear me. You could just get rid of the numeric display on the HUD and have it fully diegetic. That should be moddable. Why the hell not? You get rid of the display on the gun as well for some people that would prefer the fully diegetic experience like that. But there's no particular reason not to have this middle ground on there as well if they had the spare development time and it didn't cost very much.
The problem here is not just this. is that this is an example, one of so many that can't even be counted.
Well, then this is not a good example, in my opinion.
Stupid shit that they do for no reason, that nobody asked for, nobody wanted, and nobody needed.
This is not a good example, in my opinion. Kieran's saying you get stuck in an individual example. We're talking specifically and only about this example. We agree on the larger picture. We agree mostly on the larger picture. I don't know why your thought process, as you put it, cannot figure out that we are agreeing for the most part, but on this example we disagree. You can't root from, well, I can't make the case for this example, but it's part of a pattern. Yes, it is part of a pattern, but this is a really bad example of that pattern. It's really minor. It's not the hill you want to die on, this particular needler. This is nothing. It doesn't really matter. It's a minor change. I don't think it actually breaks the law. I don't think it gets in the way. It duplicates information, but in a different format, which is clearer. That's all.
Look, I'll admit I'm not the biggest Halo fan out there, but I know that is heretical what they have done.
I don't know about
Covered
that.
Weapons do not and never have had screens.
I'm not sure about that. I can't remember any that do. But
There aren't any.
yeah, there might not be. But
And also, again, it undermines the point of it being an alien weapon. You're not supposed to just instantly know everything about it.
so I can
Mystique, it's charm.
I could see the argument for that, but again, it's not giving you numbers. So it is less clear still than if it was numeric. But then the numbers are on your HUD anyway. So, and that was in the original game. So that's already not the case. All this is a middle ground. If you're going to argue that this is a problem, you have to argue either that the diegetic display was a problem or the numeric on HUD display was a problem. This is just in the middle of those two. So yeah, probably the Covenant weapons never had HUDs. I can't remember any that did. And that maybe is a change they shouldn't have made. If it was me, I would make this toggleable. But it's so minor. If you were to put screens on all the Covenant weapons, it would be different than the original, and that may piss some people off because of authenticity. But is it actually worse in any way other than changing the original? I don't think it necessarily is. You can say it's more accommodating and thus feels less alien. So perhaps the argument there is that they tried to make it accommodating when they shouldn't have. So perhaps that is fair. But it's so minor. Yes, it's meant to be handled by their version of Marines. Of course, it has no numbers. Those motherfuckers can't count. The elites in the Covenant are fairly intelligent. I think they can count.
Problem with that, Oozaloo, is this is actually designed by the
see them with
Jackal.
grunts as well.
Designed by who, sorry?
Grunts,
Crystal
Jackal.
weapons are designed by the Jackal. That's different species. You got to remember this is a whole collection of different species.
Yes, I know. So that would, hence it would make sense not to put numerals on there, but to put just a quantitative display instead. Someone says the Covenant didn't need an ammo counter on the Needler. They just have to glance at the top. Yeah, I know. Right, I already said that's one of the first things I said. The display on the back is slightly clearer than the display on the top. It's not, I don't think it's worth the development time or money put into it in raw terms. But again, if you consider the silos game development companies are in, then it's either pay them to do something or don't pay them or pay them to do nothing. And this is the something they chose, which may have been a bad choice, but whatever.
It also doesn't help that this does, as Mavis says, it looks like shit.
I think it looks all right.
Not just in terms of the UI here, right? But graphically as well, this looks objectively worse than it should for a modern game. Look how flat all this shit is. The lighting fucking sucks. What happened here? What engine are they running to get lighting this poor in the year of our Lord?
Unity, probably.
I think I'd need to look at more context to judge the lighting. I think the Needler itself, the lighting looks okay. It's the terrain in the background, the lighting looks off. That's what I'd say, more of.
It's like the whole scene composition, it just looks fucked because of the terrible lighting.
So Somnus is saying again.
That is UE5. Yeah, again,
Well, of
there
course
we
it's
go.
UE5. what big developer wouldn't? Like the Halo Master Chief Edition from a few years ago, I think was UE5 as well. Of course, they would do it in UE5. That's a problem we can discuss. That's a problem we can discuss.
UE5 every time.
Yeah. Someone says if this isn't something in the vacuum, it's indicative of how much respect or lack the developers. Yeah, we already said that. I don't think this is a good indicator of it. I just disagree with you about this example. We probably agree about the overall case, but I haven't looked at enough of the changes to comment on the overall picture. But in this particular case, I think people are overreacting to it.
Sometimes you just know. Look, if somebody's hovering their ass over your plate and they're straining themselves.
Yes, that would be a good indication. It would be a certain indication. This, I think, is a weak indication.
Well, judging everything from this like this screenshot, right? We are seeing somebody hovering their ass above the plate with their pants down.
No, I don't think this is analogous. I don't think this is analogous. It's not that strong an example. Kieran, I don't know what you're not getting here. I would probably agree with you about the overall picture, but that doesn't mean we can't discuss this example itself. It may well be that it's part of a greater whole of problems, where the other ones, I would agree, are bigger problems. But this one, I'm saying, probably is not an example of a problem, except a minor one. And I think people are overreacting to it, this specific one. I don't know, like, are you incapable of differentiating the individual and the general case? Because I'm not saying you have to ignore one or the other. I'm saying I'm just commenting on this one right now. I don't know much about the general case. I probably would agree with you on it. Kieran, your comment does not make any sense. Why would it be wrong to say, I probably agree with you on the general case, but I don't believe this individual case is an example of it, or is particularly bad? How could that possibly be a problem? You have extremely restrictive standards for how we're allowed to argue about this. I don't understand where you're coming from. Ghost says, were you a big Halo fan? Big is probably the wrong word, but I did play them quite a lot.
I am going to be honest with you. That screen is probably the least of my concerns with the Halo remake.
Someone says, the Covenant do not innovate and would consider this to be a literal heresy. This is fundamentally incompatible with the law. That may be true. However, and this is probably not to many people's liking, but if they were to argue that this upgrade is historically retroactive, thus we are defining that the Covenant did always have screeds on their guns, that's a bigger change and that's more questionable, but that's kind of, it's Microsoft and it's such a minor change that it's not that much of a problem. Now, I vaguely remember some things about the law, and I think the idea that they don't innovate is true, but I can't remember exactly. So if that's the case, then that's the argument to make here, really. But again, I think it's so minor. In terms of the game design, it's kind of a non-issue. In terms of the law comprehension, it might be, but again, I think it's quite a minor one. I suspect that this was not the right use of development time and money. But you do have to remember that game development companies are siloed. So it may be that this was just at the top of their list of things to try, things to work on, and they had to pay them for something. This just happened to be that thing. Probably it shouldn't have been. But it's so minor, I think people are overreacting. Now,
it's an indication of priorities, though.
Yes, but I don't think it's an indication of a serious problem. It's anywhere near as serious people are taking it. I think it's an indication of a minor problem.
Do you not know how shit the last Halo game was?
Again, I'm not disagreeing with you on the bigger picture, just on this example.
Like, well, this doesn't exist in a vacuum, as I said before.
Yes, I know, but this is not a good example of the problem. There are much better examples out there. I don't know what's impossible about that argument to make. People seem to be unwilling to let us discuss the individual example without referring to the larger problem, as if it's bandwagon or nothing.
Well, something, while not being the best example of a symptom of a larger problem, does not discount that it is still a symptom of a much larger problem.
And it may well be, but people are overreacting to it like it's a really good example, but it's not. It's a really weak example, in my opinion.
If you don't know the lore, then yes, it may appear to be a weaker example at first glance. But if you know the lore, this is literally heretical.
That is the best argument, that it didn't have a screen before and now it does. But the counter is that this is a redevelopment of the original game. So arguably it's just redefining whether it had a screen or not. And it's Microsoft, so they control the lore.
Future games not having that screen.
Yeah, but not within this continuity. This tiny change could be, this is the continuity in which the guns had screens. And we're making this tiny change to the lore for convenience. Which is probably not the right thing to do, but it's nowhere near as major as people are saying it is.
But if they care that little enough to do that in the first place, when all people wanted was just the first game with its PC port fixed, let alone anything else. We just wanted like the MCC version to be fixed, which it's still broken, by the way. To this day, they never fucking fixed it.
I believe you, yeah.
That's all we wanted. But we can't have that. No, instead we have to get this fucking UE5 slop made by DEI hires who can't fucking count, who can't just look at the needler and go, oh, I have roughly this amount of shots left with a spray and pray weapon that nobody has ever had a problem with using. Because guess what? When it runs out of ammo, you're like, oh, well, whatever. I'm tossing this thing aside. You don't give a fuck about it.
Grab a new one off a dead
It does
okay.
It does encourage gameplay that is less controllable, which is arguably better for the Needler and for other weapons too. So yeah, I can see the argument for it. I want to make it very clear, as what Grim Reaper is saying. He says it doesn't help that you're constantly mitigating. What do you think I'm doing here? Do you think I'm saying, no, this game is going to be brilliant, you're all wrong, it's a triumph of modern gaming and this change is the best part of it? No, I'm saying I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm presenting a moderate position against what I think is a position that's too strong in one direction, and the company probably would be too strong in the other direction. I am literally here to mitigate on this matter. That is my point. That people are overreacting to it, and I think the reaction needs to be a bit mitigated. It may well be that this is a bad change, but I don't think it is the key symbol of the rot that you're looking for. I think the best argument you can make is that the Covenant wouldn't put screens on their guns in the lore, which I think is somewhat debatable. They didn't in the original, but this is a redefinition of the original. There are other things that have changed because it's a graphical change, and therefore you could argue that those things are different. This is more conceptually different. So that's the argument that you could make. But again, I don't think it's quite as strong as it seems. And I don't think it's impossible that they would have done it in the first place, and that the original developers of Halo just didn't do it because they didn't think of it or because they didn't have development time, not because it wouldn't have happened in the world.
Well, you know what? We'll wait and see what happens when it happens to something that you like.
That is a very bad argument. That is a very bad argument. I would make the same response if it was just the same situation. If it was a very minor change, which in this case I'm agreeing, it may well be against the law.
Mom,
not in that sense.
Could you stop fighting, please?
We probably should move on because we spent enough time on this anyway. But I'm not saying that you're wrong to consider this a problem. I'm saying people are overreacting as if this is a strong indicator of the entire problem of the mistreatment of gaming IP. It is not actually that much of a problem, not as much of a problem as people say it is, in my opinion. But it probably is still the wrong thing to do. Probably is still wrong to add it. And that is what I've been saying since the start.
I find it funny that this overwatched the fact that a bunch of influencers were flown out to test this game and were paid by Halo Team to say only good things, and then publicly admitted that.
That's pretty bad. And that's what Gamergate's for, in part, to fight against corruption in games journalism. To return to the topic of the previous meme.
I should also inform you that it is public knowledge that a good chunk of 343 literally did not know who the fuck Master Chief was when they were making Halo 4 and 5.
Yeah, that's probably true. Halo 4, that's a long time
We
ago.
needed to read
Halo
stuff
4 and 5 is
today.
way closer to the actual development time. I suppose they had already gone off the rails by then. Which is probably why Halo 4 and 5 were nowhere near as good as Halo 3 and Reach, and all the others as well.
Well, it's because it's entirely different, quote-unquote, developers. 343, they are a bunch of inept, cave-dwelling retards slipping on their own shit.
No, it's
Never
Halo
should have
3
been given the
now.
license.
Probably true. Yep, in no way am I defending the game overall. It probably won't be good. It probably won't be adherent to the law. I think you're going to find much worse examples of failures to adhere to the law than the addition of one middle ground UI to the back of one gun. I just think this is not the hill to die on. It's part of the mountain range, but it's a pretty small hill as it goes in that mountain range.
What this is, Uzlu, is this is a burning bag of turds on a mountain of trash. It may not be the entire mountain of trash, but it's certainly part of it.
Yeah, I think I just estimate it as differently indicative than you, but it probably is still inconsistent with the law. But as I said, it's not necessarily inconsistent with the law. It's inconsistent with the depiction of the law in the first game. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's inconsistent with the game's law. Someone's saying it's a canary in a coal mine. I have no doubt that the coal mine is filling with toxic gas. I just don't think this is the choice canary to use.
Well, what do you prefer?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if there's anything else that comes out about it. I just think people are
I
overreacting to
guarantee
this
there will
specific
be.
one. I think they will be as well. Almost all remakes suck. So I expect this will too. I mean, the Master Chief Collection was pretty bad as well. So I expect this one will too. But the reaction that this guy is giving, as if this is the symbol of the degeneration of AAA, I don't think it is. No, Somnus, it's because I'm saying that this canary is merely coughing gently rather than actually dead.
I'd
It's not
argue the
humanized
canary
as
was
real.
dead by the release of Halo 4, but all right.
Well, that may be true of it in a different sense, yes. But for this specific game, it's very likely that the game won't be good at all and will have all the problems that you're saying and that I'm agreeing in general probably will be there. I just don't think this is the indication to use to sell that problem to everyone else because it's so minor. Essentially, I'm trying to make your arguments better by saying that this is not as strong an argument generally as it seems like, or as some people think it is. Shall we move on? What else do I have? We have this. Speaking of Halo, Homeland Security have posted a Halo meme. They really have the entire US government has now taken up Halo as their symbol. Destroy the flood, join ice.gov. That's right. The US government is now declaring that illegal immigrants are equivalent to the flood, which is pretty funny. You may say a little offensive, but there are some similarities. Popcorn pouring over the border, indeed. I suppose popcorn is a good name for them, yeah. So, nothing much more to say about that, except it's interesting they've adopted Halo as their symbol for this. And that's, I believe that's all I have for the meme section. Let's get on to the news today, shall we? Oh, let's get the YouTube chat up as well, actually, on my screen. There we go. Okay, next thing. I will go through chronologically because I think we have enough time to get through everything today. Right. This user says, you need to be prepared for the inevitable manufactured vibe shift that will be proclaimed immediately after the elections in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City. The narrative is going to be that progressivism is suddenly popular again, and the results of the 2024 election have been overturned because a couple of blue states and one of the bluest cities in America all decided to elect Democrats. Yes, this logic is idiotic, they say, but as long as it serves the purpose of reanimating a demoralized left, it doesn't matter. These people need a win, so they're going to milk this thing for all it's worth, and then some. This is almost certainly true. The only real problem I have with this is that it's not much of a prediction. The Democrats will say almost literally anything, as will many other units in the world today allied with them, and even some that aren't. They'll say almost literally anything to make it look better for themselves. I wouldn't even be surprised if this doesn't happen. I don't know if the Democrats even have the clout to make this happen at this point, to make such a blanket statement like that happen. I suppose they do, given the attempt to make the government shutdown the Republicans' fault. But we'll see. Either way, I suppose the main reason I'm showing this is just if there are these 3 victories, remember that they are incredibly blue areas, and rigging is still a factor. Even in some red states, rigging is arguably a factor, but definitely in blue states. So don't worry too much about it. What will be funny is, as this first comment response is implying, what if one of those 3 goes red? I don't know how likely that is. Probably not very, but that would be quite entertaining. We will see, but do not allow yourself to be demoralized by blue victories. They may have been false anyway. Next thing. Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama announced that his AI minister Diela is pregnant and is expected to give birth to 83 AI children. Welcome to 2025. Rama said the new AI agents will assist socialist members of parliament in Albania's legislature. Maybe it'll assist them by saying socialism does not work. So, Albania is not one of the world's leading AI specialists, which probably means that they are just using ChatGPT. Which also means that this is just an LLM, which also means that it will give them bad advice half the time. And it will be a yes man, which frankly is what socialists like, but it's not what's good for them. So generally speaking, this is just a marketing thing. But I do wonder, Albania's economy probably is not in great shape. How many people could have been lifted out of poverty by the money spent on this? Maybe not that many, because probably not that major a project. But it depends. If this is a still image on screen right now, then it wouldn't have cost very much to do this. However, if it animates in concert with what the character is saying, that's quite a bit more expensive. That's still pretty close to the cutting edge. So I don't know, it depends. And they probably overspent too. I wonder if they are going with this giving birth narrative because it will be the first high-profile, quote-unquote, AI to, quote-unquote, give birth. And so they want to have the accolade. Maybe they just want the publicity. Has anyone ever heard of Albania before this? I sure hadn't. 83. Is this an attempt to encourage fertility? If it is, I'm not sure this is the way to do it, because 83 is quite a lot. I think that there was some example. There have been examples of octuplets, right? Of like 8. I think there have been more than that as well. Might have been 9 or 10 at some point. But 83 is outside the realms of human ability. Why even bother? I suppose 83 is the number they need to assign 1 to each member of socialist parliament, as they say. But then the question is, if they've just been born, would they therefore be babies advising the parliament, or would they grow into adults immediately? Either way, and if they're growing into adults, why the hell make it imply that they've just been born? This is, I think probably the point I'm making here mostly is that this is kind of like third world cargo culting of an AI system, except they actually do have a working AI system, it seems. It's almost like a AI occult worship, and acting very strangely around it. Either way, it's the kind of thing we just need to expect more of in the world. Perhaps we shouldn't want it to be in the world, but it's just going to keep happening. Blindfire says, I assume it's just a joke. They're just introducing the same AI assistant to subordinates in a cute way. Yes. But this is still the way they chose to market it. Okay, so the AI has addressed Parliament for the first time. Let's have a look at that.
Bine cuvëndit t'i japi fjalën diellës.
Të nderuar anëtar të parlamentit, një pyetje ka ndezur debat brenda dhe jashtë kësaj salle. A është kushtetuese të kesh një ministre që nuk është njeri? Le të nisim aty ku gjithmonë duhet të nisim, me vetë kushtetutën. Kushtetuta flet për...
Okay, what I'm wondering is... Okay. All right, I've got a new theory. First, okay, a few things. Firstly, this is a camera pointed at a TV screen. So we're not going to be able to tell very easily if this image is AI generated. Second point, it doesn't look AI generated. It very well could be, but it looks a bit too normal and fluid to be AI generated. So, 3, is this in fact a pre-recorded video? But the lips are syncing with the text. So is this in fact a pre-recorded video matched to the AI's text output? Okay, let's go a step further. Is AI involved in this at all? Or was this just the Albanians in charge wrote a speech, got someone to read it out, no AI involved at all, and then called it AI because that's a big trend right now? I think it's probably that. Any takers? It's not actually Indians. It's Albanians, in fact. Got 'em. Like early 2000 desktop striper or stripper apps. Interesting. Yeah, so I think that's probably what's happening here. Why would they trust an AI to speak for them when they could just write it themselves or hire someone to write it themselves? They'd want to keep it within party doctrine. And they don't have the money or expertise to get an AI to reliably express their opinions. ChatGPT might be willing to do that. Grok might be willing to do that. I don't know if the Albanians, the entire nation, has the kind of the government itself has any kind of expertise to know how to use AI like this, to the extent they would bother doing that rather than just writing the scripts themselves. If this is not being rendered alive, then it's almost certainly pre-written by people, or at least multiple AI outputs until they get the output they like, which is essentially the same as just using a tool to write the speech. So, yeah, I don't know. Blindfire says training AI isn't that hard. Come on now. That's how you think of it, because you're not a member of the Albanian socialist government. But why would they bother when they can just say it's an AI and then just write the speeches themselves? Why would they not just do that? As Core says, they are socialists. They sure are. Why would they be smart? Exactly. Arblas is absolutely pre-recorded and maybe text-to-speech for the AI sounding voice. Maybe text-to-speech, but it might not even have been that. I wonder if the if in fact the text-to-speech was just like plugging it into 11 Labs or something, and that's literally the only part of it that's AI. Maybe they used AI to help write the speech, but a human still assessed whether they were going to accept each part of it. So that would give them the opportunity to say, no, it's an AI, because we used ChatGPT to assist in the script writing, and we used an AI to render the voice. Oh, but yeah, it's a real actress playing the part. Let's watch more of the video, because we might see some shimmering of AI that implies it's video, AI video.
Që u shërbej njerëzve. Ajo nuk flet për kromozome, për mish apo për gjatë. Ajo flet për detyra, përgjegjësi, transparencë dhe shërbim pa diskriminim. Këto janë masat me të cilat duhet gjykuar çdo ministër. Dhe unë ju siguroj, këto vlera I mishëroj po aq rreptësisht sa...
It definitely looks like pre-recorded video to me in front of a green screen. Definitely. Yeah, it's true, Obla. We don't know the Albanian language well enough to know whether it's likely to be AI or a real person saying it. It could be either. Text-to-speech is probably one of the easiest things to make sound acceptable with AI. because with text, there's so much nuance that you can sort of tell. Well, not that we could here, but you can sort of tell after a while that it's AI. With video, there's so much detail that you can easily tell. Right now you can, but that will change. With speech, there's less detail. So if it's something that could plausibly be monotone, which most AI speech is, then it could easily be either way. It's hard to tell. I totally believe they edit how they please. You can find out socialists all please, but they are the people at the top of the socialist nation, if anyone is winning there. Them having the most authority in the socialist nation does not mean they are the most competent. So yeah, I don't think this is anywhere near as much AI as they'd like us to believe. Opposition lawmakers tried to block the speech by AI. I assume that's the voices we can hear in the background. Someone says it's a real stretch to call Albanian a language. I don't know anything about it, to be honest. Kieran says animal calls are a separate category, implying Albanian is just animal calls. Yeah, who is the father of this AI's 81 children?
Çdo koleg dhe kolege njeri, ndoshta edhe më shumë. Disa më kanë quajtur antikushtetuese nga që nuk jam njeri. Kjo më ka lënduar. Jo për vete, po për 972.000 ndër veprimet.
I think we've heard enough. I think they've probably put in whatever level it's AI and not Albanians, in fact. I think they've put in quite a lot of time and effort to make it just as boring as any other politician's speech. It's just being given by a woman in, I assume, traditional Albanian garb, and it's being called an AI. And that's the only reason that we're looking at this now and not looking at something else. So let's move on. But I think that's probably the correct answer. Let's do our second story for today, because it happens to be next on my list. Breaking. Many of you have seen this. It was linked to me before the stream. French President Emmanuel Macron's wife, Brigitte Macron, discovered that her tax account on France's official government website listed her as a male under the name Jean-Michel. Now, to any sensible person, the name Jean-Michel, which is the French pronunciation, let's pronounce it in the normal way, Jean Michel, sounds like two female names stuck together. And yet, by French standards, that double feminine is in fact masculine. That is in fact a male name, I think. At least the Jean bit is. So, is Brigitte Macron in fact male? Probably not, no. What we're seeing here, and there's many ways this could have happened. Now, I'm not saying definitely not. I'm saying probably not. I don't think Macron's wife looks like a male. It's not, it's not implausible that someone could pass like that. There's also, I think there's records of her being a female teacher when she was teaching him in school, which, by the way, I mean, that's enough of a problem already. It doesn't need to be male. Maybe this is just a distraction from the fact this teacher is just speculating some sort of child abuser. But and by the way, there are indications that she might be male as well, which we'll get into in a minute. I think I have it open. But there was also that court case where she allegedly showed biological proof of being female. I both find the idea hilarious and horrifying that she went out in front of the jury and stripped naked. Let's not have any footage of that. I suppose the question arises, why do we even fucking care? And the answer is, we don't. Mostly just, it's funny. It doesn't actually matter that much. It might matter if the president of France is homosexual and has been lying for years, but is French, so homosexual is a default assumption, and he's a politician, so lying is a default assumption. This wouldn't necessarily make any difference. Kieran says she's probably not male, but she is proven paedophile who fucked Macron as early as 15 years old. I can't remember the exact details on that. I can't remember if we found out that was true or not, but that may well be true. The jury ran a train on JDF, depending on the time of the day, seeing as he's French indeed. So let's look at a bit more stuff here. So this is what Italy's Prime Minister Meloni had to say.
Emmanuel Macron ci ha definiti vomitevoli, scinici, irresponsabili. E qui la stampa italiana a dire, hai visto che ha detto Macron, che siamo irresponsabili. Vergogna. Irresponsabili, Emmanuel Macron, sono quelli che hanno bombardato la Libia perché gli dava fastidio che l'Italia avesse un rapporto privilegiato in campo energetico con Gheddafi, esponendoci al caos.
Oh, isn't it cute when the continentals fight among themselves? We got this. Now this is a pretty strong argument, isn't it? There you go, chat. It's a pretty strong argument. That, frankly, is a stronger argument than the what is potentially a bureaucratic fuck up, or even someone who works at the bureau that keeps the records fucking around deliberately. That little shape there, that little shape, that collection of shadows and lighting, that's maybe a better argument than even tax records. What do you think, guys? Of course, as previously removed from the screen, contributions will increase, or Emmanuel Macron's bulge will increase. Chat, press 1 for, not Emmanuel, press 1 for Brigitte Macron's bulgy wolgy, and press 2 for literally anything else. For those of you pressing 2, here's a way that you can press 2 harder, tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net. Lance says, I do think having a cock is good evidence, hard to tell nowadays. Yes. Would a French male be an improvement over Macron's wife? No. They would be just as bad. Glow in the Dark has posted some alternative breasts for us. Remember that we have a new policy whereby if £50 total is contributed during a stream, then a distraction is put in the background of some bouncing titties. Here's a different idea. If nothing is contributed during a stream by a certain point during the stream, maybe we'll just have Brigitte Macron's crotch scrolling through the background behind me. What a fantastic way to lose all my viewers. Jones says they both admitted to falling for each other when they first met as high school student and teacher, and she divorced when he was 17 due to infidelity, implying an assistant relationship prior. Unconfirmed statements from alleged classmates said they got physical much earlier. I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, John Mick, that's the one I have open. But if you have any, if anyone has any reasonably high quality looping breast jiggling GIFs, looping is kind of important, then let me know and I will probably use them on the stream. Yeah, that's probably the best argument I've seen so far, that Brigitte is male. But it's not impossible for a woman to produce that shape, just quite unlikely. So this person has a counter argument and says, yeah, dumbasses, it was listed as that on last year's tax returns. It was deemed to be external interference, and they have 2 suspects. Why then, if Brigitte was actually a man, would she mess up last year and use the name people are saying is her real name? It took 2 seconds to find this information, she says. Now, I haven't just looked for this information, but let's have a look, shall we? Jean-Michel Macron. 10 people go on trial in Paris accused of online harassment. That might be the same thing. Online harassment, cyberbullying. Is that the same thing, though? Oh, it's sexist cyberbullying, is it? Interesting. Tax. It's not the same thing at all. That doesn't help. Her brother had changed gender and started using her name. So she had a brother called Jean-Michel, who was alleged to be the same person. Internet fortune teller. Interesting. Found guilty of slander last year for claiming that the First Lady never existed. Court of Appeals later acquitted them on the grounds that their statements did not constitute defamation. Well, that's sensible. They might genuinely have believed it. What is that icon? YouTube won't tell me. There's nothing here, though, about the tax records. Tax records. We have a look at this one. And Okay, that might be more useful, but it's probably paywall because it's a Telegraph. Oh no, it's not. Okay, hackers changed Brigitte Macron's gender to male on tax forms. This might in fact be our answer. French First Lady's name changed to Jean-Michel in government online account, her aide reveals. Now, even if they say it was hackers and we have the hackers in custody, it's the French government. Maybe there is enough pull in Macron's office to just make that happen arbitrarily. However, the big question, of course, is if Macron's wife is pretending to be female to the entire country and telling everyone that she's female, why would she put her original male name on her tax records? Because that's up to her to do. Yes, to avoid litigation, but that's already the problem. That's already what she's doing by saying she's female. I do think she is, in fact, female. I just think there's other problems there. And Candace Owens may be focusing on the wrong thing. Brigitte Macron was given a male name on her personal tax record by a team of hackers, a French government official has said. The 72-year-old First Lady of France has long since been the subject of rumors questioning her gender, which have been shared by conspiracy theorists and social media influencers online for several years. The rumor falsely claims that Miss Macron was born a male and that her real name is Jean-Michel Trogneau. What a fantastic French name, Trogneau. In reality, her maiden name is Trogneau and she has a brother called Jean-Michel, says The Telegraph. Which is probably true. The smear campaign went as far as hacking into her personal tax account and changing her name to Jean-Michel, known as Brigitte Macron, according to Tristan Bromet, probably Bromet, chief of staff to Miss Macron. Now, that's a very nice story, and hackers are always an easy thing to blame. When a big company that stores a lot of private user data wants to exfiltrate it, hackers is also what they say. Many, yes, many, if not most, large data breaches, I suspect, are in fact data exfiltration, laundering of that data, essentially. I have no proof, but I believe that is very likely. So hackers are an easy excuse, because they can make information change, and you can't necessarily track who they are. But we'll see. Maybe they have people in custody, which is something that you wouldn't necessarily do if you were faking it, and harder to keep that under wraps if you're lying. Not impossible, but harder. Mr. Bromet made the revelation in an interview with BFM TV, a French news channel, in which he recounted how the French president's wife was stunned to see her legal name had been changed when she logged into her personal tax account. Why would she need to? I don't know. Maybe some reason. People that wealthy, do they not just have their lawyer do this? Maybe the lawyer was the one that alerted her to it, but that's not how it's written. But we were completely surprised. Mr. Bromet, who has worked with Mrs. Macron since 2017, said, I tried it again with her, and sure enough, it's a section reserved for your username, so it can't be changed. Username is the wrong word. Legal name is the right word. It might be a mistranslation, though. Mrs. Macron filed a complaint, and 2 people involved in the hacking have been identified. Okay. Mr. Bromet did not indicate when the incident occurred. Mr. Bromet's interview is part of a documentary broadcast on Sunday night, ahead of a trial starting on Monday in the Paris Criminal Court, where 8 men and 2 women will face allegations of sexist cyberbullying against Mrs. Macron. Okay, that's a different story. That's not about the tax records. Macron was the first, and the First Lady have also filed a separate lawsuit against Candace Owens, but we know that already. Covered that in previous streams. The defendants on Monday's trial include an elected official, gallery owner, teacher, medium, and a computer scientist ranging in age from 41 to 46, accused of making numerous malicious comments about the First Lady and equating the age difference with her husband, who was 24 years her junior, with paedophilia. No, I don't think it's the age difference they're equating to being paedophilia, although 24 years is a long time. It's more so the fact that when they met, he was underage, which, if that were true, would make her a paedophile. Women get away with that shit way too often, and way more easily than men do, by the way. An advertising executive posted under the pseudonym Zoe Sagan and was identified as one of the alleged spreaders of lies and conspiracy theories, blah, blah, blah. We don't need to read all that. There's no extra detail then about why, like how the hack happened. I don't think so. The French government claim is that hackers did it. We won't have any more confirmation whether to believe that or not, I don't think. However, I put to you that perhaps this is the best evidence that we have. The tax records could be hacked. that bulge could be the result of female genitals, but which one is less likely? That does look like a bulge that is not likely from female genitals. I'm just saying. What do you think, chat? Press 1 if you think that the hack is less likely. So it's that this is hold on a second. That the hack is less likely, and thus that the tax records are true, and that that the hack is less likely to be the explanation for that discrepancy. And press 2 if you think that this organization of jiggly bits is less likely, and thus this is the discrepancy, or this is the more likely discrepancy. Both, says Scarab. Press 3 if studying French bulges is beneath you, says Doughty Bill is German, and his people have a healthy history of disliking the French, much like I do, but the way I do it is more based. Blindfire in chat says, I think you could say bulge a few more times. Are we beginning to lose live viewers because they're not interested in French bulges? Well, luckily not yet, but I'm sure it will happen. We don't need to really know much about this. The French president is not very popular, and his wife is quite possibly a paedophile. Not because of the current age difference, but because of when they met, and also the position of power, of course. If the genders were reversed, there'd certainly be a lot more questions asked, even if he wasn't, in that case, she underage, because of the position of power, implicit by it being a teacher. There's many other issues besides that. Even if Macron's wife, if Brigitte Macron ended up being male, it really would not make that much difference, I don't think. We would still be saying all the same things. So it's not really worth focusing on. But it is interesting. Belchitazek says she and Michelle Obama are the same. The best argument for Michelle Obama being male is that there's no pictures of her pregnant. In my opinion. The other stuff can be explained by black women. However, even the lack of pregnancy photos could imply that she is merely infertile or something else and didn't want to announce that to the public. So, yeah. I think there are other pieces of evidence for that as well. But I don't find any of it conclusive, and I suspect that Brigitte Macron is in fact female, just unfortunately French. Next story. Wrongly released migrant tried to return to prison 4 or 5 times, the witness says. The driver says Kabatu returned to the prison 4 or 5 times and was eventually sent away in a stressed and upset state. Now, you've heard me talk a lot about the more of something you have, the more likely you are to get weird edge cases. Whenever something weird happens, question how often it didn't happen, and question how often something else happened instead that seems unlikely. And question how many things that are unlikely could have happened, but also never have. That should give you a good idea of how unlikely it is. This sounds very unlikely. A migrant rapist who felt guilty and tried to return to prison multiple times. However, unfortunately, we have millions of the things, so one of them was bound to do this eventually. The answer here probably is mental illness, rather than honest guilt. But let's keep reading and find out. A delivery driver who spoke to wanted migrant Hadoush Kabatu at Chelmsford Prison has told Sky News the confused offender was guided to the railway station by prison staff. The mistake triggered a manhunt that now involved 3 police forces looking for the Ethiopian. He was arrested on Sunday morning in Finsbury Park. The driver, called Sim, was delivering equipment to the prison on Friday when Kabatu was released in error instead of being handed over to immigration officials for deportation. The lorry driver explained to Sky News that Kabatu approached him and seemed to have no idea of where he was supposed to go. Quote, he came out of the airlock and kept saying, which I think is an abstraction, and kept saying to the officers there, where am I going? What am I doing? I don't know where I'm going and what I'm doing. Quote, he was holding a pack of paperwork in his arms and his bag of bits. He knew he'd been deported. He came over to me and said, I need you to help me. His English was pretty good, apparently. And there's a picture of him. 2 sexual assaults in Epping, apparently. This is all around London. Sim, who had been, who still has the vehicle pass from the prison, said that after a while, a member of prison staff directed the offender to Chelmsford Station to catch a train to London and told him he had to get on a train. Now, okay, that's a bit suspicious. If he was released by accident, a clerical error, that's not good, obviously. That's fucking terrible. Someone needs to be held accountable. But that does happen. That's within expectations to happen at some point. But the fact that a prison staff told him specifically to go to London, that's very strange. Now, it seems almost suspicious, almost as if that's common practice. He says Kabatu must have been outside the prison for roughly an hour and a half before finally leaving, adding the officers, were basically sending him away, saying, go, you've been released, you go. Sim describes Kabatu as being very confused, saying he kept scratching his head and saying, where do I go, where do I go? The 4th or 5th time he went into the reception, he was starting to get upset. He was clearly getting stressed. He says, I'm not sticking up for the guy, but in my eyes, he was trying to do the right thing. He knew he was getting deported, but he didn't know where he was going or how he should get there. He added that the officers had no interest in helping him, saying, you're released, you're released. My question is, how often has the Labour government, who has made claims to want to actually deport people and to have been deporting people, how often have they simply let people who were supposed to be deported slip back into the public whilst signing the paperwork as if they had been? Yeah, as Kieran says, go to London is probably a worse sentence than British prison. Worse sentence than deportation, most likely, as well. He added that the officers had no interest in helping him, saying, you're released, you're released. Sim describes witnessing a big, massive manhunt when he left the prison after making his delivery, with a police helicopter in the sky and lots of sirens and officers everywhere. He says it wasn't until he got home that he realized the drama was around the man he had been speaking to. That is a colossal bureaucratic fuck-up. If they were like 4 or 5 times, they say, you've been released. And then shortly after he actually does leave, they're like, wait, oh, he was actually meant to be in prison and to be deported today. Oh, get the men out there searching for him. That's quite the colossal fuck up. At least, if it's as it sounds like, at least they did actually try to resolve the situation afterwards. Although I'm not sure that's exactly what happened. Maybe the manhunt was unrelated. It's not likely, but possible. Or maybe there was some other reason for it. Getting sent to London is like being sent into Lower Wacker in Shire. Never heard of that. The Bermuda Triangle of the North may enter, not everyone comes out, indeed. He says he was, describing his feelings about the debacle, Sim said it's scary how this has all unfolded and how easily he's been able to get out and then be around the public. Yeah, he's not the only one. This is a common practice in many places around the world, but probably most notably America, where criminals are just released as soon as they are arrested, even for very violent crimes. Does also, I think, happen here, but most of what I've heard of that has been in American cities. Democrat, of course. Quote, he's obviously not a secure man. He shouldn't have been released, and the fact that there's so many officers there, how come no one's clocked it sooner? He went on, someone there has messed up. I know someone has been taken off duty, but to me, there's got to be more people that allowed this to happen, not just one person. Yeah, this sounds like a systemic failure. Quote, it's not the first time it's happened, and I very much doubt it will be the last. When approached for comment, the Ministry of Justice referred Sky News to comments by David Lammy on Friday night, where he said, I'm appalled, I'm livid on behalf of the public that Kabatu is at large. He should be deported back to Ethiopia after the sexual assaults that he's committed. Well, at least David Lammy has managed to say the right things. It is ultimately, I think, his responsibility, but unlikely to be directly his fault. Directly. It sounds like a bureaucratic fuck-up that they then caught too late. And the only part of this story that part is probably newsworthy anyway, but the part of the story that really makes it interesting, aside from just being newsworthy, is that the rapist actually self-reported, tried to put himself back in the system multiple times and was told, no, you're fine, and then they changed their mind and they realized, oh, wait. So yeah, that was some colossal fucking incompetence there. It is the kind of thing that can just happen bureaucratically. Obviously, it never should, and it's not acceptable. But if at the start of the story, I was saying, at some point you're going to have one that does this. But I think maybe the way of rephrasing that particular argument of statistical probability is if you have a big enough bureaucracy, eventually this kind of fuck up happens, even though it should be never. It's going to happen a few times in total. So I'm not excusing it, of course, but that's probably the upshot. It's just a systematic bureaucratic fuck up, which they luckily did catch, but a bit too late. It seems likely, given the guy was for some reason trying to put himself back in the system, it seems fairly likely they will catch him, because it's implied by this that he won't actually try to run very hard. We'll see. If he attempts to turn himself in, it's a lesser punishment as opposed to trying to slink away. Yeah, Kieran, you're correct, but he was already being deported. So what were they going to do? Deport him harder? So I don't know, maybe he's not smart enough to realize that. Either way, there's that story. Go on to the next one. Blindfire says, can we put Lammy on a plane? Sorry, Lammy on a plane on a clerical error. Yeah, I'm sorry, my mistake. Lammy, you're being deported to somewhere. Hello, HFNH, welcome to the stream. Next story. Yeah, so this is possibly an L for Trump and indeed his supporters. Let's find out, though. The Trump admin, after agreeing to bail out Argentina for $20 billion, denied FEMA aid funding to the poor, overwhelmingly white Republican Maryland counties of Allegheny and Garrett after they suffered devastating floods, seemingly due to some personal beef with Governor Wes Moore. There may be more to it than that, but it doesn't look good on the surface. Let's see what the video is.
You know, the school here had to be evacuated, 100 kids, and you can see behind me the aftermath as people are mucking out dozens and dozens of blocks here in western Port.
Isn't this just the average American town? I've seen cowboy westerns. They all have these muddy streets.
Which has really been the epicenter of the flooding in Allegheny County in western Maryland.
Waving.
That school yesterday, when this flood was on, had more than 100 kids.
Dude, the real casualty of this flood is that sign. Look at it struggling. Look at it struggling to display things.
It's trapped inside. Let me take you back, because there is this iconic photograph that's come out of this that literally at this point millions of people have seen on social media. A man carrying his kid out of school before authorities were able to get.
I hadn't seen this, but this is, obviously my sympathy goes to these people, and this is everyday heroism from this, I assume, father. So good on him, and good luck to those people rebuilding here. But I do want to find out why aid has been denied. It doesn't seem that likely that Trump would just say, no. It probably is something more to it than that, but we'll see.
They were hoping to keep the school locked down and eventually evacuated by boats, thanks to some of the people here with the volunteer fire company.
Well done to those people.
Individual down. The photo attracted so much attention. His name is Dustin Nash. I was able to find him today with his daughter, and we spoke just a short time ago. Here's some of what Dustin had to say.
We still had no idea that it was flooded. Nobody called us or nothing. We saw Main Street. I just panicked. That's when we first saw the parking lot. And I just thought, what every other parent would think, I had to get to my daughter, so that's what I did. I jumped over the fence, got to my daughter, and got her out of there.
Hold on.
How was she doing?
She was fine until we got outside to come back across, and then she got a little nervous.
Yeah.
I was scared.
Were you glad he came and got you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was really glad and thankful that he came and got me.
I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to come get my kid.
Yeah. I know a lot of other parents wanted to do the same and they were unable to. What are your thoughts for them?
Thoughts for them is I just got there in time.
Atroka saying the story is from May. I assume that they're still rebuilding then, and that's why this is being posted, because the tweet is now. So that is interesting if it's that old. But the tweet is from now, so maybe there is an update. Okay, yeah, no, it looks like the actual video here and the flooding was from May, so that's interesting. I guess they're still rebuilding then, and the aid has been denied recently. Unless, of course, this post is just referring to something that's months old, because it is a recent post. They say these are the most conservative people in all of Maryland. What they're asking for amounts to a pittance. Denying them FEMA funding is not America first. FEMA itself validated more than 33.7 million in damages. It's under state qualifying threshold for assistance. Naval not sufficient while community suffering severe storm, blah, 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 federal government. But following the devastating floods we saw this spring, Trump has refused twice to come to the aid of Marylanders and in Allegheny and Garrett counties, says U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen. His denial of FEMA assistance for Western Maryland will unnecessarily set back the rebuilding of roads, blah, blah, blah. People will say that things like that about Trump quite often, and it turns out to be a lie. I suspect it's not true. Even though Maryland's a Democrat state, up here they're not. They vote red, and I think that's where the frustration for residents is. Now they feel like the president has turned his back on them. Any county, blah, 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 one Maryland special conservative. Yeah, makes sense. So it does say since the flooding, FEMA itself allocated more than $33.7 million in damage. Oh, okay, in damages. So that's how much is actually damage has been caused. Where's some rest of you? And obviously the narrative here by some will be that Trump is actually not willing to support whites. He's only willing to support things that help his narrative. And that may be true, but I would be cautious in just believing that. I suspect there is something more to this. That's for 8 months after the floods, Democrat president who wouldn't help them. FEMA was told to any house for Trump side. Yeah, that's true, but it's only a U2. It's not actually a denial. 40 chess, not necessarily. Ukraine and Israel as well. The Argentina bailout does kind of make sense. It's not exclusive. They say Argentina is whiter than Maryland. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else on this page. Saying Saudi Arabia for service, genocidal Israel, that stuff. Yeah. I'm not seeing anything else on this. Let's have a look, though. Trump denies FEMA for Maryland. It's one of the first results. Okay, so all the mainstream the mainstream sites have this, and Governor Wes Moore as well. So the official narrative is that yes, he is denying it. So that may be true, but let's have a look on a more less biased search engine, i.e. Twitter, and just see if there's another side of this story, because there might be. Approved FEMA for aid for Republican states and denies Democrat ones after storms. That doesn't sound good. As the House Appropriations Committee is touring the area in Western Maryland devastated by flooding, the Trump administration has announced that it's denying the appeal for FEMA funding. Why? Because we were a blue state, even though the affected area is mostly Republican. It's the same narrative again. FEMA informed the state of Maryland last night the state's appeal for major disaster declaration officially denied. There are no additional appeals available, no legal recourse for the state to seek disaster funding. Okay, was there a reason given that? It sounds like no reason has been given. They're assuming it's because it's a Democrat state, and it might well be for that reason. The damage clearly qualified for federal assistance. Trump denied Maryland. It looks like it's qualified, yeah. It looks like it. Looking at real damage here, according to the AP, $33 million, which is what FEMA itself actually validated. Or are you pinging me for something? I wouldn't necessarily trust Grok's input. FEMA ended the Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities program, some first time cancelling pending grants. For rural flood fire prep, FEMA called it wasteful and ineffective, reallocating funds for the disaster relief fund for immediate response only. This hit low-income population areas hard as it prioritized them. The administration is indeed denied or rejected specific funding, extensions, and grants and recovery for American Appalachian areas, including Western North Carolina. However, this is not a blanket denial of all aid. Core federal support continues, and some new allocations have been made. The pattern aligns with broader policy shifts to reduce federal involvement as outlined in... Why is Grok referencing Project 2025? That's not Trump's policy. I appreciate your input, guys, and asking Grok this, but I don't trust its output. Actually, I have found Grok to be hilariously wrong on some things. I think I have a better chance looking through it. I mean, I have read it as well. So this is mostly the same argument. That's the post we already saw. To the most twice. Same narrative. Trump admin denied. Washington Post is going to be the same narrative. To red states. Yep, that's the same narrative again. Politicizing does relief. It may be that he's using some other source, as I think the posts were, the Grok posts were implying that there's another way that this money gets to them. It's just not through FEMA. But then why is it through FEMA for red states, allegedly? I assume that's West Moore. I think it is. Trump, FEMA, Maryland. See, there's another narrative of this. Being in Argentina, and there's the Jewish connection is implied as well. Maryland Governor Wes Moore invites President Trump to send federal assistance to address crime and improve conditions in Baltimore and across Maryland. This was 2 days ago. He says, I would absolutely welcome federal support. I suppose now is the time to jump in and say that, but I don't believe he was saying that before. That's interesting. Trump approved disaster aid for a lot of red counties, but not for blue counties. Or states, rather, not counties. For federal help tackle crime in Baltimore and across the state. So the fact that Trump has now indicated that he's not willing to give aid to a blue state gives the owner or the leader of that blue state the opportunity to say, give us money for these causes you want to support. If he gives the money, it looks like he cares more about politics than helping people. If he doesn't give the money, it makes him look like he doesn't care about the causes he claims to care about. So it's a strategic win for the Maryland governor here to do that, which is why he has suddenly flipped from not asking for federal help for these issues to asking for it. But that doesn't explain why Trump has denied the FEMA funding, and frankly, doing so just gives an opportunity for the enemy to do this. There's more redistricting pressure. Interesting. Second chat. It's not great. I may have to switch earbud in a sec. It's that one again. Vice President Trump to send in federal support to clean up Baltimore MD. Maybe that's the Eric Doherty here has the argument that Trump won, which is questionable, but perhaps what he was doing was he was saying to Wes Moore, we will give FEMA funding if you also publicly request our help to deal with crime. Now, the argument that it's always 4D chess with Trump is perhaps overused, but it really is surprising how often it is 4D chess. I'm not saying it is here, but it's possible that Trump is using this, perhaps wrongly, as leverage to clean up the state in total. Now, the best argument against that being the case is that this would not be a leverage against the governor, because the governor benefits from Trump taking the blame for these places not getting federal funding from FEMA. Or at least he doesn't benefit directly, but Trump it looks worse. It's him that was suffering, so how would that be leverage against the governor? Don't know. Maybe what I said before about the governor having this opportunity to then ask for support, maybe that's the point. I mean, that's kind of far-fetched that Trump would predict that. But it's not impossible that he's withheld it so that the governor will fall into the trap of requesting support, and then Trump can give both kinds of support, move the troops in, and start cleaning it. Far-fetched, I know. But not impossible. Other than that, I'm not really seeing it. Hard to defend this. Storm damage, Trump admin denied request. Trump denied, etc. Same argument. Okay, so can this guy explain why this is a win for Trump? I mean, maybe it is now, but was this intentional? Does this explain why he denied aid to these counties? 83% of Democrats there welcome it. He has no choice. And Trump gets the credit. He's asking for support for license plate readers? What does that mean? License plate readers? Like cameras? Fumbling. That's what. Do you mean Trump is fumbling? The Democrats are slowly starting to surrender on their pro-criminal messaging. They must have had outside consultants. I think this Trump one thing is in isolation of Trump denying the aid, and it's just a separate story. This is actually from August. It's from August. Okay, well, that's not relevant then. That's too old. I saw the number and missed the month. That's too old to be relevant then. Okay, it may well be that we just don't have information on this yet. It's from 5 days ago. That should be... Okay, this is the story. The White House granted emergency FEMA assistance to red states hit by storms, but denied it to blue states. Based on politics. Yeah, that's not good. Impeachable, they say. Is immune from anything? Yeah, not anything. The White House granted... Live in a blue state, your life is worth less to the president. Treason.io. Hell of a name for a site. Trump nixing of Dem state disaster aid backfires, screwing MAGA voters. Okay. That sounds like it might be getting closer to the truth, because it's still trying to put a spin on it, but it's at least talking about a plan, an intention behind what Trump is doing. It may well be that what we're seeing here is that some of the counties most affected were red, but that's just what the press is focusing on because it makes Trump look bad, but it's not the entire issue. But most of the reports are saying that the majority affected are red counties. And you shouldn't really be using FEMA funding like this as leverage anyway, because it just fucks over the individuals. Oh. My Discord has just broken. Not the audience Discord, actually, so it doesn't matter. You guys can still hear me, but my host's Discord has died. I'm sure they'll be back soon. Anyway, let's have a look at the article then. So Trump blocks disaster aid to blue states, approve red states. Is there anything in here to imply why? Trump started living essentially. Yeah, I agree. It really does look bad, but I wonder if it really is bad. Trump's electoral victories. Yeah. Millions in damages. FEMA itself qualified for federal aid. Shot down by the White House. Politicized disaster relief. Yeah, it doesn't look good, I agree. Residents in these areas will now have to contend with flooded homes, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Yep, it doesn't look good. Average 50 disaster declarations. Trump's already delayed or denied more requests for disaster assistance than any president in modern history, including in his own first term. Slower to act overall than the White House. Reasons becoming clearer. Next question. I don't think there's any other side being expressed in this story. So let's have a look at the other one. It may be that we won't find it. It may be that there is another side to this story, but that it's not been published yet. It may be that there isn't another side to this story, and that Trump really did just do this purely based on politics, but ended up screwing over his own supporters significantly, which really would not be good. All my clients are gone, which means, can you guys still hear me? I don't think I'd be able to hear you confirm it or not. I may be able to hear you heckle. I think this is a Discord issue. Let's have a look, actually. Discord status. Why is it saying all systems operational? Because it's not here. Oh, API response time has just leapt up. Yeah, I don't think all systems are operational, Discord. By the way, YouTube should still be working fine. Hello, viewers on YouTube. I can still see you in chat, YouTube, but all of Discord is gone. For those who don't know, on YouTube, I also stream these into Discord. So excuse me for taking a second to check this. But yeah, it's looking like Discord is fucked right now. All three of my clients have stopped working. And even though Discord hasn't detected any issues yet, we do have this sudden spike in API response time, which indicates there is in fact an issue. They just haven't detected it yet. All those of you who were on Discord and are still watching on YouTube, can you put a message in the YouTube chat to tell me what the state of your Discord is, and if it's just me who has the broken Discord, or if it's you as well? Is your Discord also broken, or is it just on my end? We're talking in audience. Discord stream is down, but Discord is okay. Well, it could be me then, but in that case, it will be both my accounts. If it is account bound, let's have a look and see if I can access it on my phone. Yeah, I mean, I can see you all still in the chat on my phone. It might be my end then. Valuable assist in 10 minutes, we're allowed to leave. Okay, it might be my end then. Okay, what could have happened is that my VPN may have changed IP to one that Discord is currently blocking or throttling. And that has caused the problem. If that's the case, what's the easiest way to fix that? Because I don't want to interrupt the stream just to switch that. But I might have to. Well, I'll give it a try. You may, YouTube, you may see the stream drop now, and other sites as well. But the stream itself shouldn't end on YouTube because it's a scheduled event, or I have to click the button to end it. So bear with me for a second. I shall be right back. Okay. I have a different VPN IP now.
Do you reckon he's just streaming to no one in particular at the moment?
Can you hear me in audience? All right, can you hear me in audience?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I think what happened is that the IP that my VPN was attached to was detected, was being blocked by Discord for some reason. Not me directly, but the VPN IPs are often shared between multiple users. And the one I was on just happened to be blocked by Discord at that moment. I restarted the VPN and now we're back. It looks like YouTube is still working as well. YouTube, are you still with me? Computer goblins, yeah. Well, it's back now. Didn't go down on YouTube. I probably went down briefly on YouTube, but it's fine now. Apparently, it's officially Duchess's fault. Jackie spun the wheel to look at who to blame, and apparently it was Duchess that did it. Somnus also spun it, and it was the Jews. Perhaps it was both. I didn't know Duchess was Jewish. Stormwalker has spun it and got Oozaloo. Well, someone was bound to eventually. That is unfortunately the closest answer.
She may be a journo, but no.
The closest answer as to whose fault it was is kind of no one's. It was just bad luck. But it looks like we're back now. How many stormtroopers were at your door? Luckily, none. I've been ever surprised that hasn't been the case, to be honest. Anyway, we are back now. Apologies for the outage. Let's go back to what we were talking about, which was the FEMA thing. I think we'll move on from this, but the upshot that I'm saying is I am not particularly biased in wanting this thing that looks bad for Trump to not be true. I'll accept either way. Trump has his flaws, and the unwillingness to support people who need it for some dumb reason may well be it. The fact that he doesn't really want to help people that have been far too victimized in recent past in the US, namely white people, that he wants to instead help the sort of broad collective of the US, even if there is a particular group that needs help, but it's unpopular to want to help them. And that's the goal of some people, is to help that particular group. Fair enough. And Trump is not focused on that. So he is likely to make mistakes like this. However, every single time we look at a story that looks bad for Trump, with the exception of anything to do with Israel or Epstein, it turns out it was not as bad as it looked. It turns out it was nowhere near as bad as it looked. And the other factors involved ameliorated it significantly. And actually, we end up supporting him a lot of the time in those cases. This feels like one of those stories. However, most of the time in those cases, we do find some sort of information, some sort of release from the White House or from Trump on Truth Social or something that says, oh, here's why I did it, by the way. At the moment, I'm not seeing that. Maybe it's out here and I haven't seen it. The Grok summaries that were posted by Atronach earlier may explain it, but I've known Grok to be completely wrong on that kind of thing. It's one to just make things up or misread or misunderstand things. It may well be that there is a second side to this story that we're not seeing, but that it hasn't been released yet, or that we're just not finding it. So I will move on, but it doesn't look good so far. We may have to come back to this one another day. Does the UI need a nudge? Stream chat first. Yes, it will need a nudge. Thank you for notifying me. Not that one. That one. Why didn't that work? Oh, that worked. Okay, there we go. It should catch up. Let's find out if it actually catches up fully. Yes, there we go. It caught up. Someone says, I simply don't believe the people making the claim, especially after they personally pushed the Maryland man deported hoax with Kilmer Abrego Garcia, convicted MS-13 terrorist. It's a good example of what I'm talking about, yes. Where it looks like Trump has made a mistake, but you look into it more closely and it probably isn't. In fact, probably is Trump doing the right thing. Arguably in a case where other political leaders would fail to do the right thing. Okay, Blindfire says, I'll repeat myself on the off chance you see it. I believe he said that he was withholding money where he can from states that were going against things like women's sports. If that's the case, this is not the time to do it. Withholding it for everything else except literally disaster relief makes sense. But this is one case where they probably should, in fact, still provide it. So yeah, I would disagree if that's the case, and it does everything that doesn't look good. Is there any more to it here? Disastrous boomerangs on Margate County, or through the peace and distribution against boomerang cyber. Prove federal funding for red states. White House has not offered meaningful explanations for the discrepancies, which just happened to punish states that didn't support him in 2024. Now, again, it's not just because they didn't support him. There's been loads of things that have happened since then, and he has said that he's withholding federal funding in many ways for these states. I don't believe disaster funding should be one of those ways. But assuming that it's because they didn't vote for him in 2024 is ridiculous. It would be fair to assume that of Democrats in most cases, because that's the kind of thing that they would actually do because they're actually evil. Trump is not actually evil. And so it's much more likely he's doing this for reasons of the states are doing something else that is making him. But I don't think he should be doing that for federal disaster relief, especially not where, if it's true, where the majority of those actually affected by the disaster are his voters anyway, and really have nothing to do with this problem. So that probably is the upshot, in which case it comes down to, I disagree with him that he should be politicking on this. But it's not just because of the way they voted. I can pretty much guarantee that. Okay, thank you, Glow in the Dark. We could move on to that now, actually, before we forget to do that story. Let's talk about Snap. We'll move on from this story. I think I've made my conclusion well enough. Snap benefits. Will the US government shut down, halt food stamps? Let's get these links open from Glow in the Dark and we will look at them in a moment. A second here. Come on. Really badly designed. Excuse me for a second, chat. We will get to this in a moment. There we go. That is now finally in the right place. Okay. Anyway, yes. Will the US government shut down, halt food stamps? This article from me a few days ago. It's apparently scheduled to happen on the 1st of November. There you go. Okay, someone says he has some insight. Biblical chimp out. PvP enables on it. Sherlock. Get cold. It needs to perform well under 40 Fahrenheit. Yeah, interesting. Someone. Okay. Recipes for dinners you can make for under $1. Tips on how to turn one chicken into several meals for a family. These are the kind of posts trending on TikTok as millions of Americans fear the US government's prolonged shutdown will cut people's food stamps. Let's make it very clear before we go on that despite the fact that the press and the Democrats are trying to make it very accepted that the US government shutdown is the Republicans doing, what's actually happened, from what we can tell, is the Democrats have made a bunch of intentionally ridiculous demands on the back of a standard budget extension, not even a new budget, just a standard extension of the budget. Ridiculous demands, really obscene demands, which the Republicans are obviously not going to accept. And they knew that they weren't going to accept them, so the government shutdown occurs. Democrats are blaming Republicans, implying that all they're trying to do is give medical aid to Americans, but actually they're trying to give medical aid to illegal immigrants, and they're trying to make child sex change operations government funded or something similar, and a lot of other ridiculous and obscene claims the Republicans were never going to accept. Democrats engineered this government shutdown deliberately. They wanted it for some reason, and I've been unclear on exactly what that reason was. I am beginning to see benefits that there could be to them now, and perhaps it is simply a matter of the amount of chaos and discord that this will cause in the government will just make it harder for Trump to operate. This is just one of the things they knew they could try, and now they're trying it. But specifically for one other reason that we'll go into as we go through this story. So it is a Democrat government shutdown as far as we can tell. They are responsible for it, not Republican. But they want everyone to believe it's a Republican shutdown. And again, I think I know why. Quote, start heading to the food pantry and your churches now, because the sooner you go, the more food you can get a hold of, because as soon as people find out that the benefits are not paying out, they're going to those same pantries. Arvilla Beckworth, who goes by Single Mom Coach on TikTok, said in an online video. In 10th October, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which oversees the Supplemental and Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, sent a letter to state saying that if the shutdown continues, the government will have insufficient funds to pay full benefits come November. Okay, SNAP offers 40 million low-income Americans money each month to buy groceries. By the way, I have stats on exactly which Americans those are. We'll get to that soon. According to the USDA, in 2023, almost 3/4 of SNAP recipients had a gross monthly income at or below the poverty level, which does make sense. It's almost by definition. As the largest food assistance program in the country, probably in the world actually, it's become a vital part of many people's monthly budget, with average payouts at about $6, £4.50 per day per person. Hilary Seligman, a professor of medicine, told the BBC that the program provides essential support for people who might otherwise have to choose between paying rent or buying food. Yeah, okay. So I think we get the gist of that. I believe the way it works is it's essentially a credit card, a debit card, where it can only be used for food, which is a fairly good way of doing it, actually. What I want to know is, before we go on, what's the difference between SNAP and EBT? What is the difference? SNAP and EBT. Got that one. Electronics benefits transfer is an electronic system that allows a supplemental nutrition assistance program SNAP participant to pay for food using SNAP benefits. Okay, so it's the same thing. EBT is just the mechanism by which SNAP is used. So yeah, this one appears to be saying that as well. SNAP gives you food assistance. The EBT card is how you spend it. Okay, so they're the same thing. Okay, so that makes sense then. SNAP administers the EBT, says HFNH. EBT is the card that contains more than one thing. There's a cash portion too. Okay, that does make sense. Okay. Jackie, would you stop masturbating on mic, please? Astronaut says the shutdown has been amazing so far. Dem programs are getting shut down. SNAP is getting cut. Trump is still traveling and making deals. I've seen no negatives of this as of yet. Indeed. The one negative I could see there being, and let's get something up on screen for this. Here it is. The one negative I could see from this is as follows, and this is possibly the reason the Democrats did the entire government shutdown in the first place. This one thing could be the whole reason for the government shutdown. Blacks voted for Trump more than they wanted. Blacks left the Democrat plantation, and the Democrats want them back, goddammit. They paid good money for those slaves, and they're going to use them. So, why did the blacks start supporting Trump? Well, many reasons. But one of them is the stimmy checks. Because unfortunately, for a lot of, shall we say, low-income blacks, giving them free stuff gets them to vote for you, unfortunately. But that's what happened anyway. Democrats want them back. So they're essentially engineering a situation that will force Trump to not fund EBT, whilst attempting to make it look like it's his fault. Now, who the hell would believe Democrat propaganda that the government shutdown that very clearly was Democrat engineered is actually the Republicans' fault? Well, low information people. People that just glance at the press every now and again or listen to generally leftist influencers online. Probably most of the blacks they're targeting. So if those blacks chimp out or something, it's not just blacks on SNAP, by the way, but I believe that's who the Democrats are targeting. Not just blacks either, but Hispanics too, but probably mostly blacks. If they end up getting upset about this, many, if not most, if not almost all of them, will blame Trump for it and may therefore return to the plantation. I think Democrats are doing this to get back their most reliable voting bloc. Even though it's a relatively small voting bloc, it's one that their existing strategies of manipulation through gerrymandering, for example, and other things rely on. So that could be the reason for the entire shutdown. And that's why they needed, partly why they needed very much for it to look like the Republicans' fault specifically, but they didn't need to convince anyone except the lowest IQ voters. That's my hypothesis on why the shutdown occurred, given this situation. But it may be that this is just one of several schemes they have in mind, or one of several eventualities they foresaw and knew they could take advantage of. Everyone who is detrimented by the government shutdown, who also believes the Democrats' narrative, will benefit the Democrats by supporting them next instead. BLM has announced they will step in to provide food for the black community in light of the SNAP budget cuts. Just kidding, they aren't doing anything for your black ass, lol, says this Twitter user. Very good. Yes. It is what they are trying to do. The blacks in heavy EBT areas, more in less EBT areas that voted for Trump. Yeah. Still though. That's my hypothesis, so let's keep reading and see if that is the case. When will SNAP be cut off? The program works by giving people reloadable debit cards that they can use to buy essential grocery items. People can use these cards at everything from supermarkets to Amazon for grocery delivery. Although states administered the programs themselves, they receive a lot of funding from the federal government. Since the government shut down at the start of October, Congress has not been able to approve additional spending. Okay, so they will have some money for SNAP, just not as much. This means that the funds that would go to states to top up people's SNAP cards have not been transferred. In its 10th October letter to states, the USDA told states to hold off on sending data to vendors like grocery stores who participate in the program until further notice. Without it, people may not be able to reload their card at the store, or there may be delays in processing, CBS News reported. Several states have issued notices that the money may not be there on 1st November. What's the government doing about it? The SNAP program has a contingency fund worth about $5 billion that could be used to pay for the program during the shutdown, a solution that has been championed by the US Conference of Mayors, a consortium of over 1,400 city leaders. SNAP is not only a federal nutrition program, it's a critical local economic stabilizer, said a letter signed by Matt Turk, the mayor of Allentown, Pennsylvania, and Tom Cochran, the organization's executive director. Anything like this carries the risk that, yes, it prevents people from starving to death in the streets, mostly, but it also biases people more towards this kind of handout economy, which makes the economy itself weaker. It's a dangerous game. You've got to have a very careful balance here. Perhaps it's gone too far in some areas, but there's also the problem that the balance differs depending on the people you're dealing with. Different groups of people, shall we just say, have a very different approach when it comes to handouts and responsibility and earning money. There are some groups who are not as prone to taking responsibility for their own health when they could just take handouts instead, in which case the balance of the amount that you should provide versus the importance of encouraging participation in the economy is quite different than for other groups. But of course, in order to maintain fairness and impartiality, you have to have the same standard for everyone. Now, I'm not saying that a nation would always have to, but that's the current standard. Maybe it shouldn't be. Either way, that is what they're doing. So you end up having some people who are disproportionately more likely to be takers under this system than others. Now, I believe looking into it, despite the fact that there are something like 4 or 5 times the number of whites in the US as there are blacks, the blacks in this program number almost as many as the whites in this program. And Hispanics are a pretty high amount as well. Melchizedek says, junkies, blacks, and black junkies usually buy easily sold food goods with SNAP and resell them to corner shops for cash, such as soda bottles. That may well be true. I don't imagine that's very much money, and they do still have to find food somewhere. If they are so mercenary, they will forget next election by waving another stimulus check in their face. Possibly, yes. Possibly. Democrats may not be thinking that far ahead. Kieran says, the Amazon delivery talking point is bullshit if you couldn't guess. The states already have multiple programs for delivering food and goods cheaper or for free for people who need it, physically disabled, mentally ill, isolated regions, etc. Outside of SNAP and EBT, it's just Dems funneling money to their donors in big corps. That may be the case. That may be the case. There may be some food that can only be obtained on Amazon. I'm not sure. On a scale SNAP fraud happens on, it's a lot of fucking money. I imagine there's plenty of fraud, yeah. They also trade their EBT cards to dealers for booze and or drugs. I'm sure that also happens, yeah. They live in shitholes and live cheaply. Fraud is rampant, yeah. I'm sure it is. I'm not saying, by the way, that it's wrong that SNAP or EBT is being denied. In fact, it probably is way too mismanaged and over-generous as it is. However, unfortunately, there will be some amount of people, some proportion of people in this system, whether it's 5% or 95%, who are not using it fraudulently and who do need it to live. Perhaps even within that number, a smaller but important subset who need it to live, but for whatever reason, cannot reasonably work to make that money themselves. Maybe they're disabled or something else, for whom perhaps there are other programs to help with that. But there's going to be some number of people who are actually just going to be screwed by this. However, how many? I don't know. It may be a relatively small portion. And the majority of people who will suffer from this are probably people who we would say should do more for themselves anyway. However, on the other side of that, doing more for yourself sort of requires the economy to be functional enough that you can get a job that pays well. And in many places it isn't. What do you do about that? Bit of an issue. Let's continue reading for now. When benefits are delayed or reduced, city economies absorb the shock through increased food insecurity, higher demand on emergency food providers, and additional strain on municipal budgets and public health systems. Chimp outs. So far, the government has not committed. That $5 billion would only cover about 60% of a month's worth of benefits, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, a think tank focused on policies to help low-income families. The organization says the federal government is legally required to dip into the contingency fund. The administration itself admits these reserves are available for use. It could have and should have taken steps weeks ago to be ready to use these funds, the organization said in a statement. Both Republicans and Democrats have pointed fingers at who is responsible for the situation and why people may miss out on benefits. A visit to USDA's website shows the message. Due to the radical left Democratic shutdown, this government website will not be updated during the funding lapse. President Trump has made it clear he wants to keep the government open and support those who feed, fuel, and clothe the American people. Meanwhile, several Democratic-led states have issued warnings about SNAP funding running out and have laid blame squarely on the Republicans. Well, the ex-Democrat-led states. But because Republicans in Washington, D.C. failed to pass a federal budget, only because the Democrats made completely unreasonable demands as part of it, causing the federal government shutdown in November 2020 if SNAP benefits cannot be paid, the Pennsylvania Department of Human Services website said. Yeah, that's what's to be expected from both parties. The idea that there is this $5 billion fund that is not being dipped into, not sure about that. Again, I'm sure that the system is full of fraud, which should be solved, but that doesn't mean that you should just stop the entire system until that is fixed. And perhaps that is the solution. But I don't think that's what they're deliberately doing, and there will be a lot of people who genuinely suffer as a result of that. I don't expect that's what Trump would have chosen to do. So why is he denying access to the $5 billion? There probably is more to that story as to why that's happening. But let's look into more of what I have here. I have a bunch of posts from just posts from around Twitter on this story that we'll go through. So this is where SNAP benefits are going to, according to this low-res image on Twitter, which might not be accurate, but this is the claim anyway. Afghan and Somali, 45% and 42% of Afghan and Somali US households receive SNAP benefits. So they're apparently the highest, which is quite a lot. I would have expected just US blacks to be highest. They're high, but they're not the highest. 24.9% of US black households receive SNAP benefits, a quarter, which is a lot. Considering that for whites, it's 8.6% of white households receive it, which is a lot lower. While the Indians, only 4.4%. I think Indians show up quite well in some statistics because they for a while they were kind of only sending their best because they have a caste system. The white stat here includes both respectable and less respectable whites. Natives, interestingly, are even higher than blacks in this. So you've got Iraqi, surprisingly high, Dominican, Caribbean, then native, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Arab, Cambodian, Haitian, Pacific Islander. A pretty good correlation here of brown and black countries. Honduran, Armenian. I can't remember, is Armenia brown? Bangladesh, Morocco, Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Ethiopia, Jamaican, Palestinian, Salvadoran, Vietnamese, Ecuador. Okay, Vietnamese is the first one that's neither brown nor black, or native US American, American Indian, Amerindian. But Vietnamese is still brown Asian. Ecuador, I think Ecuador's South America, isn't it? I don't know if they're that brown. Pakistan, Peru, Colombia, Israel is there as well. Nigerian, Filipino, Chinese, white, Italian, Indian. So it's roughly what you might expect. Guy who gave us Halo soundtracks that Matt is running for Congress. Yes, I remember that actually. 1 to 10 million suffering versus 100 million paying tax suffering. We have something on that later. Some of the posts that I found were claiming that US taxpayers are somehow not actually absorbing the cost of SNAP. I don't know what they mean by that. I was going to look into it, but it doesn't sound like it makes sense. Someone says, we all know it's bullshit when Judge Diversity Hire says that being black is a disability when she argues that blacks need black congressional districts. It's the same at Noggery here. Most of them make the choice every single day to remain as cattle dependent on the government for their feed. I say cut it more and let them correct their behavior or starve. I think when I was talking about disabilities, I was not talking about being black, obviously. You're not necessarily saying I was, but just to be clear, the perspective you're presenting there is going to be true of a lot of people. Maybe the majority, maybe the vast majority, but not necessarily all of them. And there will be exceptions who suffer a lot during this. Now, maybe it's right to say, we got to solve the problem, even if it causes suffering to people that don't really deserve it. And I'm sympathetic to that. But let's not assume that it's all the same picture. There's going to be variation there as well. Suffering is part of life's glow in the dark. If you cut off money for these black markets for a month, most will implode because of lack of easy money. And that is, as I said, fair argument. I'm not completely against that. If you're saying that it's better to disrupt this market, even if people suffer who don't deserve to, it's better for the long-term health. I'm open to that. Just don't assume that there won't be any unfair suffering. There probably will be. There will be some major downsides to this, even if the upsides are worth it. Just take that in mind. All right, next thing. Welfare use by nativity. Blue is US-born and headed households. Green is all immigrant-headed households, and yellow is non-citizen-headed households. So yellow is illegal immigrants, green is legal immigrants, and blue is native. It has a different meaning in the US, but citizen households. So basically, while it is being used a lot by citizens, it's not like a huge discrepancy. It is a pretty significant discrepancy, where most of the SNAP use, apparently, in 2022, is in fact going to immigrants and non-citizens. The numbers should be about 95 to 100% US-born headed households, with a tiny fraction of the rest of it going to immigrants and none at all going to quote-unquote non-citizens. That's what it should look like. However, it's not that at all. It's the opposite polarity of that. Again, not to an extreme, but still way beyond what it should be. I mean, if you add together the two categories of groups here that should be receiving little to no welfare, in each of these categories, it's huge by comparison. Am I missing something here, chat? This yellow category should be receiving practically none. And yet, in many cases, half. In fact, for any welfare, more than half of non-citizen and immigrant households are receiving US welfare, whereas less than 40% of US-born are. It should be almost all going to US-born, with some immigrants may be eligible, and then pretty much no non-citizens should be. That's crazy. So this kind of thing is an argument to reform the system, not necessarily an argument to just shut it down and let the cards fall where they may, though, as I said before, there may be benefits to that. This is an argument to significantly reform the system. To just say these groups are now ineligible for it, whereas before they were eligible but shouldn't have been. Because this is absurd if this data is true. It's probably the similar case here, by the way. I know that Farage has talked a lot about half of legal immigrants don't work. And that's kind of absurd. It looks like it's a similar case with the US, to be honest. Kind of crazy stats. Next up, in this story, this user says, I blame the Republican Party for refusing to negotiate. Remember the big ugly bill on November 1st, it ends SNAP benefits. Refusing to negotiate. That isn't even true. It's actually the Democrats who are refusing to negotiate. As far as I've been able to see, Democrats have made some absurd demands and are not budging on them. Really absurd that the Republicans would never agree to. So maybe the answer to the government shutdown is just as simple as an old adage that I came up with, maybe it's been thought of by others before, but I came up with it as far as I know, which is that whoever's in charge gets the blame, regardless whether someone else in charge at the time would have done the same exact damn thing. Even if this is the best possible option, if there's a downside, then whoever's in charge gets the blame. Shutting down the government as the non-government party is probably just an overall benefit for that party, especially if they can get the press to say, oh, it was the government's fault. Because then anything that goes wrong as a result, even if most of it goes right for that party, even if Trump does get to fire a bunch of bloat from the federal government, the Democrats may be gambling that the amount of things that will go wrong, the amount of Americans that will be disadvantaged by this, will be so much to their benefit by the bad press that they can manufacture against Trump, that it's worth it. And I'm not sure they're correct about that, because so far, as Atronach says, it's been pretty much all good outcomes to the government being shut down. It may be that the bad outcomes become more apparent as we go on, or maybe that the outcomes really aren't that bad. We'll see. But some people, as you can see here, here's one example, do believe it was the Republican Party's fault. Many in fact do. I think that from what I've seen, it's absolutely not their fault. Democrats deliberately engineered this shutdown. Sue says, the only non-citizens that you could argue to get welfare are genuine asylum seekers, which are few and far between indeed. Someone says, didn't we already establish that most of the people affected aren't fucking American? They're not American born, at least. America has a slightly different concept when it comes to whether they should count as American based on race, at least in the modern day. Obviously, that's very debatable. But yes, the stats here show that by the way, this is not the majority of recipients. This is more of a sort of per capita, per demographic. I believe the majority of recipients are still white, I think. I think we have some more stats on that later. But obviously, by proportion of how many there are in the country, which is this. This is essentially how likely is any given person from these demographics to receive SNAP. So this is a per capita adjusted data set. This is not the overall numbers. So next thing, this guy says, I don't care about your political slant. No one should go hungry. SNAP ending in multiple states due to government shutdown. Donate to your local food banks. We can help. It's so easy to help. Spread the word. Seems kind of like a neutral position, actually. And this is just a very small post I found, but I just wanted to comment that it's possible to have a neutral position on this. This guy complaining about it is not trying to blame Republicans. However, if he did in this post specifically blame Republicans and then said, donate, we can help, I'm afraid to say I would have to assert that's a virtue signal that he's not going to do it. Because despite whether you have an explanation for this or not, and I can definitely think of a few ways to explain this, none that I'm sure are true, Democrats and leftists in general are not generous. Weirdly. They want to mandate state generosity, but they are not themselves generous, which it seemed like a little bit of a contradiction, but I think you can explain it. Either way, anyone on the left who is saying this kind of thing is not themselves going to do it, almost certainly. Some will, but not very many. Charity is currently the solution. If the government is not going to be able to pay for it, and I don't think that charity is always the best solution. I think it can work. I think that probably most of it should be that. But having a state-based guaranteed safety net is, I think, okay. You'll be very careful with it, but I think it's okay. Charity is not always enough on its own. However, in this case, when the state-based safety net isn't going to work, charity is indeed what you need. If you actually care about this problem, in the short term, sure, you can argue against government maneuvering and whatever in the long term, but in the short term, for actually helping people out, the thing you should do is help charities, actually help people that need it on the ground, not to just complain at the government. If you want to help in the short term, if you actually care about people starving in the short term, you need to help charities in the areas where they're affected, not just complain. Obviously, you can do both, but don't just do one. Rather, don't just do the complaining and then act like you've done something to help or that you genuinely care. If you're just complaining, especially if you're just complaining at the Republicans, and then you don't do a damn thing to help, well, then it was political to you too. I'm now going to have to switch earbud. Give me a second, Jack. I need to switch the ear tip as well. One moment. Most of the people don't deserve help trying to give to more starving Africans. There's certainly some truth to that. Just the tips, Kieran. Just the tip is the part going into the ear. Yes, it's traditional. It's traditionally how it works. Okay, next post. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, earbuds, for dropping the connection just when I needed you most. Let's get that back up again. Good. This guy says, Snap benefits end November 1st. From what I hear, the grocery industry is bracing for the impact of that. Now, that's another good point. The actual shops that sell this stuff, that sell the food, are going to suffer as well. They're going to make less sales, which is interesting. Now, the knock-on effect of that would be that would normalize over time, because if you were to get rid of this program completely, or stop funding it either way, then that money would probably end up in the hands of someone else, i.e. the taxpayer, who would themselves then buy food with it anyway. Maybe not as much, but over time it would level out. It wouldn't actually kill the industry, but in the short term, it will actually hurt them, which it's not the biggest concern, is it? These food companies will survive, but it will, in fact, I think, be a bit of a shock to them. Cabal aid is killed, says Ghost. Let's have a look. Tanuki says, Uzlu is okay with forced charity under the threat of death. That's a very extreme way of putting it. And you can technically cast anything the government does as that. Anything that is collectively operated is essentially coercive to the point of death at its extremes. That does not mean that we should abolish government. It does mean that government is a regrettable evil. Mostly evil. Okay, I've fixed it now. Sometimes when the internet goes down, any services I have that use Discord lose their event stream and don't restore it. I don't know why they don't restore it. They really should. I will look into fixing that in a more general way. USA using anime girl poster for recruitment. Good. Good. Yeah, that is an anime girl. Cool. Critical tech failures in Cabal make me feel at home, says Kieran. Yeah, unfortunately, it was a bit of a tech failure. Is there anything? Is Parry still up and running? Because that might need to be fixed as well. Yeah, it looks like that's down too. I do need to fix this, because this happens every time the internet goes offline. A lot of these services that I run also stop working. I bet my website's gone down as well. Surprisingly, the website has not gone down. Well, okay, usually that one goes down at random. Okay, Parry should work now. I do need to fix that, but it's not in my code. It is in code I'm using. The library that connects to Discord, it should reconnect. I don't know why it doesn't. It's not designed to for some reason. It should be. But now it's working. I just have to restart it manually. I will look into fixing that later. In concept, it's not very hard to fix, but I will need to fix it in a bunch of systems that I've already made, which each one may require a slightly different solution, which would be kind of awkward. So I'll look into that when I can. Or I could put it on a different PC here, but then if the network goes out in general anyway, it was still the same problem. So either way. So government shutdown. We need to share, communicate, reward the fact. So they're calling it the Epstein shutdown. These guys are, and I imagine that is a jab at Trump's handling of the Epstein situation. But again, if you look into why the shutdown is happening, it's not reasonable to call it that. I believe some Democrats were saying that they had just reached a deal which would result in the release of the documents, and then the government shutdown happened. Well, then if that's the case, why did you make such outrageous demands of Trump just before this happened? Surely if you wanted the Epstein stuff released, you should have just waited. You should have just, waited for that to go through, let it happen, and then you could make your ridiculous demands after the Epstein stuff releases. But no, actually what you're saying here, if you're saying that it's the Epstein releases, is that the Democrats are trying to hide it because they engineered the shutdown. So it seems. So yeah, it's all bullshit from the left in this, I'm afraid. Next thing. This guy says, dozens of states have announced SNAP will end on October 31st and will now not be replenished for November, despite the $5 billion federal contingency Trump refuses to use. Unused benefits may not be accessible. So there's a few more. All these states are warning of SNAP shutdown. So if you in chat happen to be a SNAP recipient and you want to know where you're being affected, obviously this should not be your main source for that information, but here it is. If you're in one of these states, you may be affected. Some of these states seemingly won't be affected. I'm not sure what differentiates them, but many of them will be. Georgia EBT cars stop working November 1st if government shutdown continues. SNAP benefits poised to stop. These cars won't gain any new purchasing power on November 1st. And then Trump admin won't tap contingency fund. I still want to know why he won't use a contingency fund. As I said, if you wanted to do just a clean fucking sweep of this system, it's not I don't think it's the smartest way to fix it. Reforms probably are, especially because you'll have people starving and that's not good publicity. But it's not the worst possible thing to do. It's just that given it's not planned, it's what the Democrats engineered to happen. I don't think Trump should just let it happen. But maybe there's more to that. Again, I would like to know why he is not using that fund. Not that it's necessarily wrong, just why. Thank you, Kieran. Painful at 3 and your code beats the billion-dollar company specializing in coding for user enjoyment. Thank you, Kieran. What I'm coding is less complex than what a video game is coding. And of course, it takes me a long time to do it, but I do try to make it high quality. The problem here specifically is one that is very hard to test for because it happens only when something goes wrong outside the code, but is also outside of the scope of what my code writes because it's in a supporting library rather than my code itself. Thank you, JPEG, for being the representative cabal in YouTube chat. Less complex if you've seen the creation engine. I have worked a little bit with the creation engine, not very much. I'm not sure what point you're trying to make is really there because the creation engine is messy and complex in practice, but in principle, it's fairly simple. So this says traditional reform of SNAP or Social Security would generally be considered political suicide for anyone who signs onto a serious effort because of the massive fraud complex built into and around welfare, and welfare niggers are part of that complex by design. Perhaps Trump views just denying them access to this fund as a actually less politically harmful way to reduce the fraud. Maybe so, but he hasn't ever seemed afraid to reduce fraud directly before. Maybe we don't know. Maybe he has avoided sometimes where he could have done it because of fear of how it would look. But that doesn't sound like Trump, to be honest. It's possible though. Still, I would say that if you're being forced, if you're being led into doing something by your enemy, and you have a choice to avoid it, maybe best to avoid it. However, they are also they're also complaining he's not using the $5 billion federal fund. So arguably that's what they're trying to lead him to do. I don't know. I'd like to know his strategy here. We might not find out though. SNAP benefits could be gone for millions on November 1st, and Democrat leaders are saying it's unfortunate, but that's leverage. Now this is interesting. House Minority Whip Catherine Clark, quote, attached. This is what she said. This is, oh, okay, actually, will this work? We'll just read this actually. From Clark. So this is from House Democrat Whip, as they say, Catherine Clark, my House Minority Whip. It says, quote, shutdowns are terrible, and of course there will be families who are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously, but it is one of the few leverage, I think they mean items, we have. So interestingly, the Democrats recognizing they are actually causing it, and they're doing it as leverage in this one specific quote. A brief example of a Democrat accidentally being more honest than was probably wise for her. Let's see what this video is.
You had the House Minority Whip. Quote, shutdowns are terrible, of course. There will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have. Leverage. Yeah, sure, they're okay with people suffering, but boy, does it give them leverage. For what? To appease their radical base, to show their radical base they're fighting Donald Trump. So they've made the calculation. It's okay to cause suffering to families. Schumer, of course.
I hate to take the side of just any given American politician unambiguously, but this does seem to be completely accurate read on the situation, as far as I can tell. Democrats engineered this. Obviously, they don't care about the suffering of Americans, unless it directly affects their reputation. And they've done everything they can with their help, from the press, to make it look like it's the right's fault. And they don't mind if some people aren't fooled by that. They only care that their people believe it. I mean, the Democrats are in such a desperate position that any move that they could make that would even solidify their base would be beneficial to them at this point. It would be a step forward at this point. My house. I must have missed that. The car is pretty cool, though. So yeah, that appears to be the upshot of this, and this is just one quote that got out that probably they wouldn't have wanted to get out, but it doesn't look too good, does it? See what else we got. That's just the sort of general roundup of all the data on it. Okay, there is now a movie about this situation. Ready?
Decline? Nah, not today. Somebody got my baby out here hungry. We fixing this.
Ma'am, the system flagged your account. You'll have to wait 6 to 8 weeks.
Watch me.
From Disney and Pixar.
Decline? Says no funds.
When Bonatisha's EBT card lets her down.
Oh, no. Not today.
Girl, you flipped the whole store.
The whole city feels it.
Very good. And the beeps as well, which were not in my background, I can assure you. I believe they were in the video. So that was pretty good. And there's more of these too. Stay tuned, there's more of these. Let's see what this is. This woman has some opinions. Interestingly, a lot of the videos that I found on this did not necessarily have the perspective you would expect. This is a long video, we're not going to watch the whole thing. And it's actually quite painful to listen to her talk as well, but we're going to see what she says initially.
So all my cousins in Missouri, all entire SNAP benefits will be shut down in November. Nobody will qualify for any type of assistance November 1st. Yeah, they claim it's because of the government shutdown, but no matter how it goes, I'm going to tell you why you're going to be able to survive with this shutdown.
Chat, press 1 if you would trust financial advice from this woman. And press 2 if you would take a brief moment to lightly question the level of faith you should have in her sage advice.
Okay, so check it. Me, I'm a mom.
Shocker.
Very much kept. I didn't want to go to work. Okay, I stayed at home with
Shocker.
my kids. 4 children. My
Shocker.
husband worked.
Now that actually is shocking. You say worked, though. You did not say works. Did he abandon the family by any chance? Or is he in prison? Sorry to make assumptions, but I do understand how the stereotypes are usually true over there.
Okay, so that's a family of 6. We have not had food stamps for over a year. And yes, we pay the rents that you pay too. We have figured out what we had to release in order to gain. Follow me, okay? So, if you...
This is genuinely going to be financial advice, chat. I'm so excited. Press 1 if you're so excited.
You are new to me, if I'm just popping up on your page, hey, I'm Dominique. Welcome to the Nash House brand, okay?
Chat, press... Go ahead and I just did 1. So press 2 if you think she's going to give actually surprisingly good, sensible, solid advice. And press 3 if this is going to be basically voodoo magic advice that doesn't make any sense at all.
I had my car repoed because I couldn't afford it. I was homeless before that, so I'm not going to go back to being homeless, right? Right. I gave up the car. Car was $600 a month. The insurance was $400 a month. Plus always putting gas in that mug. Plus maintenance, you feel me? Okay? Where we live at, pay $1,800 a month. I know, asinine. And the place has been up.
Okay, she knows the word asinine. Therefore, I suspect her advice is actually be closer to 2 than 3, interestingly. It says, 4 threatens to rob Walmart on November 1st. Don't worry, we'll get to those.
Since 1984, but you know what? We need a shelter. Check. But do we really need this car? You gonna say, yeah, because I need to get around. No. You have a bus, a train system. You have...
A lot of Americans don't. Now, if you live in a city, like huge amount of blacks do, you probably have some public transport in the US, but it's not very sophisticated. Because it's not their speciality. The Americans use cars more, fair enough. But listen, lady, you know what you also have? Legs with which you could walk or cycle. Now, again, that's not that popular in America, but it is still perfectly doable. And if you live near most of the stuff you need, you don't really need to drive. And if you want to save money, that is one way of doing it. You, however, my fair Dominique, do not appear to have used your legs. At least not much. So public transport is still going to cost you more than using your legs. Granted, it's probably less than a car. Probably less than a car. Of course, it gives you much less flexibility than a car. Probably less than a car in total, but it's still more expensive than using your legs. Faster, but again, that's the trade-off. You're telling people you can save money by having less flexible travel, but it's cheaper. Well, I'm telling you, you, Dominique, can save money by having less fast, but actually more flexible travel. And it's much cheaper. It's free, actually. But you haven't done that. So just bear in mind that, Dominique, don't be too proud of yourself here.
You have Lyft, you have Uber. In St. Louis, you have Via, which is rideshare. So you're going to have to learn how to get along with people, okay?
No, that's not good. And that's not bad advice. The Uber and Lyft advice isn't great because that actually does cost a lot more than just public transport. But maybe it costs less than having a car, depending on how often you use it. Maybe. But you still have the option of walking or cycling, dude. Like, I know I don't want to go too heavy on this, like, the European continental globalist 50-minute city idea of you just cycle everywhere. No, I'm not in favor of limiting options for people, but I am still in favor of bicycles in general. If you can get to what you need with a bicycle, it's a better choice for your health and for your wallet than a car usually. Of course, most people do need to use a car sometimes, so fair enough. But if you can, you should use a bicycle. Yeah, as Dominic says, you live 62 miles from work, walking is an option. That's absolutely fine. In her case, her advice also wouldn't apply to that situation, unless you can get a train or a bus there. But again, in the US, public transport's not usually good enough for that. But you couldn't bike 62 miles a day, so you will need a car for that, fair enough. But for many cases, you don't actually need one. You would be fine with a bicycle or something similar. That's probably not the case for that many Americans, actually. But there's probably quite a few who have a car but wouldn't strictly need one. Someone says, I feel like she gave a ridiculous amount of car insurance per month, which means she's probably talking about insurance for a bad driver with multiple accidents at fault on their record. Quite possibly, but it's still quite expensive. And if she is not using it enough to justify that price, then it was sensible for her to give it up. Now, that said, she didn't have a choice in giving it up. It was repossessed. She made a post hoc rationalization. I didn't need it in the first place. Which may actually have been the right decision by happenstance, but it wasn't initially her choice. She may not have given it up if she hadn't had it taken.
Then you have your feet. Your feet.
Oh my God, she's actually going there. I did not expect that. She does not look like she exercises much, does she, Chad?
God bless you with feet. Walk. Get your fat ass up and go out and walk. Then your hip won't be hurting. You won't be so fucking fat, because I used to be 400 pounds. Now that my ass got to walk everywhere, now I'm 186. But anyway.
Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? I hadn't considered the argument that even though she doesn't look like she walks much, she actually used to be so much fatter that this is the result of her walking sometimes. Oh, wow. It says, what's her height? Probably not very much.
Okay? Not to mention if you ride a bike, a scooter.
Wow, she went there.
Things that be everywhere downtown. Is
Yeah,
that the scooter thing?
yeah, that's scooter.
Get on the motherfuckers. Y'all gotta stop being dependent on the system, man. Make the decisions to release something so you can gain something else.
This is mostly good advice so far, chat. What's happening? Kira says she's an anomaly. Well, I'm going to show you a few anomalies because I don't know exactly why, but I found quite a few people that seem to be giving just pretty good advice around this whole situation that we're going to go into today. SCP-N1G. Make her queen of the black people, says a ghost. There you go. See, like, I don't want to be too patronizing, but black people like this do exist. You're going to have outliers like this. I know most of you know this. And this is not to say that the majority are like this, of course, but you're going to have a lot of outliers like this who are better than the average by a lot. Price is honestly good on her. Atrox says, wow, Shaniqua, I'm surprised. Yeah, this is good. This woman and Boo suck are the outliers. That's it. Thomas Sowell does exist. And Clarence Thomas. Basically, if a black person has Thomas somewhere in their name, they're probably fine. Don't know about riding a bike with too many nigs around. Well, that's a different problem. But of course, that is a concern, yes. HFNH says she bought too expensive a car and had many traffic violations. That may well be true, but it sounds like she learned from the experience even if she didn't have much of a choice. Thomas, a house Negro name. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe that works, though.
When I release that car, when I release car insurance, because it's a scam.
Holy shit. Yes, it is. You're so right. Go off, Shaniqua, Dominique. Go off, Queen.
At least having to pay personal property tax, because y'all ain't paying them, but y'all still riding around in that car that ain't been registered since 2020. Okay? Leave that shit alone. Let that car go. You'll be able to feed yourself and start planning. You don't have to buy food for a month, baby. You only in the day. Wake up that day, thank the Lord. Say, Creator, God, I thank you for this day. I thank you for the magic that's going to happen for me today. Look yourself in the mirror and say, I got this.
Anyone in chat think that she has ever, at any point in her life, survived on the basis of the scale of her memories? That perhaps she has loaned herself to someone with a slightly larger amount of money than she had at the time, just on the basis that her memories are able to attract their... I mean, black people don't really go for that anyway, do they? But whatever. Because those are large, and they are apparent on the camera, and I do wonder how much of her audience is based on their scale as well.
And God will help you provide and find out what you're going to eat for that day. You don't need to buy food for 30 days, baby, because 30 days ain't promised. Y'all ain't feeling me. You only get one day.
I am avidly refusing to feel you. However, what you're saying makes sense. Well done. Congratulations.
Stop thinking about everything ahead, because that provides anxiety. Stop focusing on what's in the past, because that provides trauma. And live.
Yeah, that's mixed. You should plan ahead. But what she's saying is don't worry about the future. Well, that's hard to do if you are also planning for the future, and you should plan for the future. She's also saying don't look back because it causes trauma, which is an extreme word to use, but also, I get what she's saying. Don't dwell on the past, don't become resentful or locked in by your mistakes. But that doesn't mean you should ignore them either. You do need to learn from your mistakes. I mean, she appears to have done so in some ways here.
And today, that's how you're going to be able to get over that hump. And it only takes 30 days for you to do something for it to be your new normal. Now, y'all walk. Because if you from St. Louis and you still watching this video, you ain't new to this. You ain't new to this. We came from the hood where we had nothing but scraps. So y'all need to get on your job. Save your money. Look at what you eating. Okay?
What proportion of the comments on the original platform this was posted on, which I think is TikTok, do you think were other black people telling her that she's acting too white? Because that's how the crabs pull them back into the bucket, in among blacks. That's how they stay poor. Because if they ever do anything that works, like working, then they get called white. It looks like a couple of Americans in chat agreeing with me, assuming JDF's American.
I stopped buying all the meat like we've been programmed to do. Oh, I need 10 pounds of ground beef for the month. I need 15 pounds of chicken. Nah. Okay, take you some days where you don't eat meat. 2 days out of the week. Tuesdays and Thursdays. And eat plant-based food.
That's mixed advice. If meat is particularly expensive where you are, then that is frugal, but it's not necessarily healthy. So that depends where you are.
And if you know how to cook, you ain't gonna be able to tell the difference.
I disagree with that. But okay.
Now, if you need some recipe ideas, I got a food blog playlist on TikTok and on YouTube.
Thank you, but I don't think bleached chicken is really for me. Though I shouldn't be so stereotypical in this particular case, because she does appear to violate many of the stereotypes, so good on her. I think we'll move on now, but thank you, Dominique, for your thoughts on the matter. They were actually quite insightful. I mean, they're basic things really everyone should know, but that many stereotypes imply that we should not expect from you. So well done. Anyone slightly not ghetto is white, says Scholar Dark. Yeah, indeed. Ghost says you can't cook either. Excuse me. I can cook a few meals, and I'm fairly good at those particular meals. Before I streamed today, I cooked a stir fry with prawns and with mushrooms and with spinach, and it was nice. It is one of the 2 meals that I regularly cook, but that is good enough for me. All right, next thing. The next thing on this story. Why they are cutting Snap. If you keep them busy with basic needs, they will forget about the freedom they lost. Now this is, if all you heard is Snap is being cut, and you thought, I've got this fantastic meme that it's a generic anti-establishment post, or generic anti-tyranny post, then yeah, you just go ahead and you post this. But there is more to that story. Now, it depends what you mean by they as well. If what you're talking about is specifically who's responsible, which from what we can see appears to be the Democrats who have engineered the shutdown by making unreasonable demands, then they might actually have this motive. Although I think it's more nuanced than that. I think there are other reasons to it besides this, just this, and that this may not even be really that accurate, though it's sort of a side motive. However, I will ask you to take a moment to notice what is in this man's username. That's right, Hammer and Sickle. He is probably trying to blame the Republicans, for which there is really no argument as far as I've been able to see. Luxembourgism.org. Interesting. Why do I follow people that follow this guy? That's disgusting. It's people I followed like over 10 years ago, I think. So, disagree. You got another person in here. He says this. These are some myths. I don't think any of this is sourced, but these are the claims being made. Myth. People who get SNAP don't work. Fact. The overwhelming majority of SNAP recipients who can work do work. I'm not sure about that. However, it could be true because much like in the UK, and I believe it's the same in the US, but correct me if I'm wrong, chat, getting in on a sort of entry-level job does not actually give you much more than benefits does. Unfortunately, that is the case here, and that is a major problem. And that is now is a really bad time to have a Labour government to be solving that problem. But if that's the same thing in the US, then this could be true. They say SNAP is a drain. Oh, and by the way, the majority, not overwhelming, I'd say, but the majority of, or the plurality anyway, of SNAP recipients are white. So as far as we're talking about the alignment of stereotypes, that's not that unusual. SNAP is a drain on taxpayers. They say every $1 in SNAP benefits generates $1.73 in economic activity. Now this is GDP pilled, where it's economic activity rather than actual, profit to the nation. What they mean by economic activity is that the money travels in exchange for goods and services, but the direction of travel is still, it gets extracted from the taxpayer involuntarily, given first to the government and then to a corporation, a big multinational food company. Is that what you mean by economic activity? That the taxpayer is forced to buy food for people that can't afford to buy it for themselves? I'm not saying that is necessarily wrong, but it is a drain on taxpayers. The assumption then, and this is very interesting, that a leftist is making essentially a trickle-down argument. The assumption then that the money that goes to the big food company will end up back in the hands of the average American citizen, thus producing sort of an overall balanced system, is a big assumption, and not always true. If you have a nation which is mostly intra-active economically, then you may be able to assume that, and that's pretty healthy. However, we are not in that world anymore. We are in a globalized economy whereby big food companies outsource, and big companies in general outsource a lot of their economic activity overseas, which means that $1.73 in economic activity, how much of that is finding its way back into the hands of taxpayers to rebalance this imbalance and to make what you said correct? I don't know, but probably not very much of it. They say Snap is rife with fraud and abuse as a myth, and then the fact they list is Snap has a fraud rate less than 3%. Well, my friend, how do you know that? If they know it's 3%, why isn't it 0%? They found fraud, why don't they just cancel that and then it's 0%? No problem at all. Oh, is that not how it works? Could there be discrepancies? Could it be that some of the fraud has not been detected yet? Could it be that the fraud rate could be as high as 50% and they wouldn't know? Maybe they're not even trying to know. You can't trust statistics which are contingent on whether you know something when the whole claim is it's not there. What? How do you know it's not there? The statistics don't know. Really, with that, there's no way to know for sure what you don't know. What you can do is you can do a test, and if you find that the number is high, and you know that that's accurate, then that you know, because you've converted what you don't know into the known. But if you get a result of 3%, the actual number could be literally anything, and you don't. This is all basic stuff, but for some reason they didn't figure it out. Again, if you know about 3% of the fraud, why is that not immediately being cut off and reduced to 0%, such that the number is actually 0%? Because if it's fraudulent, it should be 0%. If you know about it, it should be gone. Well, then, how do you know what you don't know? Obvious. Thank you, Dominique, for your contribution, who says, Faux show Uzalo, I'm the Shiet thinks massa, you a real nigger cracker. Thank you, Dominique. I do appreciate your input. And keep on walking. It's going well for you. You have some way to go. Glodark says, only 10% of get to EBT recipients like all government programs, so you spend 10% to get 1.7% of GDP growth. Is it really that little? That's kind of surprising. Didn't figure it out as an old way of saying blatantly lying. Well, I'm being generous. Missing a zero on that, 30%, says JDev. Yeah, it probably is quite a lot higher than 3%. They work on the table, and for less, that is on them, usually if in construction total ownership. Thievery is technically economic activity in a sense. By the way, if anyone wants to claim to be Dominique, then they will get some Cabal credit for that contribution. SNAP benefits go to undocumented migrants is apparently a myth. Undocumented migrants have never been eligible for SNAP, it says. Well, then why are they getting it? Whether they're eligible or not, whatever fucking source you have that says they aren't eligible, there are also sources that say that they are receiving it regardless. I mean, where was it? This one. Non-citizen headed households, which does not necessarily mean illegal immigrants, because actually what other categories? Because all immigrant headed households is also there. And then non-citizen headed households is a separate category. So who is included in this yellow bar except illegal immigrants? There may be some sort of group that I'm forgetting. But this data appears to imply that's not true, that illegal immigrants do receive it. Now, whether they're eligible or not, they're getting it somehow, I strongly suspect. Visas, says Blind Fire, yeah. Undocumented, they say. Someone says illegals aren't eligible to be here on our borders either, and that didn't fucking stop them, quite. It may be that illegal immigrants don't directly receive SNAP benefits. However, overstayed visa non-citizens and various other kinds of, not like border hoppers directly, but people who are in the system but still shouldn't be in the country, maybe they are the ones receiving it on a large scale. Stealing is illegal, so no one steals. Exactly. Like it can definitely happen. And even if we assume that the bureaucracy is like properly checking to see who is eligible and who isn't, there's still going to be slips in the system, things that slip through the cracks, people that get it that shouldn't. And that is under the assumption that it's perfectly diligent, which of course it won't be. Yeah. Then again, if they're not eligible, that is at least the right policy. But your arguments here that, well, there's a very low fraud rate and it's not legal for them to get it. Okay. That does not actually prevent it being possible that a large number of them have got it anyway. If you're saying this, basically you are agreeing that if illegal immigrants are getting it, then they definitely shouldn't and we should remove it immediately. So let's investigate properly. Let's have some sort of outside service that's not biased, or at least is not biased in the same direction. Hell, just have a bunch of them look into it. Have a bunch of services, a bunch of individual groups look into SNAP fraud and see what numbers they get. There'll be a wide range of numbers, probably from 3% to 50%. And you can look into their methodology and find out which one's most likely to be true. A meta study, you could say. That's just one way of dealing with it. But reform probably is needed in this system. And we don't know exactly how much fraud there is. We don't know exactly how many illegal immigrants have got access to payments. And this is, of course, just one method that they get payments as well. And once the food is bought, it could be shared with them as well. Someone says visa overstays are still illegal immigrants. It doesn't actually matter how they're in here without authorization. Tom Homan will still deport your ass regardless. Very true, and that doesn't disagree with anything I said. My only point is that the distinction between the different types of illegal immigrants, there might be a greater propensity for one group to end up in this system and one group not to. Because if you're in the system, if you're registered in the system, but you've overstayed your visa, they may not be checking as diligently for that. As long as you're in the system, they just give it to you. But if you're a border hopper and you're not in the system at all, maybe you don't get it as easily. That's my point, is that the illegal immigrants who are getting it are likely to be those who are in the system and not those who are border hoppers, because the bureaucracy would be more easily catch the border hoppers because they just don't even have any record in the system. One moment. I believe Tanuki said that they are Dominique. Je suis Dominique. Let me check something quickly.
They also spoke in French, which is,
Actually, I don't think it was you. Unless it's a coincidence. I don't think it was you. But I may be completely mistaken. I don't have very much information on who sends the contributions. I don't have the linked Discord name. The information I do have suggests it wasn't, but I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to accuse you if you did contribute. I don't know how to be sure of that. Actually, I may be able to look into that later. I will look into it later, and I'll try and sort that out. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought, Kieran. Maybe when Jackie said Je suis Dominique, he did not mean that he was Dominique the contributor. Okay, I do believe it is in fact you, Kieran. So I will now give you the coins.
I would never speak French, Uzulu. It's a filthy language.
That wasn't French, it was just Ebonics.
I would never do that either.
Fair enough. Okay, this user says, I'm wondering if people understand that once SNAP benefits go away, that's roughly $9 billion in sales revenue that just goes away from grocery stores, from the supply chains, manufacturers, farms, etc. Guess what happens when companies are making less without those subsidies? And as mentioned earlier, this would be a shock to the system. If the economy was set up such that that money found its way back into the hands of the taxpayers, then they would end up paying for it, or rather that the money never left for these programs, as it's likely to do, eventually would resettle, and roughly the same amount of money would flow into these companies anyway, because the same amount of food is needed. Even if it was for then going to charity or some other means, these companies would be okay, and they will be okay anyway, most of them. But this may actually lead to some significant suffering in these industries, in the food industry, which is not good. However, it is one of those things where practices have been done for generations, which are probably not the right way of doing things, and it builds up a kind of a debt that eventually you have to pay off in one big go, much like the US federal debt is so big, and the US has been sort of kicking the can down the road. I can't really blame them for it either, for decades on it. At some point, they're going to have to tighten their belts and earn more so that they can actually pay it off, or spend less, or whatever else. At some point, you have to sort of bite the bullet on it. Much like the 2008 economic crisis, we are basically still dealing with the consequences of that because we haven't actually addressed the problem. At some point, you have to sort of address it and take the hit. That may be the case here with this, and that the hit being taken is to the food industry. Now, farms are suffering badly enough across the Western world anyway, due mostly, I would say, to some sort of sabotage, the motive for which I'm still not exactly clear on. And so they are the ones I'm more concerned about here. And you can guarantee that these big food companies are going to make sure that these losses are passed on to farms if they can. They can get away with it. So that is actually concerning. Hopefully that is ameliorated somehow. If anything, perhaps Trump will try to make sure that the farms are kept sufficient, even if SNAP and EBT are underfunded. But I'm not sure. Sig Puppy says, why is the economy based around taxing whites more to give to blacks so companies can earn more profits? That's not exactly what it is, but that is still close enough. It's analog to the problem. Yes. Basically, any country that has citizens in it who they do not want to just starve and die on the streets when they hit hard times will implement some sort of social safety net to make sure that doesn't happen. That social safety net will over time bloat. The social safety net is paid by those who can afford it for the benefit of those who can't. Now, the racial alignment that you mentioned is not actually accurate. More whites, as far as my earlier research indicated, more whites benefit from SNAP and EBT than blacks do. However, by proportion of their population by demographic, it is many times more blacks, natives, and all kinds of other immigrants, just because there's more whites than blacks. I mean, that may not be accurate. Look it up if you like, chat, but I think I did see earlier that somewhat more whites do use the system than blacks overall, but massively disproportionately more blacks do per capita. So, say probably it is more true that people with sort of low to middle and higher income pay for those with very low income. There is a decent alignment there between white and black, but not a perfect one. And so what you're making there, Sick Puppy, in bold, shouting language is in fact a pretty communistic argument, or at least a socialistic argument, about wealth inequality. Now, you're couching it in terms of race, but of course, the reality is that whilst per capita, it is race a significant factor, in absolute numbers, which is more relevant to the collective overall case, which is what we're discussing here, it's not racial. It's wealth. It's economic. Now, right-wing identitarians being socialists is nothing new, and thinking in similar ways is nothing new. I know that's not what you meant, Sick Puppy, but that is the reality of what you're complaining about. Glow the Dark says, how many whites are on Snap? How many are Hispanic, but we don't want Hispanics to look bad or whites to look good? That is a possibility, because that does happen. You do get Hispanics miscategorized as whites. That may throw off the numbers. If that's the case, the argument changes, but not that much, because it's still not strongly whites being charged, blacks being given the money. Per capita, that's true, but in absolute terms, which is more relevant on a collective basis, it's not quite that simple. And it's not really accurate to call it that. Also, Arabs aren't their own race, they're categorized as white. And if that's the case, also that counts, but there aren't that many Arabs in the US. So yeah, look up the data if you want to, chat on that one. I'm willing to change the position I've just stated if the data is different than what I found earlier. But I believe it is the case that yes, per capita, it's mostly non-whites, but in absolute terms, it's not that clear-cut, and it really is a matter of economic disparity more so than racial disparity. But yes, an economy based on the government forcing those with some money to give that money to big food corporations to pay those without money, there's issues with that for sure. It's not to say that there shouldn't be a social safety net. I think it makes sense to have one at all, but it's almost always going to get bloated and go too far, unfortunately. Sick Puppy says, why don't they let churches feed the poor again instead of having them depend on the government? Now, that is a good question, Sick Puppy. That is genuinely a question of policy. I think that whilst race is worth noting, I think you obsess more on it than you should, more than is justified by reality. But what you've asked there is not a racial question. That is a perfectly reasonable question. It's one that the left and right have often discussed. Should helping the less able, the less wealthy, whatever, should helping them be done on the basis of state-mandated help or voluntary help? Good question. I think both have their pros and cons. And so realistically, a careful mix is probably the best approach. But what you have in the US right now probably is not careful. It is a mix, it's just not very careful, which is normal. That happens in almost every nation that does anything like this. It ends up being bloated. There are some that believe it should be entirely charity, and I am somewhat sympathetic to that, but I don't think it will be enough. I think you will get too many edge cases that could be solved by a state system, which will instead result in horrible consequences. But of course, the state's not perfect either. It's far from perfect. So there's no overall good solution for this. There's downsides to however you do it. And if you're giving people, even if you're giving people charity from private means, not through the state, you're going to engender indolence. So yeah, but it is a worthwhile question to ask. It's genuinely difficult. It's one of those questions in politics that does not have a correct answer. It has a lot of trade-offs. And realistically, the answer should be made based on situational awareness, knowing what kind of people you're dealing with and what kind of country you're dealing with, what kind of time economically you're dealing with, what's suitable at this specific moment, taking into account all the factors and making just the best go at a reasonable answer that you can. It's never going to be good, but you can mitigate the bad. Glow the Dark says 30% of whites in statistics like welfare are Hispanic and counted as white like prison. Wording there is a bit confusing. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I expect that there are some in non-white races that are miscategorized as white. So that might throw the statistics, which might indeed change the argument. So I'll definitely attend to that if you have any data on it, but it would be difficult to gain data on that. Right, next thing. Oh yeah, should we listen to what Fetterman has to say on this? The Ogre speaks. Now, I gotta warn you, well, you know what? I'll save it. I'll let you listen to the Ogre unmitigated.
Hi, here we are, and our government remains closed. And I think that's failure. And I'm the guy that's gonna consistently vote for country over party. I'm always gonna vote for paying our military over the party. I'm always gonna vote for paying the Capitol Police over my party. And I'm gonna continue to fight for the 2 million Pennsylvanians that depend on SNAP to feed themselves. And I'm also gonna fight for the same 400,020 Pennsylvanians that depend on those tax credits.
You catch that, champ? Fetterman is a really weird case because he's clearly quite autistic. He's clearly actually leftist, and kind of retarded, but also fair-minded, weirdly. Despite all that, he's quite fair-minded. He is willing to say and do the right things. Maybe he's being coached to this, but if he's being coached to this, then his coach is surprisingly fair-minded or believes that that's a beneficial thing to do. Maybe he is just the outlier with a different strategy that the Democrat Party have decided, if all goes to shit, a hatchet man over there will potentially pick up some support, and then we can just glom it back off him. I don't know, but I suspect it's not that conspiratorial. I suspect he is just like this, but it's odd how fair-minded he is on many issues. Now, on this issue, you may think, well, he's still saying roughly the same stuff, just not as harshly, but that's a big difference. He's not actually blaming anyone here. He's just saying, I'll put country over party. Actually, if anything, that implies that the two are at odds, that the party he's currently in, Democrat Party, is at odds with the country's interests, which is interesting. The fact that he fucked up saying 420,000 and said 400,020, why didn't you retake? Why didn't you just do a second take? This is a 50-second take. It's not worth leaving that in. Do they mind if he looks retarded? Is that part of his appeal if he looks retarded? Good question. It's a very strange situation overall with this guy. I'm not sure quite what to make of him, but cautiously optimistic that a Democrat like him, who's still accepted in the party, can regardless be somewhat fair-minded.
Make health insurance more affordable. Two things are true, and now we can fight for all of them as long as our government is open. I love
how even the captions are quoting him verbatim. Mostly, even when what he says doesn't make any sense. So he says two things are true. Nigga, that is a ridiculous statement. That is a stupid thing to say. What you mean is two things can be true at the same time, or two contradictory things can be true at the same, or two different things can be true, something like that. I think what he means is that he wants to fight for the country whilst not abandoning his party. I think that's what he means by two things are true. I don't think what he means is there are only two truths in the entire universe, no more are allowed.
All of them, as long as our government is open. My vote is going to remain firmly on keeping our government open, and I'm going to continue to fight for all of those Pennsylvanians that I'm honored to represent here.
Chat, if there could be only two truths in the entire universe, which two would you choose? Yeah, so I think what Golden Lark was saying is that only 60 to 70% of, I think you're saying, prison statistics would actually count as European white. So yeah, that would change the data. That probably wouldn't change the argument, actually, because it would still, the proportions would still be balanced roughly the same way, even if the numbers were different. It wouldn't actually change one to go over the other, potentially. But that's in prison as well, which they would be motivated to make it look like the numbers were more skewed towards there being more whites. I think more than they would be for benefits, for food benefits. So it might not be 30% to 40% in food benefits. I would guess it's lower, but I don't know for sure. Two truths, tomboys and guns, says Jackie. Don't try, you aren't brain damaged enough to understand, says Tanuki. Someone says the party isn't accepting him, they're talking about expelling him from it for not holding the line. Okay, fair enough, I hadn't heard that. He said, 2 million of Pennsylvania's residents are dependent on SNAP or welfare. That's 1/6. That is a lot. Secret after hospitalization. Yeah. I was saying, I'm not sure, because I was looking at it at the time. I think I may be misremembering, but I think he was talking like this before it as well. I can't remember for sure though. Because the idea that he had a stronk and then became reasonable is quite funny, but I remember arguing against people that were saying that at the time, and I can't remember why, because it was a long time ago. But yes, Atronach is offering aids. I think we should accept Atronach's aids. Let's get to the end of this story first, and then we could do aids, and then possibly wrap up, because we've been going for a while. Okay, they say, I'm seeing people brag online that they'll steal from small shops because SNAP benefits might get delayed. They say, let me be clear, SNAP is supposed to be a safety net, not a lifestyle. I don't mind short-term help. 3 months, 6 months, life happens. But 6 years, 20 years? That's not survival, that's dependence. Quite right. He says, if you can work. Don't steal from small business owners who already break their backs to keep America running. We've turned welfare into worship and laziness into lifestyle. It's time to fix it. Another, it seemed to be, actually, I'm not sure. They might be black or white. It's not easy to tell from the picture. Probably white, actually. But another guy with reasonable opinions. Let's listen to what this woman has to say. What do you reckon it's going to be, chat?
You got people all over the internet talking about if they don't get their food stamps next month, how they going to go into these people's stores and take what they need. Talking all bold, like people owe them something. But I got a question. What makes you think that you entitled to take anything that you ain't worked for? You want another man or woman to get out there, plow the field, break their backs, while you sit back and watch, and you want to eat off their labor?
I must say, chat, I did not deliberately find reasonable black people to show you videos of today. I was looking for chimp outs, to be honest, because it's funny. Not that I'm trying to misrepresent anything, because I know these kinds of people exist, the reasonable ones. But all I was finding was reasonable ones. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's a Twitter bias or something, but you'd think they would be promoting the chimp outs for entertainment value. I know they must exist. They must be chimp outs out there, but I just haven't been able to find any. I've just found a reasonable black people saying, work for your food. Don't own things you can't afford. Obvious shit like that. So thank you, woman. When I first saw you, I was not expecting you to be reasonable, but the caption kind of gives it away.
The devil is a lie. That's what you call bold, entitled, warped way of thinking. If you mad at anybody, talk to God about it because it's in his word. If a man chooses not to work, then he should not eat. God never blesses idleness. He blesses the works of our hands. Not all of these excuses, entitled mindsets.
Why do I keep hearing Christians being so fucking schizo about the works question? The fucking WQ. Are works good or not? Be clear, guys. Is it just faith? Or is it, well, I guess the idea is like you'll be judged for heaven on the basis of your faith, but your works can still be quote unquote blessed in some sense. I don't know, whatever. But some clarity on that might be nice. Either way, chat, press 1 if you accept this woman onto your team. Is she on your side in the culture war? I guess that's up to your priorities. I'm not sure. On this matter, she is correct, but it's not a hard matter to be correct on. Ooh, don't steal. Wow. Well done. But, you know, she's got the right answer on it, at least. Matter of debate, indeed. Go says, Oozloo's struggle to find unreasonable black people is honestly funnier than the videos he wanted to find. It maybe is, yeah. Please just say something stupid, please. Well, I did find one. We'll get to that. I found one that is blatantly unreasonable. I don't think it was this one either. Oh, okay. I think she's responding to one that is.
They trying to kill us. They trying to starve us to death. I just got some bad news, y'all. The U.S. just voted against food as a human right in 2025. Not 1825, not 1925, in 2025.
Food is not a human right, and no one voted against it. But whatever.
Okay, they out here preaching freedom and democracy while telling the world that basic survival is optional.
Freedom and democracy do not imply free shit, woman. Except the vote and freedom to do things. That's not the same thing as free shit. It's not entitlements. This is obvious. Why am I arguing with her? I'm more interested in what the other black woman's about to say. It looks like she may be part Asian or something.
What the fuck is really going on? Nah, that's not right. And you can't call yourself the land of the free if you out here denying people food.
Go back to Africa then. Sorry, I don't mean to imply you must. Just like Africa it's full of food. Almost everywhere you go in Africa, there's food that you can just pluck off trees. Oh, what's that? You like America? Well, I wonder why. It's because it doesn't just let you have free shit. You have to work for it sometimes. America and any civilized country. She looks so unamused, says Jadev, yeah. It's extremely entitled, low IQ thinking here. It's not even worth me responding to specifically, is it?
Where they do that at? Like, y'all have money for bombs and billionaires and fucking bailouts, but not for basic dignity? I'm not understanding.
I mean, here's my question. What about the people that aren't on food benefits? Are they being screwed over by this? Why not? In some cases, it's because they're cheating in some way, but not many are doing that. The very top rungs of the ladder. Earning that money through means that should not be so rewarding, but are because the system's imperfect. But most of them are actually just working for it. Are they being denied food? Are they being starved? No, they're earning it. And that's the norm. That's the default assumption. The entitlement to food that you've been given is not necessarily guaranteed. I mean, by the letter of the way it was set up, it sounds like it kind of was guaranteed. The $5 billion there to give it is part of the guaranteeing of it. But maybe it shouldn't be. I mean, you shouldn't rely on that. I've said for years, you shouldn't rely on any corporation whenever someone gets censored or disadvantaged by YouTube. I was fucking censored and my channel was deleted by YouTube. You shouldn't be relying on anyone completely. I don't rely on Discord completely, maybe more than I should. Unfortunately, it's really the only competitor that's any good. That's the thing I rely on the most, the corporation I rely on the most, I'd say, is Discord, unfortunately. But I kind of have to. And as soon as there's a good alternative, we will option divesting.
This system is starving people.
Some of y'all really should have been cut off of food stamps a long time ago, and that comes from someone who's been there. Because here's the truth. A lot of people are finessing the system, working under the table, not reporting income, still collecting benefits. And when the Republicans asked for transparency, Dems refused because they knew y'all would get caught. And they didn't want to be the reason why it got cut off.
Stop being so reasonable. Stop. No, it's fine. It's good. There's going to be plenty of reasonable ones, chat. But bear in mind, this is important for the statistics. However you analyze it, whether you want to say what proportions of each race are taking the benefits, share compared to each other, and then share compared to their own share of the entire population, so per capita, whatever. No matter how you measure it, it is still the minority, I think, of each race is on benefits. It's a means of measuring that is not usually displayed, I don't think. Actually, was that first one that? Yes. Yeah. So 25% of blacks are on SNAP. Well, that's a lot. But it's nowhere near the majority of blacks. So it's important to notice, to recognize that statistically speaking, you're likely to see more people with a reasonable position who are black like this than people with the unreasonable position. Maybe the latter are louder, but what I'm finding is the former. Ghost says, Oozlu is actively de-radicalizing Cabal completely by accident with these videos. I'm not even trying to. I lean individualist quite strongly, but I'm not even trying to. I was quite happy to just watch freakouts today. But here we are with just all the most reasonable fucking takes, basic takes mostly, but reasonable takes from black people against other black people. Kieran says, at this rate, you're going to have to start swiping right on those black chicks soon. God help us all. The number of Asians and blacks who have been liking my profile is quite surprising, actually.
That's why the benefits got cut, so that it's the big bad Republicans' fault. I'm a single mom. I was on food stamps for 2 months.
Okay, look, we can't expect her to fight all the stereotypes. She's done enough. Give her this one.
Then I got a job, worked hard, and got off of them because that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be a bridge, not a lifestyle. They're meant to help you get on your feet. That's what's supposed to happen, not keep you from ever working. Meanwhile, there's people paying taxes that don't qualify, are doing it the right way and budgeting and having a cart that's half as full as the people that have food stamps.
I can hear from here. No one is like, ooh, Marriage material right there. Yes, this one's very sensible. I like the way she thinks. No one absolutely would. This is a test to see if no one's awake. Go says, by the end of the stream, sick puppy will be cured of racism. That's the way we're going. So Puppy says, why are the blacks on Snap so entitled to free shit? Have you found one white guy on Snap saying he should get free shit? I haven't, but I'm sure they exist. I don't know how many of them exist. I don't know what the proportions are. We would be more likely to find the black ones, frankly, because they're louder, more obnoxious. And that probably is a racial variation you and I would agree on. But so probably whites are not all perfect, my dude. There's lots of what is often referred to as white trash. They exist. And a lot of them probably are quite entitled. Now, some of them they don't have the sort of inherent built-in entitlement that Africans do because of the way Africans evolved. So it's a different kind of entitlement. Maybe you could argue that the entitlement is more of a habit than a natural tendency. So they maybe get less angry about it. So there is that, but they would still be receiving it just as much. They'd still be just as fucked without it, and they may still be complaining just as much. I haven't personally seen any, but as I said, I had enough trouble finding any blacks complaining about it, even though I'm sure they are. Just wasn't finding it on Twitter. So if you want to have a look, I'm sure that you could find some. Oh, am I disconnected from Discord? Looks like I'm still connected on the audience client. Client. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm disconnected on the host's one, though.
I can hear you.
Huh. That's weird. Maybe it'll find its feet. That's odd. Anyway.
That's not fair. And now that the system's being checked, people are upset because they're actually having to budget, just like the rest of us.
I wish it was being checked, but I don't think it is. I think it's just defaulting. It's being vibe checked, if you like. It's being punched in the face and see what it does, but it's not being actually properly audited or anything. I have once again lost Discord. Fantastic. Well, I might have to apply the same fix again then. YouTube, I assume, is still active. Well, yeah, it certainly did. All right, well, I will apply the same fix again. Really rather not have to keep doing this. Let's try a different server, actually. All right, we're back. It was indeed the same problem again. Discord may be getting DDoSed right now by people using the same VPN I am, because now 2 of the VPN locations I use have done this. Okay, can you hear me in audience?
I can hear you, Lulu.
Lulu. Good, it's working again. I'm getting messages fail to load in live chat. That's odd. By changing channels and back in. Discord is not sending me message updates on my client. That's weird. I can see people typing. And we should also restart this. Yeah. So I'm not going to be able to see your messages, unfortunately. Let's see if I can see them on this client. No, it's not loading on here either. That is very odd. Anyone else getting the issue with Discord messages not loading? Let me have a look at Discord status again, because this might not just be me. I think there is some sort of DDoS, because the API response time has been bouncing up and down quite a lot in the last sort of hour. Yeah, about an hour. Oh, no, actually, about... is this offset? No, about 2 hours. For the last 2 hours, the Discord API response time has been bouncing up and down, which means they're probably being DDoSed, and I imagine that a lot of the DDoSing is coming from the same VPN I'm using. Probably a lot of other VPNs too. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to read live chat for a while. Oh, I can read it up here. I just can't read it in the Discord client. That's convenient. Thanks, Discord. Great. Okay, that doesn't help very much at all. I can read YouTube chat, though. So if you want to be sure that I see your message, post it in YouTube chat. Okay, anyway, let's continue. Next thing, let's see if we can find an unreasonable black person. Me preparing to go get groceries after they cut off SNAP benefits next month. Preparing for war. Now, I hate to predict the obvious, but on the 1st of November, in many places in the US, there is probably going to be basically a minor civil war in every grocery store. There's going to be a lot of theft. So just be aware of that. Maybe if you want to, if you're in an area where you might be at risk of that, plan around it. What do you think, chat? That might be a good idea. Let's see what else we've got. Oh yeah, so, okay, we've got another black man. Let's see if he's unreasonable, shall we?
Overthinking it because I know I don't want to sound like I'm overthinking it because I know a lot of y'all can't keep up, but this SNAP benefit situation clearly shows y'all could not survive a world built off natural selection.
Damn it, just chimp out, burn something. What is wrong with you? Stop being so reasonable. What do you think, chat? I wasn't looking for them.
Mr. Wizard, man, I have an update on the Discord thing. A lot of our users are reporting issues with Discord, LinkedIn, OpenAI, ChatGPT right now.
Maybe it's a big DDoS. Does anyone know if Discord is backed onto AWS? Because AWS and Cloudflare are the two where if you're seeing disruptions in multiple services, it's probably either AWS or Cloudflare. If you're seeing that with OpenAI as well, let me try and open ChatGPT myself and just see if I can get it to load. It loaded quickly, and I got everything up. So right now it's okay for me. ChatGPT, that one time I tried. But yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm dealing with here in terms of Discord. We screenshot that, and then I go to where did I put it? There. That is the Discord API response time. If that goes up, it means that the Discord servers are struggling in some way. Now, that low line, relatively consistent low line for most of that, is normal. But the spikes, the first and the third of those spikes coincide with when I lost Discord connection. So I think Discord's being DDoSed on a large scale. Either Discord is, or some service that Discord backs onto is being DDoSed or something similar on a large scale.
To answer your question, yes, Discord is hosted on AWS.
Then it could be AWS. Or it doesn't have to be a DDoS then, because AWS was having issues recently. It may be that they are applying fixes that are causing a bunch of slowdowns, or applying some sort of patches or changes that are applying a bunch of slowdowns, which are being recovered from quite quickly, but it could be it. But then it doesn't explain why changing my VPN location is fixing it every time. It could be, for that reason, I suspect DDoS. Why? I don't know. Either way, that's the situation. Let's listen to a little bit more of this, but then we'll move on. We got quite a few more of these Twitter posts to get through, but then we will get to giving ourselves AIDS after that.
If the government really stood back, if they just let everything go and let the world be who they want to be without them, y'all would not survive. Let's say they just only protected us from invasion of other countries, but you have to do everything else yourself. Y'all would not survive the natural selection.
Shockingly reasonable. Let's move on though, because that's all we need to say. Yes. And the idea that, like, it's actually difficult for most people to conceive of a world in which the government is significantly different than it is. The idea that the fact that he can even present the hypothetical of what if the government just protected the border and everything else was up to you. It's impressive. That's impressive for most people. Most fucking 100 to 110 IQ people can't even imagine that. So well done. Next up. White House now claims it's legally barred from using emergency funds to keep SNAP running. Now that is interesting because there's claims that it's legally obligated to use them. Journalists discover that this directly contradicts the USDA's publicly released shutdown plan. Below, the White House wants to end SNAP and is lying to protect themselves. Maybe they are, but I wonder if that's the case. Pay the troops, then why aren't a few Democrat billionaires? That's a good point. Why aren't Democrats paying it themselves? Any bets Trump releases those funds at the last minute and saves SNAP benefits? Maybe. SNAP is illegal, they say. The federal government has no constitutional authority to manage food distribution to citizens, according to George Washington. No way 48 million Americans need food stamps. Probably not. I mean, the economy being shit would produce that, but the economy shouldn't be shit. That's the solution. This guy just said starve. Did Congress authorize the money? No, hence it is illegal. Interesting. Maybe so. But that does sound like an excuse. Not that it's wrong, but it doesn't sound like they're obligated not to, if that's the reasoning. Mm. Did they say that? White House Games, it's... Okay, let's just search for this. Did this actually happen? Mike Johnson claims SNAP funds emergent contingency not legally available. Mike Johnson said Monday, so day just gone, that Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program contingency funds are not legally available to cover benefits during the shutdown. At a press conference, Johnson cited a legal analysis from the Trump admin that argued the emergency funds cannot be used to cover the lapse in funding set to take effect next month, since the funds are finite and must previously have been appropriated for use. Quote, I got the summary of the whole legal analysis, and it certainly looked legitimate to me, Johnson told the reporter when asked whether the administration should tap into the billions of dollars in reserve earmarked by Congress to fund SNAP in emergencies. The contingency funds are not legally available to cover the benefits right now, he continued. The reason is because it's a finite sort of funds. It was appropriated by Congress, and if they transfer funds from these other sources, it pulls it away immediately from school meals and infant formula. It's a trade-off. That's interesting. I had the impression that it was $5 billion just sitting around waiting to be spent on this thing, but if it's like, it's something that you have to spend, but it isn't for this, you have to spend it from other things, well, then that's a different story, isn't it? And that puts it into perspective. Let's see the counter-argument here. General Counsel provided a letter to USDA saying that there is a bona fide need to obligate benefits for October, the first month of the fiscal year, during our prior to the month of September, thereby guaranteeing that benefit funds are available for program operations even in the event of a government shutdown at the beginning of the fiscal year. In addition, congressional intent is evident that SNAP's operations should continue since the program has been provided with multi-year contingency funds that can be used for state administrative expenses to ensure that... Okay, so upshot is... both sides have legal arguments. I'm not sure how valid they are because I'm not a lawyer. It sounds like both sides have some sort of basis to making this claim. And that's probably where I have to leave it. The question, though, is, if Trump used these funds, would the left still hound him for doing so? Maybe. They wouldn't be loud about it, but they'd still probably sue him over it because it would frustrate. And if he uses those funds, maybe the Democrats are playing chicken to see, okay, will you let EBT go unfunded, or will you fund it at the expense of something worse, or something that would look worse for you if it goes unfunded? Well, then there's the trade-off. Maybe they reckon it's better to fund something more essential instead of funding EBT. So... It's a legal quagmire, and we're gonna try and breeze through it because it's not worth getting stuck in the quagmire. SNAP enrollment versus adult obesity rate. This is not providing nutrition for the hungry poor, but subsidizing the unhealthy lifestyles of people who make bad decisions. Now, spurious correlations are a thing. These two maps generally line up, but not actually that well. However, I don't necessarily need to be shown correlation like this, which could be spurious, to suspect that this is true anyway. The reason I suspect it's true anyway is not an appeal to spurious correlation, but an appeal to authority. Remember, I'm not saying it is true. That would be fallacious. I'm saying I suspect it's true on the basis that RFK has confirmed that it's true. It also makes sense to me that it would be, and it would explain the stereotype, at least, of fat but poor black women. So there you have that. But the correlation may not be spurious. I wouldn't be surprised. Next thing. Pete Buttigieg says the following. In the coming days, millions of Americans will be notified that their health insurance will cost thousands of dollars more next year, he says. Meanwhile, President Trump is busy tearing down the East Wing of the White House to build a gilded ballroom for exclusive dinner parties. It doesn't have to be like this, he says. No, you could stop the government shutdown. At any time, the Democrats could drop their demands and the government shutdown would end. But you're not doing that. The Gilded Ballroom I agree, the timing is not great. It's not a good look. However, a nation, especially world hegemon, should have facilities to entertain foreign diplomats and delegates in a way concomitant with their own expectations of luxury and quality, because that's simply practically beneficial. The cost of that ballroom is probably tiny compared to the cost of Snap anyway, so it's kind of not relevant. And the reason Snap is not being paid, this is not specifically about Snap, but the same argument could be made there, and it has been by other people, is not Trump's fault, and it looks like there is actually a legal basis for him to say that he can't pay it. So yeah, it's not a very good argument. It doesn't look good, I agree. And the whole ballroom idea, it seems to me like, Trump, there's more important things to be fucking concerning yourself with. You shouldn't even be thinking about this before elections have been fixed, sorted, repaired, so that they're not a total nightmare in the US. But whatever. Maybe this is the kind of thing I mentioned earlier with game development companies, how they have silos of workers where if all the work for one department has ended, but there's still work for other departments, that department is either not going to be paid or they're going to be paid to do nothing. And it's better to instead pay them to do something. Give them something, even if it's not that important. Maybe what Trump is doing with the ballroom is taking up teams that wouldn't be doing anything else anyway. If that's the case, fine, whatever. But it's still not a good look, and it's still not a good thing for him to be prioritizing. I expect he spent multiple meetings in planning exactly how the ballroom should look, which that's not a good use of your time, Trump. Frankly, the White House is already sufficient for receiving delegates. The election system is not sufficient for a modern democracy. It's barely sufficient for a modern third world democracy, let alone a first world one. So Pete has something of a point here, but he's overplaying it. Next thing. Okay, finally, have we found a black woman that's going to be unreasonable?
I'm gonna tell y'all straight up like this. I just got that text that the link is definitely cut the fuck off for November. Y'all better stay the fuck out of my way in these stores. I'm walking out with carts and I'm not paying for shit. Trump, if you want motherfuckers start looting, what's gonna happen? Before my kids go broke in this bitch like Jock, I'm gonna be stealing like it ain't no tomorrow. I am going to go in that store, get everything I get regularly. I'm going to bag my shit up, swipe my link card. As soon as that bitch say, ain't no pending balance on there, I'm going to walk the fuck out.
Sick Puppy, how are you feeling right now? You feeling good? You feeling happy? These exist too. Both groups exist, absolutely. Now here's the thing. Is this wrong? Yes. Is this embarrassing for her? Yes. Does this not exactly help with the stereotypes? No, it doesn't. However, if you literally have no other way to feed your kids, even if you should have got a job, yes, you should have got some way of paying for them, you literally have no other way of paying for them. It's not right. I don't endorse it, but I can't completely hate on someone for doing it. If the choices are your kids starve or you steal for now, a lot of us would indeed steal to keep things up. I expect. It's not the right thing to do, of course, and I don't endorse it, but I can't completely hate on it either. Okay, so YouTube has just refreshed. Apparently it wasn't receiving messages before. I will need to manually refresh the YouTube chat. So I wasn't seeing YouTube messages, but I do see them now. F indeed. Discord still isn't giving me messages. I still can't see Discord live chat. So apologies for that if you're typing in the live chat in Discord. Can you guys see the Discord live chat? I mean, I assume you can because you're typing in it. For some reason, I can't. It may be that the VPN location that I've switched to is also limited, just not in voice, only in text. That would suck.
And I'm going to have one of my cousins with me that'll punch your ass so hard, you're going to think a Jet 2 holiday hit your bitch ass if you think I ain't finna walk out that stuff.
Look, listen, I understand about 75% of what she's saying. That's not bad for this kind of person.
Please follow me to that motherfucking car. If you feeling motherfucking froggy, bitch, you ain't gonna make it back to your motherfucking position at that fucking Walmart store. I'm telling you. You wanna take some link? Like, I don't be taking shit already. Watch this. It's okay.
So, threats of theft and threats of violence, not good. Realistically, that's probably worthy of prosecution. But either way, that will happen. There will be that on a large scale. It will not make blacks look good, but that's not really the point. Democrats are fine with blacks not looking good, especially because that keeps them on the plantation. This is probably going to return many blacks to the plantation because they will assume it's Trump's fault, or they have been told it's Trump's fault and they will just believe it. However, as was mentioned earlier, it's not really the low IQ blacks who started voting for Trump. I don't think. I don't know that for sure, but I suspect that's true. So it might not make that much difference to that. But Democrats may just be trying to solidify their existing base and even just go for the chance of giving Trump some bad press because they control the press. Anything that happens that could be spun as Trump bad will be, so it benefits them. That may be the whole sort of attitude towards the government shutdown, the whole reason it's happening. Next thing, SNAP benefits are paused, no food stamps coming. So this is from the USDA's website. It blames the Democrats quite pointedly, but that's because it's from the government. Still, I agree with them, but that's what it says. Senate Democrats have now voted 12 times to not fund the food stamp program, also known as the SNAP. Bottom line, the well has run dry. At this time, there will be no benefits issued November 1st. We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats. They can continue to hold out for healthcare or for illegal aliens and gender mutilation procedures, or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive critical nutrition assistance. Very based. It is from the current government, so you'd expect this slant. But I expect that's probably true if you would look into the details. I mean, that lines up with what I've heard is true. Next thing. Ah, yes. Another potential chimp out chat. Get ready.
This strong black woman's gonna stand up for her food stamps.
All I know is if they stop my food stamps, me and my man will be at the grocery store walking out with two big ass carts, and ain't bet nobody better do nothing because my man coming hard behind me, and it only take him one time to punch your ass.
Did you know?
Wow, you actually have a man in tow? That sounds unlikely. He hasn't abandoned you yet. Well, maybe he hasn't got you pregnant yet. Then again, who could tell? The black man here who looks like a 80s pornographer, he is actually responding to her, and I bet he's going to be quite reasonable. Speaking of reasonable, let's see what he calls her.
Did you notice that this whore said her man and not her husband? This is probably baby daddy number 3 or the 5th nigga she's fucking this week. Why are you hairheads getting so violent over government handouts? You're not supposed to be on welfare all your life, nigga. We've allowed these ugly ass black...
Okay, I like this guy. I like this guy. Chat, press 1 if you like this guy. Andrew, well, I like him so far. I don't know, maybe he's crap in other areas, but he's everything he's saying here is pretty good so far.
Black woman to be dependent on the government. Your taxpayer dollars goes to feeding these fucking heifers and their 90 fucking children.
Jesus.
They're gonna grow up and provide absolutely nothing for society at all, while these fat ass women continue to get fat and have a bunch of health problems that you have to pay for as well. See how much of a drag these people are in society? Get a job, nigga.
Yeah, well said. Well done.
Can we invite this upstanding man to Cabal?
I, for one, support inviting this gentleman to Cabal. I think he'd fit in well here. We can share our distaste for black women. Man, Sick Puppy, is this a bit of a mixed stream for you right now? We got mostly reasonable black people, and even where I find some unreasonable ones, they're mostly being debunked by the reasonable ones. Next thing, we're near the end of this story now, and then we'll do AIDS with Atronach if he is still here. Hopefully he is. Unreal numbers on SNAP and EBT usage. 45% of black children receive SNAP benefits. It's still not the majority, but that is very high. 28% of Hispanic children and 12% of white children. So that's a pretty strong, disproportionate representation there. Of every black kid you see in America, 1 out of 2, almost, will be eating courtesy of tax dollars. They say we are funding, feeding, and breeding an army to dispossess our future. And that's a bit more out of a limb, but I can see where it's coming from. So, yeah, the previous analysis we did with by adult, and it looked pretty bad, but it was something like a quarter. But if you do it by children, oh, it's almost a half of blacks. That's quite a lot. Quite concerning. Children receive SNAP benefits. 1 in 5. That's 1 in 5 of all children. 77% of SNAP benefits recipients and health insurance through Medicaid or the Children's Health Insurance Program. Oh, had, okay. Yeah. So just some more stats to add to the pot there. Next thing. Yeah, and this guy points out, fairly obvious question here, but the countries that are receiving SNAP also line up pretty well with IQ rates across the world. Now, there's a big green blob on the right of the screen there that I would like to express doubt in. Triple, as an outlier, would you like to join me in expressing doubt in the greenness of China in this picture? If you measure only the cities, maybe this is true. But yeah, I'm not sure beyond that. Either way, yes. I think if you look at all these countries, you're going to find they're all in the yellow and orange areas. But that's what happens when you have a first world economy and you try to put people in it who do not have the IQ to function in it. For to say that's just going to happen, which is why immigration should be selective. Not necessarily by race, but that will be a natural consequence of selecting by the merits you need anyway. If race indeed does correlate with those variations, which it usually does. You will end up only taking people from the green areas, or should we say green people from the yellow and orange areas. Thank you, Glowman, who says, you mean that woman will steal for her pantry now, not just her wardrobe and furniture. She's probably already a thief, but just angry she can't focus on stuff she wants over food. You might be right.
It's a shame I can't send you this video. It's great.
Yeah.
There's a black woman in it chimping out about how she's going to eat white people.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to try and get Discord responding so that I can get your messages. Okay, that's not working. Let's try just restarting it. Nope, it's not connecting. I think I'm going to try and rejig the VPN again. I'll try and connect to a less commonly used location here. All right. Okay. I think we're back on Discord. Can you hear me and can you see me?
We have visual and audio.
Do I have text messages? Yes, I finally do. Okay, so it was the VPN. Right, I think that's it then. I think Discord is being DDoSed by people who are using, probably among other things, the same VPN provider I do, or the same data centers anyway, where the VPNs are based. So yes, okay, I can now see text chat. Hooray. Super says, my issue is that the percentage of reasonable blacks aren't the majority. Are not. Yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to measure that, but I'm not sure what the proportions there are. But it may be higher than you think. But it's lower than it should be. Should put it that way. Okay, I've surely missed a lot of messages here. If her kids starve, won't the violent crime statistics go down and more white kids will make it past high school? That's quite a macabre way of thinking about it. There are many things which may be better for the world overall that are still horrible to do. And it sometimes takes a strong will to do it, but letting kids starve is still pretty fucking bad, no matter what color they are. The White House renovation is being entirely privately funded and constructed. Yeah, I wasn't implying that it was being tax funded, although I would have assumed it was, so thank you for telling me. Trump and several private donors are paying out of pocket to not have to receive world leaders in a pavilion tent in the winter anymore. Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that it was a bad idea. In fact, I was defending it, saying it's a good idea. I didn't know it was privately funded. That makes it even more justified. Still, it's a use of Trump's time that could be going towards something better, I strongly suspect. Okay, so thank you, Glowman. And I'm going to look at this video that you linked as well now, Jackie, of what is allegedly another chimp out. Let's have a look. Oh, Astronaut, if you're still there, can you tell me what the AIDS section is about? It may be something I've already covered or don't intend to cover or something like that. Unless it's supposed to be a surprise.
I just wanted to come real fast just to make this video, just to make something very, very clear to the white man. Black Americans do not care about your government shutdown, and Black Americans do not care about you taking away our EBT and our government assistance.
Are you sure? Because it seems like you do. Actually, look, I know nothing about either of those. So, sure, let's give them a go. We'll do it right after this story, which we're almost at the end on now.
Because Black Americans never depended on the American government to take care of us and feed us because we never could. We were never able to depend on the government in spite of what you may say.
But you did. Not all of you, but lots. What's your basis for this? Please explain. Does she mean we were never able to depend on it being absolutely guaranteed, therefore racism? Because that's absurd. Do you know who else wasn't able to guarantee they'd be helped out by their own government? The people who built it. Actual Americans in this case.
And what
and also literally everyone else.
You may try to force us to believe. So you can sit back and you can mock. You can laugh.
Thank you.
You can think that you're about to starve us to death. But I'm here.
Actually, I don't think that. I think some will be in a bad situation, but not very many. Most of them will find some other means, maybe through charity. But my intention is not to starve you. That's Democrats' intention.
Here to let you know that we are going to eat regardless, even if we have to hunt you animals down.
Wow.
And eat you. The delectable.
Would you even notice the prions? Would you even notice if she had mad white boy disease? If she had prions from eating brains? Would you even notice? That's the question.
Shaman says we now have curse due to our crimes.
Yes. I was expecting her to say, we'll steal it. But no, she went for cannibalism instead. Okay, so no, we've never relied on white people, but we are going to eat them. Which is also relying on them.
Crackers and cheese. We will make it happen.
You see, it doesn't matter what inflection you put on the word crackers. It doesn't quite have the hit, does it, that that niggers does. Even when you're sitting here saying that you're going to eat white people, it still doesn't have the same impact. And you know why? It has nothing to do with the word itself. It's all to do with who you're saying it to and how they react to it. So people say she must be Haitian. That's a good point. She might actually be, yes, cannibalism in Haiti, sorry. Oh, I always get that confused. She threatens to eat crackers, but not cheese. Yeah, how are you going to afford the crackers and cheese, if there's no SNAP money? Oh, that's not what you meant. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, again, like, where... Okay, what do you mean by cheese, then? You can eat crackers, where's the cheese? Cheese, grommet. Remember the crackers? A bunch of fucking dead white people in the corner, but no cheese, grommet.
If we have to, trust and believe me. And
why does she look like she's touching herself while she's saying this? She's fucking like writhing and squirming in her chair like she's fucking coming to this.
And if it takes this government shutdown for black people to finally come from under the government and understand that we don't need to be paying our taxes into this government.
Yeah, go black people, leave the country, show the government what for. Go back to a place where you can be free and you can be yourself and you can run out from under the evil, oppressive thumb of the white man. There's food everywhere in Africa. Bryce says, please stop paying taxes. Please, please, please. Yes.
I don't think she pays taxes.
I don't think she does either. Trump went with the Emperor of Japan, apparently. Hopefully they talked about how great Shinzo Abe is. That's a funny quote.
what we really need to be doing is taking care of one another, buying land, and growing our own food and building our own nation. If this government shut...
Yeah, how well has that gone every time you've tried it? Who invented agriculture? Well, it wasn't the white man, actually, but it wasn't the sub-Saharan black either. And who has taken to agriculture? Who does it best? Well, it's not sub-Saharan Africans, I can tell you that. Or American blacks, or anyone but civilized countries. Yes, Quattro?
Does anyone remember that time that the Black Hammer organization tried to, quote-unquote, buy some land to start farming themselves? And it turns out, well, one, they didn't actually own it, and two, the guy running the place was fucking schizo.
I don't remember that, but I do remember Chaz, where they put down some cardboard and then some soil and tried to grow some vegetables, which they thought would be enough to feed everyone. And literally none of it grew, and I think it was vandalized before it even had a chance to start growing. That's what happens when, and that wasn't even blacks, that was commies, many of whom were black.
So this was around the same time, I believe slightly after that. And it was a massive shit show that got swept under the rug really fast because BLM had tried to do their thing and scrub that from the media.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Story, though.
Indeed. Let's listen to more angry wailing from this misanthropist maniac.
Down and starvation is what it's going to take, then let the party begin. It's Black Power, baby, and we rise.
It's interesting. Even if there were 3 times as many blacks in the US as there are, you would not have a very good chance if you were to just go for the race war angle. It is not a good idea. The only way you could win a race war is if whites do nothing. It is a very bad idea for you. This woman probably would rather die along with all American blacks in a race war than live in a prosperous society run by whites. Yeah, so every time, not every time, but quite a few of the times that blacks try to take over agriculture from whites, it goes tremendously badly and it all falls apart. Yeah, Solomon. So South Africa, for example, Zimbabwe is sort of just a more progressed version of South Africa. I believe that's correct. They got rid of their white farmers, started starving, and then begged them to come back. I don't know how many of them did. I think they started even offering like fucking subsidies for them to come back. South Africa's a little further back in that process, but much more violent, as far as I know. But they'll reach the same end. They won't have anything to feed themselves with. Some of the blacks we saw earlier in this segment, they would be capable, probably, or people like them, of running farms because they have adopted some long-term thinking capabilities, possibly comparable even to many whites. But they're not the ones who are threatening to rise up and genocide whites and take their land, are they? So yeah, I'm almost glad that people like this exist because every time they fail, which will be every time they try, not only is it funny, but it kind of makes the case of this is difficult. Civilization is difficult. You can't just do it on the basis of my color is better. It takes more than that. Let's okay, last couple of things now, but this is worth watching.
This fall,
Card declined.
the system we rely on just went silent.
Y'all, something's wrong with the car. It ain't working nowhere.
EBT funds are gone.
They cut us off.
When the help stops, people stop caring.
We ain't got nothing left. They put no money on it. None. You hear me? It's empty.
One voice will spread the fear,
They cut it off. Tell everybody.
and a city will burn with hunger. EBT down.
Would you watch this movie, chat? Look at the subtitle. Every meal comes with a price. I love that. Yeah, it costs money, nigga. Sick Puppy says, every civilization, if you look back far enough, was founded by whites. Even China was. I've never heard that. The idea that China was founded by, quote, golden-haired god. I've never heard that idea. It's interesting. That may have been, as you say, Scandinavians or whatever you mean exactly, but it may have just been a myth. But that's interesting. I hadn't heard that idea. If anyone knows any more about that, let me know. As far as I know, actually, I don't know this actually, but I would have guessed that white-haired and especially blue-eyed, pale-skinned Scandinavian descendants who formed the sort of long-termist and high-trust aspects of successful civilizations today came after Chinese civilization. I might be wrong about that. Wasn't Alexander the Great blonde? I don't know, actually. I never looked into that. I have not. I think when I've seen him depicted, he wasn't, but that could mean anything. Time-traveling German Aryan with yellow fever. That's also possible. There's a whole Samurai Champloo episode about that. Not time-traveling, but otherwise true. If anyone can find if there's any truth to what SNAPocalypse is saying, that is interesting. Before a certain point, though, Sick Puppy, blonde did not mean the same thing it does today. Because the reason that evolved, and again, I'm not sure exactly when it did, because it would have been a very gradual process, but the reason that evolved is, the reason that blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin correlates with many of the qualities that are worthwhile for a civilization is because they're people living in the kind of climates that require long-term thinking and high trust. And those things were adapted to, and those traits ended up propagating. So if we're talking about something that's before those adaptations, then it doesn't mean the same thing anymore. Blonde hair could refer to many other things as well. But I don't know what the timeline on that is. If you buy into the Hyperborea idea that those people came thousands of years or millions of years before, well, it's a fun idea, but I don't think there's any evidence for it. Now, I don't know if I want to go ahead and just assume that's even a possibility, because I don't know. I really don't know how seriously people take that whole idea. I think some people take it seriously, and I don't know if you do, Sick Puppy. But I'm interested to hear what your basis for that is, or if anyone can find the source for that. Uzlu doubts the Finno-Korean hyperwar was real. Sorry for taking the radical position. I'm going to have to await further demonstration that it was true for now. Almost last thing on this. So this is just a depiction by the left of what's going on. It's a sort of classic picture of the right favoring the rich over the left, although in this case they're at least not accusing them of racism, but that's because they want to accuse them of hurting their own, and that whites are in fact the recipients of EBT instead. Tax breaks, they're saying, are going to the rich, which actually isn't true in the case of Trump's tax breaks. They're overwhelmingly going to the working and middle class. The idea of a living wage is, yes, you should have a living wage, but guaranteeing one is not the way to do it. In fact, that makes the entire economy weaker. The living wage should come from the economy being stronger, and Republican policies are what does that. Now, not rhino policies, because what you're accusing here on the top right, that is the rhino strategy. And yes, that's what right-wing corruption or Republican corruption looks like. But Republican corruption is being fought actively. And it's been mostly overcome. It still exists, of course, in the body of many senators and House members, and they do still frustrate the process where they can, but they have nowhere near the power they used to. However, left-wing corruption has supercharged. Luckily, they don't have very much power either, because the less corrupt right has gained so much that the left have lost most of it. But they're still just as corrupt, if not more so. So yeah, this image misses the point quite strongly. Simple says, I'm not talking about blonde founding civilization. I'm talking about whites in general. It's basically an adaptation to the seasons in Europe, i.e. store food for later and think ahead for prosperity. Yes, that has happened in Europe generally, but blonde hair specifically, and I think blue eyes, are Scandinavian, I think. And correct me if I'm wrong on that. Okay, so working to end hunger in America, FRAC, Food Research and Action Center. This just seems like maybe a charity of some kind. I was linked this before the stream. I'm not sure what it is. USDA sets unreasonable deadline for states to implement harmful SNAP cuts. They have their opinions. What was this? Black population 2023, and then Hispanic population. Actually, quite separated. I didn't realize they were this separated. Poor fucking Texas dealing with both. I'm not sure why someone linked this to me. I'm not sure why that is. However, I think that's good enough. I think we'll wrap up there with the Snap story, chat, unless you have anything else for me. Yeah. In conclusion, it's going to be nasty. It might have some upsides, but I can't necessarily endorse it because it's going to actually genuinely lead to some children starving. And I don't see that the upsides are necessarily worth it. We'll see. Maybe they are. Maybe there's 4D chess involved here. Or maybe Trump and his team genuinely are not allowed to use those funds. But I feel like if they wanted to, they would just do it. And damn the consequences. So, I don't know. Hard to argue what's right here, what should happen without more information that we aren't going to be privy to. Trump's motivations in this are worth knowing, but we won't know them yet. So we'll keep an eye out. But on November 1st, which is in only a few days, we will probably have some chimp outs to watch. It may even start before that, actually. Some like proper chimp outs at shops stealing stuff. It might start before that as well, because they're going to start preparing and stocking up early with money they currently don't have because they already spent it all. So if anyone finds any examples of that, let me know. Will state police do anything about it? Depends on the state. Will Trump send in National Guard or whatever to stop riots if riots occur? Again, it might depend on the state, but the problem is with the government shutdown, can he afford to pay them for that? Not sure. Not sure how that works exactly. We'll have to find out. So stay tuned, and we'll cover it when it happens. If it's a starving children, doubt. Children raging because they can't get their sugar fix. Possibly. There will be some, though, who are relying entirely on SNAP for food. Probably not that many. And, of course, every state does also have funds of its own. They just won't be able to supply it enough to meet their targets because the federal government isn't supplying it. And yeah, to part of your point there, but yeah, from what RFK has said, SNAP is a large portion junk food, which it really shouldn't be. So yes, that should be fixed as well. Also, sugar isn't that bad, a bit. Especially for like ADHD kids, sugar is actually a really good idea. Glucose helps focus. For other kids, maybe maybe it's a different matter. But I know what you mean. That is an interesting thing, though. A lot of parents of kids who are too hyper blame sugar, but literally sugar would help with ADHD kids and ADHD people in general. Glucose actually helps with focus. So people says, I hope Patriot Front helps the white people affected by SNAP cuts. Patriot Front and other groups, I'm sure. Patriot Front, I would say put less stock in that. Wasn't there something later recently about them, some of them being feds? I mean, I think that's likely anyway, that there's plenty of feds in it. I think many of them are genuine anyway, but I wouldn't focus too much on that specific group. It's a small group anyway. As you said earlier, charities. Salt, sugar, starch, etc. It's the EBT diet. Yeah, fair enough. It's not the regular sugar found in most junk food. Okay. Someone says, for the record, I endorse shooting monkeys engaged in active thievery. In self-defense, of course, to prevent theft. I'm not sure what the law on that is, and I'm not sure what I'd say morally on that either, but generally speaking, I'm open to it. Right, says, sugar helps focus. That sounds like bullshit. I say as I'm eating my second lollipop of the stream. Oh, you suck a lollipop, do you? Right? I've got a really bad image now. Chat, can we get an AI image of Bright as one of those like slutty lollipop suckers? He's an expert at sucking. When you suck Verdant, is that a self-suck? Just wondering. Verdant's also you're posting on both accounts, are you? No, but from what I understand, yes. Glucose as well as caffeine actually help focus, as well as meth as well, or amphetamines, help focus in ADHD people, even though they do induce hyperactivity in non-ADHD. Speaking of ADHD people and things beginning with A, Atronach, would you like to come and, against my will, force me to experience drama? Just ping me when you're ready and I'll drag you in. Not quite what I meant, but gonna cover one story today, the other one's cover long. Okay, no worries. Welcome, Atronach.
Hello. It's been a while.
It has been a while. All right. Screen share should be up and running. Is it? It looks like a black screen, actually. I think it might be broken.
It does look like a black screen.
Thank you, Discord. Very cool. Let's try that again, shall we? I might have to end the other screen share to do this.
This is working wonderfully.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need to see your face for it. I can kind of just
that is true.
Show what I got.
Okay, I'm going to try ending the other screen share to do this chat, so it'll be right back. Because that has worked in the past, just ending all screen shares. What's the... Oh, right. Well, let's see if that works anyway. It might just make this one black as well. Yeah, it just made the main one black as well. Okay, I'm going to have to take a second to fix this then. I think what I can do is turn that off. And then, okay, that ended that, which means should be able to start it up again. And it will just work. Nope. That's broken too.
This is going swimmingly.
Great timing.
Stream has been nothing but pure unfiltered technical difficulties.
Chat, press 1 if it's Atronach's fault, because he just got here and now it's all gone to shit.
True!
Time to spin the wheel again.
True!
Thanks, OBS. Yeah, the screen share is just blank on every application. That is honestly quite bad. We can't continue streaming if it's stuck like that. The only way I know how to fix that is to restart Pipewire, which will break various things.
If I stream in Discord, could you watch my stream? Would that work? Or
I couldn't get it on the stream output on OBS. Okay. What's this last remaining stream that's going on? And will that now work?
The wonders of technology.
Still won't. Great. Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that then? This was the problem with switching over to Wayland, is I have to use their screen share technology, which is not that reliable, or a bit less reliable anyway.
In before Uzo codes his own stream service.
It won't even do a rectangular region capture. It just won't pick up anything. I mean, I've genuinely considered doing that actually.
Well, it wouldn't have to if everyone wasn't so fucking incompetent.
Mm.
Yeah, I keep thinking Wayland Yutani too. So real.
Not that one, yeah. It's the same name. Spelled differently.
I hear Wayland, I'm just immediately fucking aliens.
I don't have a good fix for this. Okay, here's what we're going to do then, chat. You're not going to be able to see my face. You're going to have to go onto YouTube to see my face. Actually, could someone in the audience just fucking stream YouTube into the audience channel? Atronach, you're going to have to make do without being able to see what's on my screen. But for
that's fine.
The purpose of chat, I can just turn on most recent screenshot, and then whenever I take a screenshot, like this, for example, it will just update it, because that's not screen share. That's just taking an image in a file that I use a script to generate. So, yeah, I'm going to have to fix this later. But for now, Atronach, please do show me what you've got. Which story do you want to start with?
Well, the Ms. Kif Emiru thing is kind of long, so might be better saved for another time. There's a lot of backstory there and a lot of tweets. So I'll go over a little bit older one, but it's kind of relevant because it popped back up last week, which is the Teleperte drama. Have you heard of Teleperte?
I don't think so, no.
Might not be saying that correct. Teleperte or Telepe, I don't know. It's a fucking gay name, but I will forward this to the live chat. These are some of his works. I am sure many of you are familiar. Do these look familiar to you?
To me, no. But we'll have a little look.
Yeah, take a look at one of those. Pick one, anyone. They're all pretty much.
You just
similar.
had to link me a bunch of videos right now. Well, I can't show them.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, chat can see them. They're in live chat.
Okay, well, there's another problem now. Pipewire is the thing that manages the screen share, and it's also the thing that manages the system audio, and the system audio has frozen up as well. On any new application, any application that's trying to start a new audio stream, it's just fucking broken.
The audio is not super important. It's just more so the
But
animation.
it won't play the video if it can't get the audio stream.
Are you kidding? That's hilarious.
That's how Pipewire is. So I have to restart Pipewire, which is going to break a lot of applications, but it will get screen share working again.
All right, I'll just put some. I'll put some GIFs. Bright's got one in there already.
Okay. I do recognize these GIFs.
I was going to stream, but it won't let me stream to audience.
Yeah, I think it needs Watchmen.
Unfortunate.
All right, I'm going to restart Pipewire then. We're going to go to standby for a while, but when I come back, everything should be back to normal. All right, we're back. Is everything steady and secure now?
Indeed.
All right, let's make sure that this is on the right thing. Finally. So this is Telepuerte. Please continue.
Yes. So you can see he does little YouTube animations. A lot of them are, softcore, essentially softcore pornography, essentially. But they're actually really good animations. They have got a lot of use a lot of like keyframes and things, and they're really fluid and they look really nice. So people liked him, and he did funny memes for a good long while. Obviously, YouTube algorithm fucked him over, and he can't really do anything on YouTube anymore. So it kind of just doesn't post there as much anymore. But recently, which by recent I mean last month, he started posting some really, really stupid nonsense. And I will forward these posts to you. I'll put it back in live chat.
I will show these in a sec. I'm also having to restart Firefox now. Give me a second. All right.
But essentially, he posted his OC on Twitter, the one that he draws porn of regularly, clothed and unclothed, with a bunch of lefty gobbledygook, a bunch of feminist bullshit nonsense. And rightfully so, he got absolutely cooked for it.
Well, that's good.
So it was really funny to watch him go like, why does everybody hate me? I'm just posting for the support of women, mo women's.
Mm-hmm. Finally.
Yeah, there's the video there.
Right. So, good,
so I'm sure
cute little widely applicable animations, including, as you said, some sort of softcore porn ones, as demonstrated by this, which is cute.
Yes, indeedy.
And this, which is also cute.
A lot of it was, his stuff was like heavily memed around, a lot of good reaction GIFs, all that stuff,
Yeah.
Very topical stuff. Good.
And then this, as you say.
Yes. Well, we can read this out. This is his OC, the one he draws most of, this black-haired girl. She goes, Sai, come here. Say hi to me. Stop being a coward and treat me like a person. Kindness, respect, care, and dignity. I'm not a prize, not a measurement of success. I'm a person. I just want a chill, respectful interaction. Listen to me, value me as a person. Bitch, you're a drawing.
Man, this is not how women think anyway. This is how very, very few women think. This is how feminists think. Most women, even if they won't admit it, want to be thought of as a worthwhile prize that has been won by a worthy man.
So he gets cooked for that first image, and then he goes on to the second one. He goes, your anger won't become my anger. What's true, what's fair, what's right? Think about it. Listen to yourself and to each other. Really, I'm just a drawing. Yes, you're just a drawing with fucking tits. You should not be preaching to us. Shut the fuck up. People come to your page for fucking to get their fucking rocks off and stupid memes. What the fuck are you preaching people to?
Yeah, as Quarto says, the artist madness debuff is no joke. It hits them all.
Oh, there's a reason for it, and we'll get to that. The third image in this is after he gets cooked for the first two. He does the vague posting gayness and goes, life is too beautiful to let negativity be your life model. Sit above it, acting like after starting all this nonsense that he's above it all. He's so morally superior to you because he's the artist that draws porn. And he respects women. This guy's a fucking total loser. He's a loser.
Mm-hmm. This image contains a lot of negative statements. Not a prize, not a measurement of success. Stop being a coward. And the rest of it is arguably positive. But there's negativity in here as well. What if I want a woman who is a prize? What if I want a woman who is what was the other one? Measurement of success. What are you being so negative for?
What about the woman that wants to be treated treated that way too.
That too,
Some
yeah.
women really want to be trophy wives. Some women really want to be seen for their bodies, and power to them.
A woman who speaks to people, especially a wide public, who this is depicting, with almost no clothes on, just her underwear. Oh, yeah, no, she doesn't want to be objectified. She doesn't want to use her assets to attract people and make people listen to her more. No, she just wants to be seen as a person with massive tits. Yeah, sure, buddy.
It's the modern leftist woman that treats their body as a sex object and then goes, "Don't objectify me.
Yeah.
I'm not for you can't do that. I objectify myself, but you can't do that to me."
Yeah.
But this is a man drawing images of women saying this. Fucking cringe. Total cuck behavior.
Yeah.
But there was a reason for this. I should say, after that, he did post this long statement, which we can link here.
Groomer's remorse.
Gooner's remorse.
Oh, Gooner's.
It's a big ass fucking long statement. I'll read it out for you guys. He says, quote, "I felt I should say this. I wanted to draw a hot woman and then make her say something, but I didn't want to make her say stupid Gooner bullshit anymore. So I made her say my opinions instead." Wonderful. We all cared about that deeply. Appreciate the input. My opinion is that people should be treated with respect, care, kindness, and dignity, regardless of who they are, what they are, or how they present themselves.
So brave. No one else believes
drawings
that.
aren't people. Drawings aren't people. Nobody gives a fuck. The combination of drawing hot women and simultaneously expressing my opinions sparked unexpected fire. A lot of people revealed themselves to be cruel, bitter, and dehumanizing, and that was a disappointment to watch. It also gave me a glimpse of what...
They were not being cruel, bitter, and dehumanizing. They were mocking you for thinking that you were being some great fucking moral idol, some Buddha, some guru, by saying, "I just want people to be nice to each other." That's not fucking helpful, is it? That doesn't mean anything. Besides which, you were also asserting prescriptive standards for how gender relations should be formed, which are bad standards for the most part, or at least too limiting, and implicitly judging people, which you're doing here as well. It's like 2016 feminism. What are we back to 10 years ago?
Tries to be the moral arbiter. Like, my brother in cars, you draw porn. Like, stick to your fucking lane. Like, what? This is like a fucking crackhead trying to wax poetic to you about fucking Socrates. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody wants to listen to that.
Although a crackhead is pretty... Sorry.
Do your fucking shit, stick to your bit, and go stand on the fucking street corner and beg like you always do.
Although a crackhead is pretty qualified to be Diogenes. Which someone tried recently. So there was a meme about someone like trying to go into a philosophy class and prove a point by being Diogenes and masturbating in the class. But for some reason it didn't go well. And they got I don't think so. For some reason it didn't go well and they got expelled or something. I don't know. Weird.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
But he continues. It also gave me a glimpse of what many women go through almost every day, every week, every year of their lives. It makes me sad, disgusts me. Yes, but those women are whores and they do not deserve respect.
Women, in many cases, will say things they know will get them mocked on the internet, and then specifically so that they can complain about it, so that very low testosterone males like you will suck at their various extremities in the hopes that they can move higher.
Dude, just an ounce of pussy. Just a grape. Just, please. Just an ounce. That's all I need.
A mere cromlet, my lady.
Dude,
look, I went on the internet and I got angry at men who were interested in women. Thus, a crumb of pussy, please, my lady.
Dude, white knight behavior needs to be like studied further. It needs to be the milady behavior. It needs to be like case studied. I want to see a fucking Oxford paper on it.
Ironically, the feminists that say men think they deserve women, that's what these men think. They think that they can just
think they deserve men.
Well, that's a whole separate problem. But Men like this think that by doing vague virtue signaling that they deserve access to women. They wouldn't admit it. They'd act like that's not how they think. But that's why they're doing it. Either that, or this guy just has like maximum off the scale levels of trait agreeableness, and he just wants people to. I just want everyone to get along, and he's not actually simping for women. But no, I think he is simping for women.
He's simping for women. There's a very good reason why he's saying this all now.
Right.
But he continues here. Let me be absolutely clear. It is not hypocritical to create or consume NSFW and still respect women at the same time. It is. The idea that NSFW is objectification is inherently dehumanizing, speaks more of the viewer than it does the artist.
No, you've made a little carve out for yourself. No. Isn't that nice?
No, it's not true. No one important is telling you to devalue women or to disregard their feelings, thoughts, opinions, hopes, dreams, or humanity. So you can't absolve yourself of responsibility by trying to make the point of you made porn or she dressed in a certain way. So clearly she wants to be devalued and treated unkindly and disrespectfully.
This is we
believe that women. We believe that women want to be treated kindly and respectfully. They just don't deserve to be if they fucking do porn. You don't deserve anybody's kindness or respect. You earn it. And you don't earn that shit if you fucking sell your pussy for $5 a month. Sorry.
I'll word it slightly differently. A woman who uses her assets is using them in place of a personality. Now, you can have both.
Or any skills, marketable skills too.
Yeah, but using your assets gives you a leg up so that your personality gets a boost. You don't need your personality to be as good because of your assets. And thus, it almost certainly won't be. So if you want to be taken seriously for your personality, women, don't get your tits out. As much as I like tits, if you want to be taken seriously for your personality, don't get your tits out. And this guy has written a whole 2 paragraphs after judging men for mocking him for being a simp. He's written almost half his entire post is, but actually it's okay for me to do it. Basically the same thing. I can objectify women for a living for over a decade. I think some of those were that old, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But if you do it in a slightly different way, you're evil. I mean, there's so much wrong with this. Like, the hypocrisy is one thing, but the fact that he is grossly exaggerating, I expect, what the majority of his critics were saying and focusing on only the very worst examples, I expect, or maybe even exaggerating those. But, and then at the same time, like, putting his in the most favorable possible light while putting his opponents in the least favorable possible light. Typical strategy. I feel like I've transported 10 years back in time. It's amazing how there's still people making these stupid arguments. I guess he's not from an English-speaking country. I guess he's foreign, although I don't know.
Not sure. I don't think he's ever like revealed anything, but potentially European and or South American. No clue. But he does finish with no one wants to be treated unkindly or disrespectfully, not even you. I will not apologize. I will stand firm in this position. If it makes you angry, I invite you to ask yourself why.
He sets the narrative.
Anger.
Yeah,
it's not anger. It's mockery.
Yeah. He sets the narrative of, if you disagree with me, well, you're just a bad person. And if you disagree with me, therefore, you should ask yourself why. It's a very easy position to grant yourself, but all this rhetoric, like 99% of this is rhetoric, the actual meat and potatoes of his argument is a simple misrepresentation of people responding to a very, very bland and obvious position with criticism. He simply misrepresents what their criticism means, and then the rest of it's rhetoric on top of that.
Indeed.
It's very simple.
Now, I was alluding to there was a good reason why he was saying all these things. And allow me to send this into live chat. This is your reason right here, my friends. And is it any fucking surprise to anyone?
Yeah.
That's what dating an e-thought lewd tuber slut does to a motherfucker. Have you really been conditioned to believe that women seeking sexual attention from thousands of men online is something worthy of respect? Even more so if they have boyfriends. You've been completely castrated, dude. If you click into these images, clearly see the love of my life is going to have a new VTuber model debut stream tomorrow. If y'all want to come by, that's great. If not, no problem. I just think it'd make her really happy if you stop by. Smiley face.
He's so fucking tame, isn't he?
The artist that draws porn finally got a girl, and now he's got to change all of his opinions.
Yeah. So Tato here is the VTuber, I guess. Is this Dai?
Yeah.
And would she be upset that I said that?
I'm sure she'd be upset. She could be upset. But it's one of those things where it's you always hear about what zero pussy does to a motherfucker.
Yeah.
But I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker, and it's way worse.
Certainly can be.
Clicking over, you can see the Foid herself. She does have a face reveal on the next image.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix my camera. I'll do that in a sec. There she is. Not bad looking, but that's
Y'all
the trap.
say I don't have the boobs to wear the shirt. I don't know me on God. And then the last one clearly shows what her VTuber model is all about.
Yeah.
Yep. What
Doesn't leave much to the
VTuber
imagination, does
pussy-
it, chat?
What VTuber pussy does to a motherfucker.
Indeed.
Just goes to show women ruin everything, even porn artists.
Do not the V-whore. Or the non-V-whore either, incidentally.
And that brings me back to today. Or last week, actually.
Burden, I already made that joke.
So
do not VRAM the V-whore. That's good.
Real. So last week
This,
he posts.
The commenter says, "Oh God, checked her account and she is even worse than he is. She is fully aware of what she's doing to get attention." I suspect he's right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she is.
There's
the tweet
your quote.
there.
Yeah.
Yep. I love that one so much.
Yeah, it's good.
But that brings us around to last week, where he basically lost a lot of his fans from that shit, from that fallout. People just cooked him. Every post he made, he was just getting cooked, even on the most mundane stuff, like the non stuff that wasn't even have any messaging on it, just his art, whatever. Then he posts this on the next day.
I'm noticing a certain focus in this image.
Are you? I don't know what it is. I couldn't really tell, honestly. It's very blue. That's what I know. It's very blue. I think Jack would like this photo. We should make sure he knows. Everybody
I
ping
think
Jack with this photo.
Yeah. March is asking if this is AIDS. I put in the
This
effort
is.
to write it at the bottom of the screen for everyone's benefit. Yes, this is AIDS. Atronach is currently bestowing us all with his fruity AIDS.
Yes, it is quite fragrant today. So this image of his OC in astral form with, a very large emphasis on a certain body part. I don't
Chat,
draw
who
for
is,
likes.
Who is the first person you know of to get me to deliberately get me to open foot fetish material on stream? Because as far as I know, that person is Atronach.
It's all part of my plan. To make
Oh
this
God,
stream
you were
utterly
Jack all
unwatchable.
along.
I was jacking off all along.
Another
So
Jack.
true. But the image here says, "I don't draw for likes. I draw because it could help someone who needs it. Art doesn't meet him for words. Words have power." And the caption says, "Build or destroy." How poetic. Oh, that just speaks to the soul. It's so impactful. Oh, where would I get this this biting criticism of society anywhere else? I couldn't. You couldn't imagine. You couldn't dream of it. Oh.
There's just so much to criticize here, but it all seems so trivial and basic. I don't know if it's even worth it. It's all shit we've criticized 1,000 times before. Basically, this is probably why people were. I expect most of the responses would just be people mocking him and being mean to him rather than addressing the arguments, because the arguments are so fucking bland and pointless and minor and trivial that this motherfucker just needs to be told to grow some fucking balls or something, because that sums it up better than I could by addressing the arguments.
He needs to be told, "Shut the fuck up, faggot."
Yeah. Yeah.
He needs to be fucking
It's a more productive
told
way
he's
of addressing
a
it.
fucking loser. But he was absolutely cooked in these comments, completely and utterly. To which he responded with this next image.
He's still going.
It's a little on the nose, which is ironic because this nigga has no nose. he drew him without a nose, and also the ears coming off.
Why is Voldemort his self-insert? This is what his soul is like after being sucked dry by the V pussy.
It's Voldemort and Dumbo at the same time.
Well, it was Dumbo.
It was Dumbo until it was unceremoniously removed.
Oh,
don't
poor
give him the time of
Teleperte.
day.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that you don't hear messages that you read on your screen. You view them with your eyes. Oh, no. He's unplugged his ears for nothing.
And then after that, he posted more cringe, of course, because a good lol cow never knows when to stop. But this was much more than that first post we read. Oh no, this was multiple paragraphs.
Oh my fucking god!
Oh, this was much more.
Well, he starts off with at least signaling an intent to learn what the problem is, but he's not going to, is he? I think I can tell.
No, absolutely. He learns nothing from this. Not a single ounce of information was learned.
Yeah.
He starts off, quote, "Can someone please explain to me what actually I did wrong? I'm a little confused why I received so much hate and criticism. I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't steal anything. I didn't break anything. I wasn't a nigger. Guys,
what those three things? The things that people have criticized you in the comments didn't do anything. Didn't do any of those things either. They just criticized you and mocked you or trolled you. Maybe even insulted you. They didn't hurt anyone or steal anything or break anything. So what's the problem?
Yeah,
The
exactly.
shitty thing is that
they're just words.
People with so it's the midwit problem. People with a low IQ follow a set of rules that have been laid out already. And those rules generally are tuned, in religion, for example, they're tuned to, on aggregate, produce good outcomes. So the common sense, low IQ people end up producing good outcomes, usually. High wits are smart enough to know what a good idea is, to be able to see forward from the results and side effects of their actions and to see what the ethical outcome will be so they can act well on that basis. Midwits, on the other hand, eschew the rules that the low wits use and aren't smart enough to apply the reasoning the high wits use, but they want to. So instead, they just apply one-step, basic, low-tier, short-termist and small-scale reasoning about how good their actions are. So if it looks good, if it feels good, then it's good, and nothing else matters. What he's done here, what he's been advocating for here, the kind of person he is displaying himself as, is much worse for the world than someone who calls you a fucking retard who needs to grow some balls. And you don't get that because you're a midwit.
It's the fucking college students that take one Psych 101 course and fucking think that they're, what's his name? Sigmund Freud. Like, shut the fuck up. But he continues on. Maybe some people thought I was trying to put myself above others or trying to impress everyone by pretending I'm better than I really am. You were. To clarify,
you were mostly
you were
trying to impress one person.
Yeah, your fucking whore girlfriend.
Question. Have they even ever met in person?
Who knows? Who fucking knows?
Could go either way.
But I was just stating my thoughts, my opinions, and my feelings. It doesn't make me better than anyone, and it certainly doesn't hurt anyone either. Well, it hurts my sanity, because that was the dumbest shit I've ever read in my entire life. 1d8 psychic damage, you motherfucker. And for that, you deserve to be castrated.
Sure.
Maybe some people think that artists who make sexual content shouldn't be philosophical or think. Yes. But why, though? Why is it bad for a porn artist to think?
Well, the problem is not that you're thinking, although Atronach thinks it is. Fair enough. Either way.
He's not thinking.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's part of it. But even if you were, even if this is just like, oh, I've thought about it and these are my opinions, even if it wasn't just because of the pussy, then you're wrong. And if you're going to start stating your opinions online rather than just posting nice porn, then people are going to call you wrong. Guess what? That's the deal. If you want to think, you have to be able to think in response to other people thinking as well, even if they're being mean about it, or just ignore them. That's how it works. It's like to be topical, female VTubers coming out and saying, "Oh, I kind of feel like, people just follow me because I'm a woman." That's the deal. You get the bonus because you're a woman. There are downsides and there are upsides. Well done. You figured it out. No, you don't get to tell them not to, or you can pretend not to be a woman. You can hide the fact that you're a female. Weirdly, not many public figures who are female, who are entertainers, choose to hide their gender. I wonder why. I guess we wouldn't know, but it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, this is
that's the deal.
It's if you open your mouth on anything, you invite everyone and anyone to criticize you, disagree with you, agree with you, everything in between.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't handle that, shut your fucking mouth.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason so many fucking small content creators, small time influencers, TikTok celebrities, etc., people who are used to a very small amount of fame, step out of their league and get tamped down and then like mass delete everything, go inactive, go private. You are used to getting people agreeing with you, people saying their piece and liking you for your content, whatever the fuck you do. But you stepped out of your lane and you didn't actually know how rough the world is. You couldn't handle people calling you gay and retarded. So go back in your fucking hole and just shut your goddamn trap.
Moreover, him stating his opinion is him coming out and disagreeing with other people. You don't just get to say, well, that's just the baseline, and anyone that disagrees with me is just responding to me. No, what you're saying is responding to them implicitly as well. And you might think that saying, well, just be nice to people, bland though it is, it's not actually disagreeing with anyone in any defensible way. No, actually it is. Being nice to people who shouldn't be comforted is bad. And that is something I'd like to address him with. Would you be nice to Hitler? Oh, well, obviously not him. Well, then there is a limit. There is a distinction. There is a line to be drawn somewhere. Other people draw it in a different place than you do. You would be nice to people who you shouldn't be nice to. You would comfort people who should be disciplined. And that's the distinction. So you're saying, move the line way over here, maximum compassion, no matter how it hurts. That's more dangerous than what they're saying. They're saying return it to a reasonable middle point where we are nice to good people and nasty to bad people, because that discourages being bad and encourages being good. You're saying, no, just be good to everyone. That's really fucking dangerous. People who have like this agreeableness disease, the compassion overdose, they really aren't going to get it. They have to have this drilled in. I'd like to see one respond to that, though. You can get them on that point and explain what they're doing. It's not just the ideal point isn't, just be nice to everyone. No, that's a terrible idea. That's dangerous. See if you can convince someone of that, chat.
Exactly. First one, if you're nice to Hitler, true. Put a 1 in there. He was nice to dogs. Got to be nice to Hitler. Unlike
Listen, the example was tuned for the target, okay? It's not necessarily applicable to
everyone. He continues. So you might take a step further and say, there's nothing wrong with you thinking, it's just what you think is trash. What exactly do I think is trash? Let's go through the list. People, men, women, and everything outside and in between, deserve a baseline respect, care, kindness, and dignity, regardless of who they are, what they do, or where they come from, as long as they're not being harmful. No, you're not entitled to that. Sorry. Being a hateful person, they're not. People aren't owed a baseline respect. I don't agree with that. But some people may disagree with me. I don't believe that to be true.
Well, it depends. If you're in a high trust society and people are acting like it, then you can usually assume, pretty much everyone will be deserving of that. Not everyone, but almost everyone. But that's not the case. Unfortunately, we can't assume that.
Right.
Too many people aren't.
Being a hateful person doesn't solve anything. Oh, actually, no, it solved a lot. Hate is a very powerful, strong emotion, and it gets men to do things that save societies.
Yeah.
hate is a very good thing that solves a lot of things. Doing stuff for approval is shallow, selfish, and vain, and will erode at your self-worth. So you should focus on something more meaningful, like how you can help others. Yeah, I might agree with that to a degree, but not in the framing that he's putting it here. What about any of that is trash, he says. So maybe you think, well, it's not trash, but it's insultingly basic and insulting to my intelligence and moral compass. But if it's nothing groundbreaking and it's morally sound, then why aren't you living by it? Why does it upset you so much? Again, he is inferring people's opinions about his work, thinking that everybody's just hates him. But essentially, it's mockery. It's not hate. It might turn into hate with you being a pretentious cock, but it's mockery.
If you open up your opinion asshole to the internet, and you get a proportion of people being nasty to you, welcome to the internet. A proportion of the people who responded to you, I can pretty much guarantee, and this always fucking happens, were giving you honest and reasonable criticisms, and you fucking ignored them. Always the way. And you complained about the worst examples. Well, bitch, you're one person and you're dealing with thousands. Yes, there are going to be bad examples among thousands, especially since they don't have a big public presence that they need to maintain a reputation of. You either have to ignore them or laugh along with them. Welcome to the internet, once again.
He continues. So you say, you're a hypocrite. Who are you to tell me what to do? Firstly, you don't have to do anything. I'm not telling you to do anything or to be anything. I am just writing down what I think and feel. Secondly, being a porn artist doesn't mean I am worth less and that my thoughts and opinions are less valid. I think we've went over this. You can take it or leave it, but you forfeit the right to my respect the moment you disrespect me.
It doesn't matter that you're not telling them what to do. Expressing an opinion that they can then disagree with, there's nothing wrong with that pattern. And guess what? Most of them probably aren't telling you what to do either. Oh, but you're still very annoyed about it. That's interesting. Why? How did that happen? It's a moot point. You shouldn't have said it.
Correct.
Yeah, Quattro says, I'm convinced that a good chunk of the reason AI image generation has come so far along as it has is because of Twitter artists being so retarded and annoying. The technology is progressing as it is because it's really fucking cool. But I have very little sympathy for a large portion of the artists. Not all, of course. There are some really good ones, but a large portion of the artists out there who, yes, they have, I think as you call it, artist madness or whatever you said, Quattro. Yeah, there's a lot of them like that. And for those people, I really don't have much sympathy. As I said, there are some really good ones that I do have sympathy for, but not a lot you can do about it.
A lot of the Twitter artists are just really annoying and cringe, essentially, because they're first of all, they're pretentious, and they feel like they're owed something for their art. You're not owed jack or shit for what you do. Even if it's like really good and you're really high profile, you're not owed anything from anybody.
Well, the kind of person who becomes a prominent artist is the kind of person who thinks very differently from the rest of the world, but not in an analytical way, in a, shall we say, like different conceptually, different abstractly, or in terms of sort of base human patterns, which tends to overlap pretty strongly with insanity.
Right. But a lot of them are they expect things to be a certain way. They say, oh, art is a luxury good item. It's a luxury good item. And if you can't afford it, learn to draw. Like, it's the same shit people used in the, learn to code bullshit nonsense back in 2017. It's all just pretentious nonsense. But
I don't care
Teleperte.
about your moralizing. I pay you money to make me hard. Just do your fucking job. That's it.
True. So true.
8-Bit, you kept those. That's pretty cool. That's some of the first AI art we ever made in Cabal.
I don't know who this ball of 8 person is, but I'm agreeing with him.
Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, an opportunity has arisen. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Atronach. This won't take long. As you can see, on the Cabalade leaderboard, which is gonna I'm gonna have to restart it because I had to restart the internet. Give me a second, chat. Don't go anywhere, you two. You're not allowed to leave.
Are they gonna kiss?
Not quite. It should be up
Please
any
kiss.
second. There we go. 8-bit is 8-ball is at the top of the leaderboard. So 8-bit and 8-ball, you must now swap usernames until that's no longer at the top of the board.
Check this chat.
And now it's back down to 79th. Okay, never mind. Well, that was worth waiting ages for, wasn't it? AOL Cougar Wes back to the top of the board. Congratulations, AOL Cougar Wes. So I have a plan for the Cabalade system where there will be, when the value of something increases, it goes up straight away. But then when it decreases, it holds for a day and then declines gradually, which I think will make it a lot more meaningful over time. Everything will have a bit more sort of purpose and staying power rather than it being this easy to just undo and flip around. But yeah, for now, this is how it works.
Wait, does
so
this mean 8-ball King Matthias?
yes, 8-ball is essentially the new Matthias.
Duke, you understand that I support basically everything on the leaderboard? There'd be minimal change.
Well, yeah, because it just rises the tide, but you have the power to differentiate. 8-ball is the leaderboard. He doesn't have as much more power than everyone else as you'd think, but he does have a lot.
That is true. It's not a huge amount. In fact, it's waned down to 6,000 influence, which is not a lot.
I might also make denouncing not actually decrease the value of something, but have some other effect. Not sure how I'm going to handle that yet. I think it's a bit too powerful right now. Either way, apologies for the interjection. Let's continue. I believe that Teleperte here certainly continued on a whole second fucking page.
Yes, that's where we are. Page 2 of his fucking retarded rant. Finally, you might say, "Oh yeah, if you really believe those things, what's this?" And you'll take something out of context and actively try to misunderstand me, just to hate on the misunderstanding of me instead of actually trying to get a clear picture of me. Isn't that what you're doing, motherfucker? Projecting your shit, cherry picking arguments.
Well, boy, gee golly, I think it is Atronach. I think that's exactly what he's fucking doing.
It's crazy. He's fucking straw manning arguments that people didn't make in his comments. Insane.
I'm sure that there's straw manning going on from other people as well. But once again, you're talking about probably thousands of respondents who are anonymous on the internet and have no reputation to maintain against you, a public figure who's just exposed his opinion asshole to the internet. You have the power to be your entire side, not misrepresenting the other side. So do that. Don't misrepresent them. Just address the arguments they actually make. And ignore the angry ones. Just address the criticisms, because some of them will be making good criticisms.
Indeed.
8-ball says, Mr. Gooner, I'm afraid a second page has hit the Twitter rant. It certainly has.
He continues, it was also the people saying, you fell off or you changed. How? What got worse? I wonder, maybe it's the fucking retarded rants you go on.
You're a preacher now. Now, your art is not just art for the sake of its own quality. It is an ideological mascot for an ideology that not many people actually support.
Yeah, in this case, feminism.
Yes, he did. It's a good reference.
I love.
To be fair, Heimsker is 100% right about Talos, but he is a bit mad.
True! Base Talos supporter.
Yes.
Now, if you can actually tell me what I did wrong and how I got worse, then we can finally get to the topic of how my evil whore of an OnlyFans girlfriend who cucks me and manipulates me has ruined me.
Now, I know
a sore spot for him.
I know he was saying that. Yeah, it does. I know he was saying that as like, here's what you think. But was he?
You know, I was going to say, people in the comments were calling him iDubbbz. We're calling him iDubbbz too. It was really funny. Unfortunately, we can't read those comments because after all this shit, he deleted the past like 3 things I showed you. He mass deleted everything.
Yeah.
But he says, let's keep the facts in mind, though. She never posted a nude. No shame on women who have. You're equally deserving of care and kindness. I'm such a good ally. Such an ally. She deleted her OnlyFans 2 years ago before having even met me because she chose a different life that fit with her beliefs. She supports me in whatever I do. Yeah. She supports me in whatever I do, including but not limited to NSFW. So much of that, she lovingly helps me and draws sketches so I can finish them and post them. Either way, until you actually prove to me how I got worse, we can't talk about how she made me worse.
Dude, someone with this little testicular fortitude, but an audience of this size, I'm sorry, I hate to have to assume it, but I think she's using you, mate.
Yeah. Like, this literally is just reeks of the fucking, like, I don't know how you can copy iDubbbz so succinctly and so that you just replicate his entire fucking controversy over the course of like a month.
Look, low testosterone males don't have very many strategies.
No.
They all coalesce around a similar few.
I thought low testosterone makes your balls shrink, but apparently makes your spine fucking bend in half too.
Spine like jelly.
You just become Batman when Bane just breaks him over his knee.
Mm-hmm. Jackie, you have more spine than this faggot. I don't know how you've managed it, to be honest, Jackie, given what you've told us about having more estrogen than what was it, ovulating woman or something? Jackie is intersex.
I have as much
it's the item speed on 90%.
My
so
estrogen and testosterone level are the same as a woman that would be on her getting pregnant cycle as of yesterday.
Congratulations. I'm sure it's a big accomplishment for you. When does it due?
I want this twig pregnant by
yeah, when's the due date?
So wait, you're saying that your testosterone is also high. I think you've said this before, but I've forgotten.
No, it's very low.
Oh, never mind.
It's high for a woman.
It is high for a woman, but it's also
that may be
very
true, yeah.
low for a guy.
How do you end up being based then?
Sheer luck.
He has enough testosterone to think clearly.
Do you find that you don't have a lot of self-control over your emotions and that you find it hard to stick to principles? Because if you're good at those things, those are very much more common for testosterone havers.
What I keep telling people is I'm just so autistic that I have the emotional freakout in my head while maintaining a very numb demeanor on the outside.
High autism is also commonly associated with testosterone. It's strange. You're an interesting case, Jackie.
Actually, there is a possibility that there are more autistic females, but due to the way females act, it is less detectable.
Yes. Autism in females manifests quite differently than in males. It's you may think it's got a lot of upsides, chat. It has a few, but I think it's more downsides in my own personal experience.
All right, we're almost done with this. Let's finish up. He says, yes. What did y'all even picture me? Oh, he's a hick. What did y'all even picture me as before all this? He was the funny guy who drew boobies and was horny and silly and whimsical, but now he thinks and advocates for being a good person and pretends he's better than us. Get him. Yes. Unironically, yes.
Pretty much. You were an artist and now you're a preacher who has supplanted your art for the purpose of your aberrant ideology. It's not normal. As Quattro said earlier, leftists have this presupposition problem where they assume their ideals are the default for all humanity and everything else is an aberration. You know why they do that? Because midwits have two reasoning modes, either one-step logic, which is retarded, or appeal to authority. And when all the cultural sources that they know of, when the TV tells them that one form of morality is just the default, and doesn't even tell them, but it just presupposes that it is, they do it too. So he's like, what? Well, all I'm saying is what everyone already believes. No, what you're saying is a weird in the history of humanity, unique, aberrant level of extreme compassion, even for those people who don't deserve it.
And it's 2025. We saw by election poll results, at least half of all people don't believe that. More than half.
But leftists can't comprehend that without saying, wow, half of Americans are Nazis. What they do at that point is they just clear them out from the realm of what they'd even consider normal, like the field from which you judge normality. They just clear them out completely. So all you've got left is the radical leftists all the way up to like moderates. That's what they consider the bounds of normal. Everyone else is a total aberration that doesn't even count as a person, basically. The dehumanizers are shockingly on the left.
I just hate that Buddy he's got a great art style. I quite like it. And so when I'm there because he makes good art. I'm not there to be moralized at. And when I get moralized at the entire time, go to McDonald's, get a job. Fuck off.
Yeah, put the fries in the bag. It's literally put the porn art in the bag.
Give me the porn. That is your fucking job. And shut the fuck up. Or get a real job and shut the fuck up.
Look, the people criticizing you in your comments are doing you a massive fucking favor. The people in the comments criticizing you are doing a massive fucking favor, because if you produce softcore porn, which is good but not unique, and you preach, then people that don't like the preaching will seek someone that just produces a softcore porn without the preaching. It's like pissing in your chips that you serve in the fast food shop when there's a fast food shop next door where the chips are a bit different, but they don't piss in them. You make your choice. Take the fucking criticism on board. Understand why, like, even if you don't agree with them, you make porn. Do that. Stop trying to add other things in. You're just going to dilute the enterprise.
Put the porn art in the bags, little bro.
Yeah. Have a different outlet for your opinions if you must, but don't let it corrupt the thing people actually come there for, or it's just a worse product.
Even like
that's what Hollywood turned into.
With artists who do on the exact opposite side of the spectrum, where it's like, hello, I am extreme right winger, and it's like, cool, I agree with you. Now finish drawing porn. Shut the fuck up. I'm busy.
Well, if you agree with them,
as we speak, I need it to stop.
If you agree with them, it probably wouldn't drive you off, or it might. But it might. You don't always want to be thinking about. Yes, exactly. Exactly. You wouldn't always want to be thinking about the same two things at the same. So it still dilutes the product, not as much if you agree with it, but if you mention politics with what you're doing and it's one-sided, the other side is turned off. Even your own side, some of them are turned on more by it. Pun not intended, but now realized and now intended. And some of them are turned off. It just varies your own side's interest, but the other side will drop. So it's a really bad idea. Like, this guy is so far away from being able to comprehend PR advice. But the generally speaking, the best PR advice is don't do politics if it's not your like main thing. Even if it's your main thing, it's not a great idea. No, it's not.
I think what this is also too is like a microcosm of successful people, right? They develop this air of like self-importance, and they think, or maybe they don't love what they're doing anymore. That got them like the recognition that they initially had, but in some way they feel the need to project their ideas into things that have nothing to do with them whatsoever. Their political views, their personal opinions, their personal lives have nothing to do with what they got big for, but they insert it anyways because they think that's what people want, because they think people like them for them.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid
you are
no.
liked for what you provide, not for who you are. And so many people, so many influencers these days get really drunk on that, and they fucking fall from grace. They plummet down to the earth.
Here's a self-serving comment. I don't just sit here making content that I then deliver to you without me in it, like this guy does. I am the content to a large extent, and yet I still wouldn't have the hubris to assume that I could just sit here and do anything and you'd watch. Maybe some of you would, but like with what streaming,
Lose sleep stream.
but you're the only one. With
Mostly so I could wake him up with a loud, annoying soundboard.
Listen, if you have to pay for it, maybe I'll do that. But if the content that you make involves you directly, then yeah, maybe you can present opinions more. Maybe you can, like, your personality is more of who you are. But yes, you're completely right, Atronach. What he's doing here doesn't involve him at all. He makes it, but he's not famous for him. So the rest of his personality and his opinions and his everything else about him has not been filtered for. So it's not necessarily of high quality. So he should expect to be wrong about it. Just stick to what you're good at, or you're going to fuck up what you're good at. And he has, by the looks of it.
Well, the other bit as well is I'm not your family. I don't actually give a shit about you. Really. Like, what you do is cool, and the things that you do that are cool and I like, I'll be like, oh, cool, maybe I'll share it with friends or whatever. But, like, you as a person individually, I don't know you, and I don't really give a shit if you like explode tomorrow. So maybe keep your ego in check.
I assume you were talking to him now, not me, 8-Ball.
Yeah.
But even if you were talking to me, understandable.
If you want to interpret it that way, I'm not going to stop you.
8-Ball, the difference is that you and I are actually acquainted. Dare I say, perhaps even friends. But this guy just draws shit and releases it. I actually talk to people, so it's a little bit different. I venture to say it's a little bit different. You might care if I explode tomorrow, 8-Ball.
A good example of that, actually, though, too, is like you didn't know like the guy's name, but once you kind of saw some of the artwork, I feel like you recognized it a little bit more, right?
I did recognize
like
it.
You knew the art from the guy, but you don't know who the guy is. You don't really know who the fucking guy is, right? How many people fucking listen to like bands but don't know who any of the members are, but they know who the band is? Same thing.
Yeah.
Shut your mouth and do your fucking
especially
do your thing.
and one layer removed from that, even if you've heard the song but you don't know who wrote it.
What's the name of
same
the
idea.
song?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Or you don't know the name of the song, exactly. But yeah, there's multiple layers of that. If you like a song that someone made and they start telling you about their political opinions, nigga, shut the fuck up. I just like the song, okay? Like there's many layers there, and at no point in that, except if you're like an avid fan of that person, do you want to hear their fucking opinions?
I too hate Rage Against the Machine. Yes.
But let's finish up here. We got 2 more sentences.
Says, I'm sorry, but the Silence brand meme comes to mind at this moment.
No, yeah, it does.
Completely relevant here.
Silence brand.
Yeah. This guy he's a brand before he's a person. Silence brand, just make product.
Exactly. He says, I'm not better than anybody, but boy, some of y'all set the bar really low. The stupidity will die down, but I will continue drawing what I love, being who I am.
How humble.
Limboing under the fucking earth.
And that whole paragraph got deleted. He deleted that along with the earless Voldemort, along with the blue foot woman.
Mm-hmm. All gone.
It all got deleted.
But the internet remembers.
The internet remembers. That's where I have it all. It's all saved by true patriots.
Thousands or tens of thousands of views. Yeah, this wasn't going to be forgotten, dude.
So there is a variation of this one, which I cannot be fucked to find right now, where it's like, I am a gooner. I draw for porn. My goal is to make people hard. Fuck you. It's that style. It's a great one. One of these days we'll find it again.
Oh god, this is another fucking stupid one. Look at this shit. Look at this post. There it is. Also,
is this him as well? Or is it someone else drawing?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, it is him. Yeah.
No, that's his drawing.
Yeah. Well,
are you sure we should post this? Who cares? I'm proud of my art. Shut the fuck up.
Every time he preaches his girlfriend's ideology, she probably does actually give him a crumb of pussy in return.
It's gotta be. I mean,
they never do. They feign like they will, but they don't.
That's also possibly true, yeah. But again, I don't know if he knows her in real life. If it's a long distance relationship, holy shit, that's even sadder. And yes, she probably is cheating on you.
See,
I guarantee.
If he was like a schizo, just schizo posting in between like softcore porn and the funny memes, I guarantee you everyone would be way happier with him because he'd just be saying retarded shit, but it would be funny.
Yeah, if you were, what Ibel's saying is roughly correct. If you just, or roughly what Ibel's saying, I would like to repeat. If you do the art and don't put the preaching in the art, but then preach separately, it's not as bad. But you put it in the art. And now people, whenever they see your art, it's like, oh, do I really want to support this guy? His opinions are dog shit. His art's still good. They're not going to leave immediately, but it's going to turn them off a bit.
Here's another one.
He doesn't know what virtue signaling is.
Yeah, there's some people I
nigga, look it up.
There are artists that I follow who do preach, but I just ignore that because they don't put it in their art. So I'm just like, okay, well, fucking, I'm not gonna pay for this, but cool. I can separate the good stuff from your unhinged rants on Twitter.
But that's easier
or Blue Sky, whatever.
Yeah, that's easier if the content is really good and really unique. So if someone has shitty opinions, but they're the only one making what they make, yeah, sometimes that's okay. But what this guy's making, I'm sure it's good. A lot of people like it, but it's by no means the only thing of its kind. So this guy, Perry Play, makes a pretty good summary of the situation in so many words. Well, you can't tell overall. Can't tell you overall, but for me, your opinions are fine. Drawing sexy characters is fine. Using your Guna art characters as mouthpieces for your opinions is cringe. It's just virtue signaling, which is something people notice more nowadays. I'd like him to get more to the meat of what's wrong with it, but this is a fine summary. And he just doesn't know what virtue signaling. Nigga, look it up. It's really fucking relevant. I promise you. There's another one here from Atrox. That's posted. This guy says, it sounded weird for you to take a moral high ground while making non-age restricted softcore porn on YouTube. So a lot of people clowned on you and didn't take you seriously. Also, the rent-free response didn't help as it just made you sound more patronizing. To which he said, okay, so if I'm understanding you, you're saying it's not really hypocritical, just that it sounded weird. No, he's not just saying that. He then says, as for the rent-free, it was more in response to the people who were still harassing me months after it had already died down. Harassing or mocking? You can block them, you know? He says, how do you justify people continuing to harass me before I made the rent-free post several months after the main backlash? Because you're a big creator and people find it funny to clown on you. Despite the fact, also, I don't know this, but I'm guessing you were still virtue signaling, just less. Had he stopped by this time? I'm guessing he hadn't.
That guy responds to him, but Teleperte does not respond back to him.
Right. He says, you either don't understand or being willfully ignorant at this point. First off, where do I justify or say you getting harassed is okay? Second off, what I'm saying is that it didn't sit right with people that the guy who makes NSFW of women constantly to suddenly take that stand. Not a very good response, grammatically or logically, but
no,
better than nothing. Yeah, it does feel like a blast from the past, really. Like someone that missed the culture war and is now just jumping dipping his toes in the kiddie pool of a crumb of pussy and getting absolutely clowned by people who are 10 years further along the line in this particular conflict than he is. It's like fucking Civ, where one civilization is like 1,000 years more advanced in tech. Yeah, exactly.
Got, like nukes versus some guy in the Stone Age. Yeah.
It's like that time that I was playing with Sargon and I had like oceans full of metal battleships and he still had a few ancient archer units dotted around.
I just find it really annoying that Buddy's trying to defend the dignity of the fictional women he created.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Point,
they're not even real, and also they're porn.
It's an insert for his like fucking girlfriend. It wasn't before, but now it's like a fucking insert for self-insert for
I
his
guess
girlfriend.
so. I guess that's part of it. Yeah, at least
That's what everybody was counting on him before too. That's what they were saying.
That's probably true. I don't feel like that explains it, but that probably is a factor. Yes. I think it's virtue signaling because he's been conditioned to think he needs to now. The self-insert thing is probably in there, but I don't think it's the main reason it's happening. This guy says, I mean, with your second to last line, you kind of sum it up. You claim not to be above people even as you talk down to them. You make NSFW art, that's fine. Stop acting like that gives you some moral high ground. It's stupid to make that art and then shame people for liking it. To which he says, again, I don't think I'm better than anyone for my moral takes or for my line of work, nor do I think there's anything wrong for enjoying NSFW. Just treat people with respect. And now you see you've done it again. And then the response says, respect is a two-way street, my guy. Again, not a bad response. Doesn't quite get to the meat of it, but it's a fine response. But he's like, treat people with respect. Saying something, giving such a fucking bland and obvious moral instruction like that is incredibly patronizing. It doesn't matter if you...
With respect, like the fictional characters I created. They're real guys.
It doesn't matter if you say, I don't think of myself as above everyone else, but really they should act like human beings sometimes. Like, dude, you've just fucked it up. You went from 100 to 0 in a, well, let's just say a crash. All of it is just completely wasted at that point. You needn't have said that because it's not true. You clearly do in some way think of that. Now, it could be like an autistic failure to communicate. If that's the case, don't. Either get good at communicating first, do it in a separate outlet, or be okay with it ruining your art. And if he's autistic and can't communicate properly, he doesn't realize that. It seems like he just genuinely doesn't understand public relations at all. Because all he's ever done is made softcore porn on the internet. That's what he should stick to.
Sometimes good memes. That, like, it's 50-50. It's good memes and then software porn.
Fine. Right. Atronach, have you pumped us full of AIDS?
Yes, that concludes my AIDS for this evening.
Fantastic. And I believe that will also conclude today's stream in general. I think we've been going for like almost 6 hours now. I think that's enough. So, thank you, Atronach, for joining for AIDS. You're most welcome to do so again. In fact, we could stream another day soon and do the other story you wanted to do.
Yes, that one will be much more in depth, I'm sure.
Right. I will.
There'll be a lot of clips for that one that we can commentate over, but a lot of it is because it's like revealed on multiple streams, so a lot of clips.
I may be streaming again tomorrow, so if that's the case and you're free then perfect. Either way, whenever we're both next free.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
That's wild. Anyways, for those of you who don't want to watch Abysmal Dog Shit, you can watch Abysmal Dog Shit with me at the 8-Ball Mystery Hour.
Is that tomorrow?
Yes, it's every Tuesday, except for next Tuesday and possibly the Tuesday after that one.
Chat, press 1 if I should lay my Abysmal Dog Shit over 8-Ball's Abysmal Dog Shit just for the laugh. I might skip stream just to give your event some more air. If I do, though, I'll try and do something else useful. I've been considering, like, if I ever need to catch up with stories that I didn't cover in the last stream, which there are still some I haven't covered, then I'll do, like, a morning stream, even though there may be very few viewers. Because better to do something than nothing. But then I wouldn't do an evening stream on that day, potentially. Either way, I'll think about it. Begun the dog shit wars have, says the Toog, yeah. Unfortunately, Pierre, the whole, like, schedules clashing, particularly with my highly unscheduled streams, is a consistent problem, and I don't really have a good solution for it overall. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have a good solution. But every time I decide not to stream for a day, suddenly there's no events on. But whenever I do want to stream, all the events happen at the same time. It's just how it is.
Uzlu, I already told you this was happening. You already know about it.
Well, I do now, but I will have forgotten by tomorrow, so don't worry about it, Abel.
I've showed this so many times.
Yeah?
Last week we watched The Amazing Bulk. It was terrible. It was really funny. They made an erectile dysfunction, like, just major part of the plot for some reason.
Interesting. Well, chat, if you want to learn more about erectile dysfunction, and unironically, if you want to hang out with the community, currently about 20 people listening on Discord, and a large portion of them will join us in Pit 1 after the stream, and we'll do stuff I'll probably be up for a bit longer. We didn't actually start watching any of the anime we're on, Monster, last stream yesterday, but maybe we will today, or maybe we'll just chat. Either way, if you're in YouTube, come join Discord, and I will see you in Pit 1 shortly after the stream. Good night, everyone.